And Happy New Year. This is the regular meeting of the City Council, January 9th, 2024. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Hartman.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Sten.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. And we have a ceremonial item to read, and Madam Administrator as well. Madam Clerk, first.
Yes. Item 2, Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Each month, the City Council recognizes the service of city employees reaching specific milestones in their careers with the city. Today, we would like to recognize the service of the following certain employees. With 5 years, Robert Dulcicek, Associate Planner, Community Development Department. Antonio Montoyo, Police Sergeant, Police Department. Tracy Kelly, Administrative Analyst 1, Airport Department. With 10 years, Badad Garasoli, Supervising Transportation Engineer, Public Works Department. Raymond Unzeka, Senior Maintenance Worker, Public Parks and Recreation Department. Karina Morris, Accounting Assistance, Waterfront Department with 15 years. Brian Kerr, Police Sergeant, Police Department. Cesar Barrios, Waterfront Business Manager, Waterfront Department. And with 25 years, Lucia Corral, Accounting Technician, Finance Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, we'll move on to consent calendar. Madam Clerk, you have some items to read. Oh, are you waiting you're waiting for the item? Okay, please read your items.
Very good. Item 2, Amendment to Position Salary Control Resolution 23081 with updates to classification and compensation for certain positions. Resolution. Recommendation of council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 23081, the Position Salary Control Resolution for fiscal year 2024 to amend the established salary for certain positions, to implement minimum wage requirements for 2024, and to implement a previously approved salary adjustment for the Police Management Association. Item 3, confirm the Board of Directors of the Finance Authority of the City of Santa Barbara meeting schedule and Conflict of Interest Code. Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Finance Authority of the City of Santa Barbara confirming the chair, vice chair, secretary, treasurer, and executive director, respectively, of the authority, establishing the dates, time, and place of regular meetings of the authority, and adopting a Conflict of Interest Code. Item 4, acceptance of Parma Park Trust Funds Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to increase revenue and expenditure appropriations by $109,860 in the Parks and Recreation Department fiscal year 2024 miscellaneous grants fund for Parma Park maintenance and special projects. Item 5, resolution of opposition to the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, AG 21004. 2A1 resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara in opposition to the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, AG 21-0042A1. Item 6, adoption of a water management plan and authorization for the Public Works Director to transmit the water management plan to the United States Bureau of Reclamation. Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting a water management plan and authorizing the Public Works Director to transmit the water management plan to the United States Bureau of Reclamation in accordance with contract requirements for receiving Kachima water supplies. And finally, item 7, acceptance agreement to accept Southern California Edison funds for Mission Canyon Trailhead repaving project resolution agreement. Recommendation that council B adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara accepting funds from Southern California Edison and amending resolution number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 for the Mission Canyon Trailhead repaving project.
All right, very good. And with that, are there items on the consent calendar that would like to be pulled by council members? Ms. Sneddon.
I'd like to pull item 7.
Pull item 7. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull item 11.
Okay, very good. And I have public comment slips for both of those items as well when it comes back up. We'll move now to general public comment. That's 3 minutes at the dais for any item not on the agenda, but within the purview of this body. Madam Administrator, do we have any general comment speaker slips at this point in time?
Do you have, excuse me, Ms. Rare, do you have the general public comment slips? I do not have any.
Okay, no, I just have them for specific items. And Madam Clerk, are there any hands raised on line 4, general public comment?
Mr. Mayor, there are no hands raised for general public comment.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll close general public comment. We'll move to the pulled consent items. We'll begin with item 7. And did you read that one already? Not that I wasn't paying rapt attention to your every word, but
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
thank you. And did you read item 11 as well?
I will read item 11 right now.
Okay.
Item-
Before we do that, let's go ahead and move to, can I get a motion for the balance of the consent calendar absent items 7 and 11?
So move.
Moved by Friedman,
Second.
second by Oscar Gutierrez. All those in favor, would you put the vote tally up, please?
Certainly, this is a motion for the entirety of the consent calendar except for items 7 and 11, with a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you. Okay, we will move then to item 7, and that's Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have a question for staff and maybe a quick comment. And I think, do we have public comment on this item? Okay.
We do.
So I just want to say it's a great opportunity to collaborate with the county and the Mission Canyon Association. It's a public safety issue. The residents have been very reasonable and welcoming. This is one of the most popular trails in the county, one of the most used. And I just, it's been Mr. Handel, I think, has been working very collaboratively with the neighborhood associations. And I just wanted to confirm that there is planned some form of turnaround in that area as part of this project.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, Adam Hendel, Principal Engineer in the Public Works Department. I've been liaisoning with Southern California Edison as they work towards mitigating the impacts of a grading incident in 2019. And to answer your specific question, yes, these funds will be used to repave the area at the trailhead, and as part of that, we should be able to get a 25-foot radius turnaround. It's not a full fire truck turnaround, but it will include some improvements at the trailhead.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much. I just want to voice my support for seeing that through, and thank you for your collaboration.
Understood.
Thank you, and I have some public commenters for that specific item. The first one is Sheldon Edner, and you have 3 minutes at the dais on this very specific topic.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thanks for the opportunity to speak on this agenda item. I've lived in Mission Canyon for 50 years. I'm on the Mission Canyon Association Board, and I'm a member of the board subcommittee that's worked for over 2 years to negotiate the SCE funding that's going to deliver 4 county projects and 1 city project. I'm here to speak in favor of this consent item, but just with comments. The SCE funding has always been for public safety items of traffic circulation, evacuation, public and pedestrian safety at the trailhead and nearby Tunnel Road. City Project number 5 came out of a meeting with county fire officials in the spring of 2021. We asked what measures would improve the turnaround area for their use in public safety. There's some confusion, and they said that they would like to see more room up there and a turnaround. There is some confusion that we've been asking for an 80-foot diameter turnaround, but that was decided at that very meeting to not be a practical measure, and that a 25-foot radius, 50-foot turnaround was probably the most feasible that we could accomplish. There's 3 elements of this project. One is the turnaround. The second is a widening of the approach as the road comes up to the turnaround area. And the third is paving, repaving. There was a recent modification of the city project, which is what got us mobilized to make sure that we protect this turnaround. There have been questions about the turnaround feasibility, but I've been in contact with Public Works and appreciate Adam Handel's efforts to take a look at our vision of the project. At this point, my understanding is he's comfortable with the measures necessary to create this turnaround and the widened approach. These are our two most important priorities. I hope the council appreciates that the SCE funding enables the city to use SCE mitigation funding to take care of something that might normally be a paving maintenance that was necessary even before the SCE activities and damage. We're hopeful that we can stay engaged and support this project getting completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. Next speaker is you, Tim Twyble. And once again, 3 minutes, sir.
Council members and Mr. Mayor, my name's Hugh Twybell. I live at Tunnel Road. I'm also with the Michigan Canyon Association, and I'm also in the group that's worked with Edison and in procuring this money. Tunnel Road's a dead end with a minimal turnaround right now. If you get a fire truck up there, it's hard pressed to make a three-point turn in the situation that's there. On a good day, we can get up to 150 cars on Tunnel Road with hikers going up Tunnel Trail, and they park on both sides of the road. Most of them are city residents. Emergencies are common. With that many people, you figure an average of 2 people per car. It's probably 300 people up there at least, and you're going to get some emergencies. In the summer, we get perhaps one a week. When there's an emergency, the first thing we hear usually is the helicopter, and we hear the fire truck going up, then we hear a highway patrol or the sheriff's going up to control traffic, then we hear the search and rescue, and then finally the ambulance. In addition to that, when there's a real dire emergency like a fire or something like that, people are all parked facing uphill and they've got to turn around somewhere. And if they're all making three-point turns, it's going to be a real congested mess. If they had a turnaround where they could just flip around and go back down, it would really streamline things. So the improvements that we're looking at are pretty minimal. I think there are maybe 10 feet on one side of the existing area and 4 feet on the other to create the turnaround area. So again, we're talking about people up there that are a lot of your constituents, and we're not only looking out for our safety up on Tunnel Road, but also for the people of Santa Barbara that use the trail. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Final speaker is Hutch Axelrod.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and esteemed City Council. Good to see you all. I'm here to talk also on the behalf of the Mission Canyon kind of fire danger and as well the turnaround at the end of Tunnel Road. I am a resident up there for going on 50 years or more now. And I'm also on the Mission Canyon Association Board and as well as part of the Firewise community, and I'm a neighborhood leader who's made sure that all of our neighbors are looking out and taking precautions in order to firewise their homes. I'm on the forefront of Lower Mission Canyon and really have an idea after seeing so many fires over even my lifetime, as many of the other speakers here today have, of the real danger that happens up there and how quickly things happen. Was also part of the Mission Canyon Association. I hike that trail nearly every day, and the original what happened up there with the trail, and that turnaround and the radius is so important to be able to make sure that people can turn around and evacuate quickly. So I'm obviously a very big supporter of the proposition brought forth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there online speakers for this particular item, Madam Clerk?
We do have one raised hand for this item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, please go ahead.
Nancy Weiss. Nancy Weiss, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Mr. Mayor and Council, Nancy Weiss, I'm the Vice President of the Mission Canyon Association. Thank you so much for taking some time to hear our comments on it. As you're probably aware from the letter that Selden Nedner and I sent earlier this week, that we've been involved in the Tunnel Trail and Mission Creek issue since the SCE incident in 2019. And I've been chairing a special subcommittee by MCA to make sure we're working with regulatory agencies such as the city and SCE to clean up the challenges up there from the incident, and then securing the funding, as Selden mentioned earlier. It sounds like some of the confusion that may have been there before about whether the turnaround was a part of the project or not has been clarified and cleared up. I'm really glad to hear that. I would just specifically really ask that the council direct staff to make sure that that's a priority, and if budget is an issue, that it's the top priority item. Paving seems to me a regular maintenance activity, and we had understood that there was funding originally a few years ago in the budget to repave after the city water project, water tank project had concluded, but for some reason it didn't get completed. So that's really the specific request I would add to my colleagues in front of you, that we make sure the turnaround, which is so important for public safety, really be a top priority. And we absolutely look forward to working with Adam Hendel, other staff in the city in general, and SCE to make sure this project comes to full fruition. So thank you very much, and we appreciate your assurances about our concerns.
Thank you. Question for Mr. Hendel. Mr. Hendel, in your opinion, is the item doesn't speak to the turnaround on the staff report. Is there adequate funding to do what the speakers are asking for?
Mayor Rouse, I think there should be. The end of Tunnel Road is fairly remote, so we're hoping to get a competitive bid, but that is staff's concern as to the $85,000 and being able to repave the area that needs to be repaved and also complete the 25-foot radius. But I believe we can. But it's going to be close.
Right. No, as a frequent user of that trailhead, I know that a lot of the residents are irritated by their driveway aprons being cracked by the constant three-point turns that it takes to get back out of that street. So, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just really want to thank the Mission Canyon Association, first of all, for securing those funds. Those were years-long efforts, and we all benefit from that. And really the emphasis that this, as you point out, that many city residents use this trailhead, and there are safety concerns there. So I would say that, working with the Mission Canyon Association continued, and recognizing that the turnaround is their main priority, that if there is some slight overage from the $85,000 that Edison has secured, that we might consider funding that small overage, hopefully it's small, to get that turnaround done for public safety.
All right. Madam Administrator, in order to talk about cost overruns, does this need to be an administrative item, or should we just do a wait and see on this as Mr. Hendel comes back to us with a...
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I would suggest that if there is a budget overage issue, that we would bring it back to discuss that. But at this point, we could approve the agenda item, go forward with that, and if there's if the bid comes back and it's over what's budgeted, then we can come back and address that if that works for Ms. Hendel. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I'm happy to move item 7.
Motion by Sneddon, second by Friedman. Any further discussion? May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
This is for item 7, a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the recommended action. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, item 11, which I do believe you need to read.
Yes, item 11, amendments to automated license plate recognition policy.
Ms. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. I just have a question and a brief comment. So, thank you. Ms. Clark, maybe this is for you. I think I understand the first change and its purpose. The second change to go from retaining the data from 72 hours to 30 days. From what I understand in the staff report, it's about trying to account for vehicles that stay longer than 72 hours. But couldn't that be accomplished with a period like 7 days? What's the purpose of going all the way to 30 for retaining that data?
Thank you, Councilmember Harmon. Through the mayor, the 30-day period would bring us into line with what other city departments are already able to keep. Right now, we have, as it notes in the staff report, we do have customers that sometimes stay in excess of that 72 hours. So even though that's the limit for how long you're supposed to stay in a city parking garage, we have two scenarios in which people stay longer than that. The first one is the long-term parking that we offer at the Amtrak station. And the second one is the 24/7 permits that we do offer and that are going to see an uptick as we have more residential development. So those are cases where people may stay longer. And we also have people who stay longer who just are in violation of that 72 hours. And so when their data is purged out after 72 hours, that license plate credential is purged out. It just makes it more difficult for us to process that exiting transaction or to determine how long that particular vehicle has been in the parking lot if we're looking at something where we have to do enforcement.
Thank you. And when you say other city departments are 30 days, you mean like the airport parking lot?
That's correct. Both the airport and the waterfront retain their parking data for 30 days.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, should I make my comment now or wait till public comment?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to just say a few brief words on this. I remain very uncomfortable with the way that we talk about and think about and legislate over data in general. The changes that are being recommended today, to me, are bureaucratic in nature. The change, you can get an emergency warrant in 30 minutes, which is about the time it would take to send over the incident number. This isn't going to change anything practically, in my view, so I'm okay supporting it today, but I couldn't let the item move forward without noting that often these little changes that we make to our data policies add up. And they often go unremarked on, and then all of a sudden, in the aggregate, there are huge implications for the way that agencies, cities, corporations utilize, maintain, and have access to our data. So I just really wanted to highlight for everyone that we need to be cognizant of how these pieces of information are used. Of course, there's no expectation of privacy in a license plate. There's no expectation of privacy in a public parking lot. I understand all those things, but that doesn't mean that we as a city don't have a higher obligation to our residents to be as judicious as possible in the ways that we use their data. I believe that we are still doing that with these changes. I will support it today, but I don't do so without any discomfort. So just wanted to put that out there.
Mr. Gutierrez, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we sell this data or give it to any other agencies or third parties?
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez. The data are stored locally on a server in downtown parking, and it's only accessible through 4 single-purpose computer terminals. So they are ski data only terminals where we can access our parking system. So beyond that, there is no access to the data. So there is no sale of data. There's no opportunity to sell the data. It's prohibited by policy, and practically it is not terribly feasible. I would also note that license plate recognition data that we collect includes a photograph of the front portion of the vehicle. It does not include any photograph of the person who is in the vehicle, and it does not link with any sort of data about who the registered owner is or any other information. It's literally just the data that you can see on the license plate. So, even if that were to be sold, there's no data behind that, for example, would say, okay, this vehicle belongs to this specific person and here's how long they stayed. So again, the policy currently prohibits sale of data. We do not sell data or disclose data to any third party.
Since the lots are public and belong to the city, which is a public agency, is therefore that information eligible for public information request?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, there has been some case law in regards to Public Records Act requests and license plate readers. If it depends, you have to take a balancing test. So there isn't a straight answer as to if this request, you release the data. In the one case that went to the California Supreme Court, the city withheld it under investigatory basis. The court's like, some of those records may be, some of them don't. And then you do a balancing test, right? You weigh the factors. Is the weight of disclosure balance the right to privacy of the individual fact? So that would be the issue. So there's not a straight answer as to whether we release it all, but they can be subject to a Public Records Act request. And then we would look at the request and make a decision then.
So that falls on the city attorney's office to make that decision as to whether or not to relinquish this information to the public?
With city staff jointly, it would be with Transportation Department, Public Works, and the city attorney's office, as
Now-
we do with any Public Records Act.
And I would imagine it'd have to be a pretty severe reason, like not just somebody curious as to who was parking there at the time.
It all depends on how the information is requested or what they want and everything else like that. So we would make that balancing test and make a determination. So we do want to uphold citizens' privacy rights. But again, as we mentioned, a lot of the stuff in terms of license plate, there isn't privacy rights to the license plate number, but maybe the aggregate data there might be. And we would be very judicious in examining the records request.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. I have a speaker for this, Gabe Escobedo. 3 minutes at the dais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Happy New Year to City Council. So my name's Gabe Escobedo. As you can remember, I was chair of the Community Formation Commission that worked to update the responsibilities and roles of the Fire and Police Commission. And I checked all of the agendas for last year, and this item was not on there. And I think this item has merit to be discussed outside of just a consent calendar. And I think that I do have privacy concerns. I remember when it was first introduced, there was a reason why it was 72 hours of holding the information, because there were privacy concerns. I think that it would be responsible to send this item to Fire and Police Commission because their main role and responsibility is public safety, directly related to fire and police, of course. But a couple of the areas that I think that it would be responsible to send to them and have them take a look at and provide feedback to City Council are demonstrating the need, and we heard a little bit from the questions from City Council members about the need. Scope, so for what sorts of purposes can city staff do queries on this data? Access, so in the staff report, there was about 10 to 12 positions citywide. I think it's prudent to make sure that the positions that have access to that are probably your highest positions. I would say maybe if I was only thinking about the police department, but of course there were many other downtown waterfront or waterfront, downtown parking, but it would be something like lieutenant or higher. So one of your management positions or higher. And then accountability. So for other jurisdictions, what it looks like for something like this is periodical audits. And so in the staff report, I didn't see any information about who would be in charge of accountability of doing audits to make sure that this data is being used responsibly. And I have no concerns about whether that will be, but you put mechanisms like that in place for those rare cases, but really disastrous cases. So again, I would ask that City Council would send this to Fire and Police Commission for a recommendation on each of those areas and to just give it a public vetting outside of the consent agenda. Thank you.
All right, very good. Any further comment on this item? You can ask a question if you like.
I have a question to the city attorney. Could I ask a question based on the public comment? Is that?
Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, you may.
Based on the public comment we just heard, the gentleman mentioned that this item wasn't brought up in the agenda from previous years. When did this agenda item come up? And can we explain to the public what this agenda item is, just the background?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I will let staff explain the history of this item and how it came before the council today.
Perfect.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez. So around 2020, I think is the correct date, we originally brought the policy, the overall policy. We did it through the administrative item. And we had to do so for two reasons. Obviously for transparency, to give details, and also the California Civil Code, which this policy is under the authority to do so, requires to allow for public comment. So that went through a process of, at that time, it went through Downtown Parking Committee, and it went to City Council for approval. These were two smaller changes. The vast majority, 90%, 95% of the policy remains untouched. It's just a records retention increase. And then, as I think Councilmember Harmon eloquently said it, a difference in terms of how the police department has ability to access the records. Instead of requiring a warrant or subpoena, it still requires a need-to-know basis, and it still requires a case incident report or a case number to do so. And it really deals a lot of times when we have these situations of extreme exigent circumstances, we need to know, like an Amber Alert or something like that, and that's what it is. The remainder of the policy remains the same, hence why it stayed on the consent calendar.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, yeah, my comment, I think Mr. Doyman just brought it up. If you have something as timely as an Amber Alert, the less impediments, the better for investigative purposes. And timing is everything. Even if it is a 30-minute delay or whatever, it could mean the difference. So I certainly don't see why we wouldn't go ahead and do this. But in that case, if there's no further comment, I would entertain a motion on item 11.
Mayor Rouse? I'm happy to make the motion. I think we can move this forward today, but maybe this is a question for our city attorney. I would love to request that the Fire and Police Commission do a review of this policy. I think that the public comment from Board Member Escobedo was very insightful. And can we include that in the motion to request that sort of separately? I think these amendments should go forward and that should be undertaken. Is that something we can do, or is that because it's not agendized, we can't?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, I believe, if I understand, you would pass the motion and accept the changes, but it would be a policy consideration for future consideration by the Fire and Police Board?
Ask that this whole policy with the amendments go in front of the Fire and Police Commission for their review and feedback.
From a brownout perspective, yes, but I think I'd like to weigh in on, I don't know what the Fire and Police Commission agenda scope is.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, the one issue with that is this is actually a policy on like downtown parking lots, et cetera. So there is a small police snippet on it in terms of when the police can access the records, but it's a jurisdictional issue. So the actual board that would have jurisdiction on this would be Downtown Parking Commission, not the Fire and Police Commission, because it doesn't relate to the operations of the police or fire department. Hence, they wouldn't have the jurisdiction to review such an item.
Understood. Well, I will still make the motion, but I would just say, I think I have enough discomfort and continue to, and did when this policy came up a couple of years ago, that I think it merits a broader conversation. I'm not sure how we can accomplish that today, but whether it's looking at all of our data collection policies broadly, clearly there is concern, and I think that it would be very worthwhile as an exercise for our boards and commissions, all of them that have any element of jurisdiction, as well as this council, to really take a deep dive about how we are navigating a very, very complex web of things that are weighing on us with regard to our citizens' privacy, and how we can ensure that we are doing the best to protect everyone who visits our city. So with that, I will move item 11.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez has a comment, but first I entertain a second from somebody.
I'll second.
Second from Jordan, I think he won. And then Mr. Gutierrez, comment to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Mr. Escobedo's comments and Ms. Harmon pulling the item. I just know that being the liaison to the Fire and Police Commission, that And just on, even furthermore, our main priority is public safety. And I question whether denying this is going to enhance public safety. I'm sure I don't need to tell any of you about how some people use public parking lots or just parking lots in general to do things that we would rather not have in our community. And I would feel more comfortable and safer knowing that people know that they can't do it in our public parking lots. But I'm willing, like you said, as an exercise to pass it along to the Fire and Police Commission, but I'm pretty sure the outcome will be the same. Just to say, I'd rather get it done now, but if the rest of my colleagues agree, then we can do it, yeah.
All right, very good. With that, we have a motion and a second. We have the vote tally, please.
And I'm sorry, is the second from Councilmember
Jordan.
Jordan? And is this a motion for the recommended action in and of itself? Okay. Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan to approve the recommended action for item 11. Please go ahead and vote.
Item passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to council member committee assignment reports. Since we just got off from the Christmas break, I don't know how robust those would be, but Mr. Gutierrez seems to have one. Okay, very good. Go ahead, please.
Yesterday, I attended the youth council meeting, and they are currently planning a youth, what they're calling a youth speak out, where the local youth of our community are going to meet and go over issues that are affecting us as a community and give us their input on how we should legislate on that. So they're currently planning that, so I'll let you know once the date gets closer to the finalized date. And other than that, I just kind of want to give them a lot of respect and credit. They're a really good group of young citizens that really care about their community, and city staff does a really good job running those meetings. I'm really impressed, so I want to give them a shout out and respect. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further council member committee assignment reports? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. There was a Water Commission meeting and a lot of year-end information, and that was on the December 21st. On the 22nd, Councilmember Gutierrez and I both attended a Christmas event at the Eastside Boys and Girls Club for single moms. It was very well attended, and those would be the main events up until today.
All right, very good. And if there is nothing further, we'll move on to the next item, which is item 12. If you'd read that item, please, Madam Clerk.
Certainly. Item 12, appointment of Mayor Pro Tempore, Ordinance Committee and Finance Committee.
Okay, very good. Well, first off, we'll take nominations for the Mayor Pro Tem for the coming year. Well,
I'll nominate Councilmember Jordan.
what's that? Jordan, okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Jordan.
Hey, wait, I didn't vote.
You don't get to. You're out of luck now. And the Ordinance Committee Chair and the Ordinance Committee in general. Do we have anyone that wants to switch from which committees? So we maintain the same? And if we rotate in the Ordinance Committee Chair, then would be, I think it's Mr. Jordan as well, is it not this time? You are queen for a day. All right. Ms. Sneddon, you have a
Mr.
question?
Traditionally, Mayor Pro Tem cannot be chair of either ordinance or finance. So he would.
I'm not sure that's true.
Oh, well, you're the mayor.
I'm the mayor. Because, well, I certainly, not that I've never done anything wrong in my life, but I certainly did that when I was pro tem as well.
As chair?
I was chair of the Ordinance Committee.
Oh, okay.
So unless there's a procedural problem, Madam Attorney, is there?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, none that I've seen in your procedures, nor
Yeah.
in the ordinance committee guidelines.
Let's see how talented
ordinance.
Mr. Jordan is. And the Finance Committee Chair, and once again, you can either repeat or you can have somebody else move into the chair. The current chair is Mr. Friedman.
I'm glad to serve as chair again. However, I will open it up if either of my colleagues would like to. I'm happy either way.
Anything for their finance folks?
I know we've had discussion in the past about repeating chairs, but for me personally, Councilmember Friedman is such an able leader of that committee. I myself, for perhaps obvious reasons, I'm not able to take that on this year, and I would be extremely happy to have him continue in that position. He's been very successful, and I know Councilmember Gutierrez and I have benefited from his chairmanship in that role.
Very good. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll continue to make this comment. Councilmember Freeman is impeccable chair of the Finance Committee. I just believe that it is to the benefit of developing leadership and different roles and responsibilities of the entire council for these positions to rotate. The Ordinance Committee rotates every year, and previously, the Finance Committee rotated every year. It's, I think, now been 5 years, and it's, I think, in the interest to rotate that position. And I'll continue to make that comment, even though I have complete confidence in Councilmember Friedman. And if it had rotated through, he would probably be the Finance Chair again right now, and it would have been 3 of those years anyway. So, again, very clearly not about your leadership, but I just so firmly believe in the importance of rotating that position.
All right. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to throw this out there, and I think very highly of Mr. Jordan. But since you're going to be Mayor Pro Tem, and this is a re-election year for both of us, do you want to serve as chair as ordinance? Like, do you feel like you could handle that? Sure. Okay, just making sure.
And it really is at the discretion of council. You know, these are guidelines and sometimes traditions. I know that I served many terms as chair, many years as chair of the ordinance committee, so kind of depends on the discretion of council. So otherwise, we'll leave it as. Okay, so those are said. We'll be changing the seating arrangement here in a moment. Let's see now.
I think it's the next meeting.
The next meeting.
No, I think after it's we take a break and we do that and we shuffle back.
All right, cool.
Yeah, come on, don't tell me what I'm doing.
These are
here.
good chairs on here.
Has everybody got a chance to review their needs and desires for these advisory reviews? So I'm going to go through them alphabetically.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, so you are going to take a break to change
Yeah.
seats now?
Yeah.
Correct? Okay,
That's what
thank
we
you.
normally do, yeah.
Yeah. Before you go on to the next item,
What's that?
before you go on to the next item,
Before we go on to the rest of these things?
yes,
Okay. Let's take
Thank
a
you.
5-minute break. We'll be back at 10 of.
thank you.
Where do we go?
Reconvene if we could. I've been informed that we need to formalize the final item in terms of the committees and the chairs. Ms. Gutierrez.
I actually want to nominate myself to become the chair of finance this round.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, so right now we have there's a nomination for Alejandro Gutierrez to be chair. Are there any further nominations for the chair of the Finance Committee? Okay, all those in favor signify, we'll do the vote on this motion.
Okay, this is a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to nominate Alejandro Gutierrez as Finance Committee Chair, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon. We'll take a vote.
That's fine, it's unanimous, and with this, the organization remains the same, with the exception that Ms. Gutierrez will now be the chair of the Ordinance Committee, Finance Committee. No, Finance doesn't have a, so you can if you want, I don't care. And we'll do the same for the Ordinance Committee as well. Currently, I have Chair as Michael Jordan. Did anybody want to formalize that with a vote? Motion? Mr. Gutierrez.
I'll make that motion.
Make motion for that. Second? Which, Ms. Sneddon? Yeah. Okay, put the vote up, please.
This is a motion by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Jordan as the Ordinance Committee Chair, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon. Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Carries unanimously with Mr. Jordan as Chair of the Ordinance Committee. All right. And Madam Administrator, we have to finalize anything else? Was that?
Yes, if you could just take a motion to finalize Mr. Jordan as, Councilmember Jordan as the Mayor Pro Tempo. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Is there a motion to that? So moved. Second by Friedman. Moved by Harmon, second by Friedman.
This is a motion by Councilmember Hardman, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to appoint Mr. Jordan as Mayor Pro Tem. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. It's for 16? Okay. All right, now let's move into the advisory groups. And once again, you can either remain the same or you can cede to somebody else. And we can go through, and I don't think we need to do motions and seconds on these. I think we can just,
And Mr. Mayor, I could, sorry to interrupt, but I think you were handed out a revision to the 2023 Council Liaison Appointment Sheet. And I just wanted to point out what the changes were. As you will note, under the Ad Hoc Committee, committees that State Street Interim Operations Ad Hoc Committee was disbanded or terminated during 2023. I'm sure you all recall that. And also the Housing Crisis Ad Hoc Task Force was not on your original list. That's been added. That's still in place. Those are
Okay.
the only changes. Thank you.
very good. Okay, we're going to go through these liaisons, and hopefully we get through these relatively quickly since we have a fair amount of other things to do. Currently, Access Advisory Committee is Oscar Gutierrez. You want to continue that?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Anybody else desire that? No, fine. Airport Commission Liaison is Eric Freeman. Continue? Yes. Are you fine with that? Okay, very good. Architectural Board Review has Megan Harmon as the liaison, Alejandro Gutierrez as the alternate. Same? Same? All right, very good. Arts Advisory Committee is Oscar Gutierrez.
I'll stay.
Anybody else? Okay, very good, thank you. Building Code and Fire Appeals, that's me. Okay. Citizens Oversight Committee, Alejandro Gutierrez. Okay. See, very good. Civil Service Commission, also Alejandro Gutierrez. Good. Community Development and Human Service Committee, Kristen Snedden. Very good, thank you.
I'm happy to open that one up if anybody else is interested, or I'm happy to stay with that one.
Thank you. Is anyone else interested in that, being that liaison? You own it. All right, very good. Let's see, Community Events and Festivals Committee, this is Oscar Gutierrez.
I'd like to stay.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Creeks Advisory Committee has Kristen Snedden as the liaison, and the alternate is Michael Jordan.
Stay.
Good, thank you. Downtown Parking Committee is Jordan as liaison, alternate is Megan Harmon. Good, good. Fire and Police Commission is Oscar Gutierrez.
I'd like to stay.
Okay. Harbor Commission is Michael Jordan. All right, very good, thank you. Historical Landmarks Commission is Kristen Snedden, and the alternate is Oscar Gutierrez. Good, good, thank you. Housing Authority Commission is Megan Harmon as the liaison, alternate is Alejandro Gutierrez.
Like to stay, please.
Good, good. Library Board is Eric Friedman.
Stay.
You're good. Living Wage Advisory Committee, Alejandro Gutierrez, and the alternate is Oscar Gutierrez. Good, good, thank you. Neighborhood Advisory Council is Oscar Gutierrez. Good.
I'll stay.
All right. Parks and Recreation Committee is Alejandro Gutierrez, with the alternate is Kristen Snedden. Good on that, thank you. Planning Commission is Michael Jordan. Good. Rental Housing Mediation Board is Alejandro Gutierrez, with the alternate being Oscar Gutierrez. Pretty good. Santa Barbara Youth Council is Oscar Gutierrez, with the alternate being Alejandro Gutierrez. Good. Single Family Design Board is Michael Jordan, and the alternate is Alejandro Gutierrez. Good, good. Sister Cities Board is Oscar Gutierrez, and the alternate is me. Good, good. Transportation Circulation Committee, the liaison is Jordan. Water Commission is Kristen Snedden, the alternate Friedman. Good, good. Okay, we did the Finance and Ordinance Committee. Sustainability Council Committee is the standing committee is Friedman, Harmon, Snedden. We good with that? State Street Advisory Committee is, well, I guess it's still Jordan, Harmon, Snedden, as long as that exists. Okay, very good. Ad hoc committees. Committee on Legislation is Friedman, Harmon, Snedden. All right, very good. De La Guerra Revitalization Design Advisory Committee is Harmon and Snedden. All right. Housing Crisis Task Force, Oscar Gutierrez and Alejandro Gutierrez and Kristen Snedden. And Land Development Team Oversight Subcommittee is Friedman, Alejandro Gutierrez, and Jordan. Everybody good so far? Okay. Here's some city-related agencies. The Coast Village Association would be Kristen Snedden.
Yes, and does it need a different name? Are they still calling themselves?
What do they call themselves?
We'll leave it as this for
Okay.
now.
So you're good staying with that anyway, whatever we call it. Downtown Santa Barbara is Michael Jordan is a liaison. The alternate is me.
I think we chatted on that, and it's okay if we switch,
Okay,
right?
we'll switch that. I'm fine with doing that.
Okay.
Of course, I forgot to go this morning, but that's okay. Looking Good Santa Barbara is Kristen Snedden. The alternate is me. Thank you. PATH Neighborhood Partnership is Oscar Gutierrez, and the alternate is Alejandro Gutierrez. You good with that? Presidio Joint Powers Committee. That's Megan Harmon. Did you know you were on that committee? Yeah, no, we Santa Barbara Beautiful is Eric Friedman. Are we good there? Let's see. Santa Barbara Center for the Performing Arts is Oscar Gutierrez, with the alternate is Alejandro Gutierrez. Visit Santa Barbara, Michael Jordan. Santa Barbara Chamber of Commerce is Michael Jordan, alternate is Eric Friedman. Park Foundation, Eric Friedman. Okay, getting down there. Regional agencies, Beach Erosion Authority for Clean Oceans and Nourishment. Eric Friedman as the liaison, alternate is Michael Jordan. Kachuma Conservation Release Board is Kristen Snedden, and the alternate is Friedman. Good, good. Kachuma Operation and Maintenance Board is Kristen Snedden, alternate is Eric Friedman. Good, good. Home for Good is Michael Jordan, alternate is Michael Jordan and Megan Harmon. Sumter Coast Water Authority is Eric Freeman, alternate is Kristen Snedden. Let's see, City County Affordable Housing Task Group is Kristen Snedden and Megan Harmon. Coast Rail Coordinating Authority is appointed by XPCAG anyway, and that's me. Community Action Commission, Oscar Gutierrez. Very good.
Just a second. They changed their name. They're no longer Community Action Commission. They're now called Communify.
Communify.
Correct.
Is that a word?
Yes. Trust me, we debated over it for weeks.
It's got great, would you like to be an alternate on that one? Okay, I don't see why we wouldn't do that. Thank you. Do you have that, Madam Clerk? Communify, and you got great logo potential. Okay, let's see, LoSAN is supported by SBCAG, that's me. Santa Barbara County Air Pollution Control District, once again, that's me with the alternate Eric Friedman. You good with that? Thank you. Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, that's me and then alternate Eric. You good with that? Santa Barbara Metropolitan Transit District Board is me. And South Coast Youth Safety Partnership is Alejandro Gutierrez with the alternate Kristen Snedden. And the last two things, National State Organization are both me, the League of Cities Board, and the U.S. Conference of Mayors Hunger and Homelessness Task Group, and that's it. And that will do it for the committee assignment reports. Are we good with that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest you do a motion just to confirm all of the appointments as
Okay.
slated. Thank you.
Moved by Jordan, second by Harmon. Let's have a vote, please.
This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon to affirm the appointments in this item. Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. All right. Would you read the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 14, anniversary of January 9th, 2018, debris flow.
Okay. Chief, and Director Parento.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of council. My name is Chris Males. I'm your fire chief. I'm joined here today with Police Chief Kelly Gordon and Head of Sustainability and Resilience, Alelia Parento. We are 3 department directors representing the entire city and really the entirety of all of our city employees who really, in times of need and in times of disaster, are indeed disaster service workers. Some calls that we go on, some incidents we go on get handled very quickly. Others require all hands on deck. The discussion that we're going to have for a few minutes required all hands on deck. Today is the 6th anniversary of the debris flow that occurred as a result of the Thomas fire. So we wanted to spend just a few minutes talking about it. And then also some steps the city has taken since then to address incidents such as this. On the evening of December 4th, 2017, a fire began above Santa Paula near the Thomas Aquinas School, which is where the name Thomas Fire came from. Over the next couple of weeks, the fire spread through Ventura County and into Santa Barbara County, and then began to traverse across our front country, the San Ynez Mountains, over the next couple of weeks. The weekend of December 15th, the fire burned into the city of Santa Barbara after it had crossed over the entire front country of the San Ynez Mountains from Carpinteria to Santa Barbara. At the time, the fire was labeled the largest in state history. It has since been surpassed multiple times. Less than 3 weeks later, winter storms began to impact the area. Starting on December 7th, over 4 inches of rain fell. Early in the morning of January 9th, debris flow struck Montecito. An estimated 0.54 inches of rain fell in 5 minutes at approximately 3:30 in the morning, causing mud and boulders from the San Ynez Mountains to flow down creeks and valleys into Montecito. The debris flows were up to 15 feet in height of mud, boulders, tree branches, moving at an estimated 20 miles per hour. It flowed into the lower sections of Montecito. Over 20,000 people lost power. A 30-mile section of U.S. Route 101 between Ventura and Santa Barbara was shut down as sections were filled with over 2 feet of mud and debris. Some of the debris reached the beaches 2.25 miles away. The incident was responsible for 23 deaths. Additionally, 163 people were hospitalized, including 4 in critical condition. Additionally, 129 residences were destroyed and 307 sustained significant damage. Chief Gordon.
So in remembrance, we'd like to take the time to read the names of the 23 victims of this tragedy. Fabiola Benitez Calderon, Jonathan Benitez, Kaylee Benitez, David Canteen, Jack Canteen, Morgan Corey, Sawyer Corey, Dr. Mark Montgomery, Caroline Montgomery, Joseph Francis Beckel, Martin Cabrera Munoz, Alice Mitchell, James Mitchell, John Manigal, Rebecca Riskin, Roy Rauter, Josephine Marie Franceschi Gower, Marilyn Ramos, Panit Suifia, Parawat Sudafia, Lindia Sudafia, Richard Taylor, and Peter Flora.
Every incident that public safety responds to, there are lessons that are learned, from the most minor to the most extensive. Sometimes we write a couple of sentences, sometimes entire books are written. This incident, an entire book was written. And every day, the city of Santa Barbara has taken away lessons learned. We're all humble. What could we do better? What can we do different? What can we do 5 years from now? So we wanted to share a couple of things that the city is doing in response to this incident 6 years ago. A couple of years ago, I came to council and I asked for funding for a regional fire communications center. I'm proud to say that the walls are going up. The concrete's been poured. It's an amazing structure, and it's going to be amazing for our entire community. One fire dispatch center, one call, borderless response, closest available unit regardless of jurisdiction. We're slated to move into that center this year, and it's going to be a significant improvement for all of us. That evening, there were 3 fire department dispatch centers that were all attempting to coordinate that single incident. We hope that it never happens again, but we're prone to disasters, and when it does happen again, it will be one fire dispatch center coordinating all of us, all on the same channel, all responding, all having the same goal in mind. So very proud to articulate that. It is opening this year. Chief Gordon.
So I just want to talk about a couple of more items. This, not just the city, but actually the county has been engaged in a lot of different efforts. So this has not been a solo effort, but there's actually new evacuation software that will go into effect this year. It's in the final stages. This will streamline all evacuation notices for the entire county. It's been a very laborious task when it comes to evacuation notices in terms of how it's done now. But I would like to comment on that is, you know, since coming here a year and a half ago, I have been involved in many OEM, which is the Office of Emergency Management storm decision-making meetings, which discussions include all of those evacuations areas. So those decisions then will be moved into that evacuation warning system. It's been grant funded. It's been a conscious decision by all of the public safety in the county to make that a priority in terms of funding with that money that comes in every year. And we'll continue to fund that software. But that second piece is those OEM storm decision-making, because all of the county public safety plus in terms of city administrators are participating and getting the real-time information from the National Weather Service and able to make decisions based on what is best at that time and up-to-date decisions very, very regularly. We just did that in terms of our last storm. It was very informative and really directed how we upstaffed and some of the other things that we did in preparation for those last set of storms. So that would be the evacuation software along with those OEM decision-making meetings. And the other thing I would like to just briefly highlight is we're making much better strides in how we're communicating with our community at those times, putting out information both in English and Spanish, and how we're communicating continues to improve, and we're reaching folks in the way in which they need to be reached, which is largely through social media and not just press releases. So we've really leaned into that to make sure that we are reaching our community and providing as much information as we can before the storm, during the storm, and after the storms as they occur.
Thank you. And council members and Honorable Mayor, I'm going to highlight a few additional things that the city is doing, primarily in my department, to create resilience in our community and protect against growing climate threats. First and foremost, your council formed the Sustainability and Resilience Department in 2020. This demonstrated your commitment to these initiatives and also created accountability to ensure that this important work gets done. Additionally, we are working across the organization to harden critical facilities. As you're well aware, during many of these disasters, Santa Barbara becomes an island, cut off from critical utility, transportation, and resource delivery services. And so we are working diligently, again, across the organization to harden against these climate impacts, whether that means energy assurance through renewable energy resources, strategic planning, and other resources for our city organizations. A few recent examples include the significant battery system up at Cater Water Treatment Plant that will provide emergency energy backup, as well as the microgrid project at the Granada Garage, which is currently in construction, that will provide backup services to many of the city's critical operations. Lastly, I wanted to highlight our Resilience Hub efforts. Resilience Hubs serve the community during disasters by providing important information and resources, particularly to displaced and vulnerable populations. We are working to build a few of these around town to ensure that in a disaster, we have the ability to get our community members the resources they need. We are looking first and foremost at the Franklin Neighborhood Center and Eastside Library campus, and we'll continue to look for other opportunities around the city. Again, this is just a very few highlights of all of the work we're doing across your organization to proactively protect our community against the growing threats of climate change. And before we go to your questions and comments, we wanted to observe a quick moment of silence. Thank you. And with that, are there any questions for us?
Questions for staff? Okay, there are no public comments on this item. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? I have no speaker slips on this item.
Correct, and no hands raised.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, you had a comment?
Yes, a comment. I want to thank city staff and to my colleagues. This is one agenda item that came forward that I'm very proud of the council and the city that we have implemented. But thank you to the fire chief, to the chief of police. This was a lot of hard work, and I'm just really happy that we are coming up with solutions. Unfortunately, we had to go through what we went through, but we have found a way where there's going to be a communication flow, especially in District 1. When the disaster happened, there was a lot of people that were staying in their homes because of the lack of communication. So in my district, this is a very, a moment to celebrate. So thank you again.
Okay, Mr. Oscar Gutierrez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just also want to thank city staff for taking every rain event that we've had since then so seriously, because we've seen that our city is prone to suffering from the weather. And it's really woken up our residents to our environment and also our staff and how well equipped and selfless you all are, because I've seen you out there at like 1, 3 in the morning making sure that things are working, as operating as best as possible. So just want to thank you, and if you could pass that along to your team, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and I will add to that just, I think Councilmember Friedman and I were sworn in on January 9th, 6 years ago, and it was such a heartbreaking day, and I really want to thank you for reading the names, and it brings it all forward for our community, the loss that we all felt and how devastating that was and is, and it's gratifying to hear how much response there's been since that time in protecting our community. And really thank you especially for the Spanish outreach and communication. At the time, 6 years ago, so much of the information was not accessible to those most impacted and in need to. So just such heartfelt gratitude for the efforts that you're continuing to make to protect our community.
All right, thank you very much. If there are no further comments from council, we'll move on to the next item, please.
The next item is annual presentation from Visit Santa Barbara.
I know most of you are waiting for item 17. We just have these 2 more items to go, so appreciate your patience and your respectful demeanor. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Chris Klein. I'm the GM of Hotel Santa Barbara and the board chair of Visit Santa Barbara. As you know, the Visit Santa Barbara is the destination marketing organization for the city of Santa Barbara and the owners association for the local tourism business improvement district. I'm here to introduce the presentation from Visit Santa Barbara and provide the perspective of your lodging community. All of you have an increasingly difficult set of tasks and priorities in front of you, and many times, unfortunately, we're hearing words like decrease and less than and maybe not enough. In the spirit of hospitality, I'd like to use words like increase, improve, and grow. The programs that Visit Santa Barbara have put together increase the number of overnight visitors to the hotels in the city. It increases retail spending beyond hotels, and it improves the city's tax revenues. It's a great story. Especially important last year when our industry market softened due to factors beyond our control. The lodging industry here in Santa Barbara would like to remind you that TOT has grown 4.8% per year since 2013, and that fiscal year 23 results were the second highest on record. It's true that hotel revenues have dipped from 22 to 23, and it's important for me as a member of the lodging community to drive home the point that the programs that Visit Santa Barbara provides make the good years really great, but maybe even more importantly, make the difficult years that much easier. Kathy from Visit Santa Barbara will tell you that the lodging community expects a better performance in 2024. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the relationship between Visit Santa Barbara and the city of Santa Barbara is exceedingly important. Our community is comprised of thousands of employees who live in Santa Barbara, who work in lodging and restaurants and tourism. And they count on the excellent destination marketing programs that reach our overnight guests and help drive the economic engine that is lodging and tourism. I'd like to please welcome Kathy Janega Dykes, the President and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Klein.
Thanks.
Chris Klein has served as our chair for the past year and has just done a phenomenal job. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Kathy Janega Dykes. I'm President and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara. Visit Santa Barbara is the destination marketing organization for the community and also serves as the Owners Association for the Tourism Business Improvement District. It's really such an honor to be here to provide our annual update, and in no small part because you all, our council, has just been so supportive of Visit Santa Barbara and our hospitality industry stakeholders. So throughout the next 15 minutes, I hope you'll be able to hear and see what a true pleasure it is to work for such a vibrant and diverse community. I always feel so honored to be able to serve in my role. But before we go any further, I want to just pause and take a look at our local recent media that celebrates our city's festivals and events. As you can see, Santa Barbara really shows off very well as a hub of vibrant activity and really a place where memories are made. Whether a visitor has a passion for parades or dancing, wine, seafood, or even running, ads like these are designed to plant a seed that Santa Barbara always has something going on. But capturing great footage like we just saw here to inspire visitors isn't all that Visit Santa Barbara does. And you may recognize this slide from my last presentation, and it really sums up our strongest belief, and I hope that you all feel the same. Visit Santa Barbara and the tourism industry as a whole improves the quality of life in Santa Barbara, and it benefits our local residents. And whether it's through jobs, direct spending, taxes, or even supporting the institutions and businesses that make our city livable, the act of hosting visitors is a win-win for our community. But Visit Santa Barbara, our community, and even the city government, we all share the responsibility of protecting Santa Barbara's hard-fought reputation, really managing change responsibly and balancing the needs of all of our stakeholders involved. So let's work through some things in order. I'd like to start with a 2003 recap before I speak before the year ahead. As you just heard from Mr. Klein, fiscal 2023 wasn't like fiscal year 2022. And for as long as we've been working in this space, there's always change every year. There were so many positive indicators at the beginning of that year, with hotel rates retaining much of their post-pandemic increases, a spike in group bookings by our VSB sales team, and even our popular third night promotion that sold to a record number of overnight guests. But in fairness, these results were not as rosy as expected. Overnight bookings remain lower than in 2019. And certainly in the summer of Taylor Swift and Beyonce and professional sports, major cities like Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and San Diego, they now became serious competitors. And these were the cities that people were not traveling to post-pandemic. So Santa Barbara also seemed to struggle somewhat than more affordable cities to our north and even Orange County destinations that are closer to Los Angeles. But here's another real interesting, if frustrating way to view the year. This first chart shows the average temperatures at Santa Barbara Airport against the normal temperature. We obviously saw 4 months of unseasonable warmth, but it was followed by 8 months of cooler than average weather. And just keep your mind on that image for a moment. And we all know that Santa Barbara's tourism industry is really impacted by weather. So this second chart is the number of hotel rooms rented during the same period. So at first, overnight business was growing compared to the previous year. And then just as that cooler, that wetter weather set in, you'll see that we lost business for really what was an agonizing 9-month stretch. The corresponding dip in hotel demand led to softening hotel rates, and these, of course, were reflected in the city's transient occupancy tax collections, as you all know. So, but disappointing as that felt, history tells us that although TOT is such a volatile general fund source, the growth rate since fiscal year 2013 has averaged over 4% annually. So in 5 out of 9 years, TOT receipts grew in our view. And so in our view, 2023 was just a temporary decline. While Visit Santa Barbara certainly has the mandate to promote overnight travel to benefit all T-bed assessed lodging businesses between Summerlin and then to the north of El Capitan, the city of Santa Barbara should be very proud that it remains the crown jewel of the South Coast. And indeed, according to recent research, 1,700 travelers were recently asked which communities they visited. An impressive 88% said they could not resist this allure of the vibrant city. And this even reflects those visitors that were staying in the outlining communities but chose to come into Santa Barbara and dine and enjoy the activities. And in fact, these respondents confirmed that most leisure activities and attractions they visited were within the city's tax jurisdiction. So really generating some sales tax from all of the activities that they enjoyed in the community. So as we close out the recap of 2023, I just want to share actually one encouraging result that came after 3 years of punishing job losses in the lodging sector. EDD reported that Santa Barbara County has already recovered 95% of the industry's jobs from 2019. So obviously there are thousands of families that are supported through this work, and I'm so encouraged to see this rebound. And in fact, during that period of time when we were struggling with labor shortages, many of hotels couldn't even operate at full capacity because they just didn't have the staffing to do. So now here's the news that we're looking for, the fiscal year 24 crystal ball, as far as we can see. So we believe that this is going to be a year of stabilization, if not slight growth. And there's a few reasons why I'm optimistic. First, we purchased new research, and it does reflect the number of confirmed hotel bookings in the future. So we now see that we have more reservations on the books compared to the start of 2023. And the consistency of this is great news, and then we're really expecting growth during 10 out of the next 12 months. We're also seeing our larger hotels continue to show adaptability in their business plans. Here we see the same number of rooms contracted to groups compared to the same number last year. And this didn't occur post-pandemic. Many of our hotels were focused on booking the leisure, the higher-paying leisure visitor, and we're letting some of that group business go to other communities. We now realize how important that meetings and conference and wedding business is to our community as well. And groups are much more reliable than individual travelers. Their contracts always have cancellation clauses, and they don't change their plans according to wet weather. And plus, the cachet of Santa Barbara has always allowed meetings and conferences to exceed their contracted room blocks. People come here for meetings, but they stay for pleasure. So my third point of optimism for 2024 really relates to attracting new capacity, resulting in better access in the region and more competitive airfares. We all know that Delta is returning on June 7th. It's going to give visitors quicker flights from the Rocky Mountains and American Southeast. And after years of courting Delta, the airport staff, who has done such a phenomenal job, and our VSB team couldn't be more pleased that they are offering twice daily stops to Salt Lake City and then also adding Santa Barbara's first ever nonstop to Atlanta. So like our work in air service development, all of our Visit Santa Barbara programs, they're all designed to be responsive to the community needs. This includes businesses, labor, vendors, government, and residents. So I'd like to actually close out my review with a few highlights. Like previous year, the Visit Santa Barbara Board has helped us elevate 4 strategic imperatives, and this is really the guidance that we have in our business plan. This is where our markets where we make an impact. We feature on outcomes on overnight travel. We champion everything possible that makes Santa Barbara a very positive visitor experience. And we look inward at our team and really put to work to maximize performance. So here's another fresh video ad that we actually pre-produced last fall. It's not going to be deployed until this summer, but it's really designed for those who love uni, surf, wine, and trail climbers. So let's hear this. So Visit Santa Barbara really chases eyeballs on every platform that we can find likely travelers, and that includes anything from videos on streaming services to countless paid social media posts, as you see here, email marketing, and certainly printed ads in travel and lifestyle publications. And by prioritizing our targeted paid media in our plan, I'm pleased to report that we again are making the largest media purchase in the company's history. For the Santa Barbara brand advertising campaign alone, we've purchased over 376 million ad impressions and over 24 million video views. So that's pretty impressive. Our official destination website has set many new records with a notable 1.5 million online referrals. These are referrals that go to our hotels and our hospitality businesses. And of those, lodging businesses benefited from a record number of referrals, now over 400,000 and still climbing, allowing those specific businesses to be able to close on that visitor inquiry. And as an example of innovation the team brought to our work, Visit Santa Barbara recently launched a fresh ad campaign that I'm sure you all saw, this time really targeting our local residents, inviting them to book hotel rooms for either their visiting friends or family staying during their holidays, or in fact, actually enjoying a staycation as well, too. And this timed perfectly for the holidays, and it really brought the beauty of Santa Barbara not just to our travelers, but to our neighbors, and highlighting the exceptional value our city has to offer. And equally important for spreading the gospel of Santa Barbara, we're so fortunate to have the strongest and well-connected media relations team I've ever seen. So they're always looking for a fresh angle to pitch our travel editors and journals. They've organized press trips for an impressive 95 journalists. And this actually led to 1,000 positive stories about the city of Santa Barbara. And that combined the credibility of this third-party writing with the depth of the story that would be difficult to be able to promote in an ad itself. And here's just a few clips of that we should be proud and worth visiting again and again. Of course, Santa Barbara is so stunning, you could call it cinematic, and certainly one of my favorites, straight out of a postcard. But as I mentioned, we don't stop at just inspiration and storytelling. All our programs place extra emphasis on covering those good intentions into action. So with one of the best connected teams in the industry, our sales department really continues to work strategically to attract the meetings and the conferences, events, and tour groups to choose Santa Barbara. In fact, our sales department sees the resurgence for demand for early bookings, and they have been working 700 sales leads with our hotel partners and secured 135 contracts, adding 23,000 room nights to our local occupancy. And the tactics that really work best are unique to each opportunity, but they all have collectively 100 years of combined experience, so they've done a great job of rebuilding that pipeline of meetings and conferences. So one of the challenges that we have with Visit Santa Barbara is we're not a booking agency. We're not an Expedia or Marriott or Santa Barbara Travel, which really prevents us from really understanding the micro details of the guest's booking behavior. Thankfully, we've been able to close the gap with research, and this is certainly a slide that highlights some of the research. We have spent more money on research than we've ever done before, and it really does help inform all of our marketing decisions. We learn more about where our travelers are coming from, how long they're staying, and how much they paid, and what did they enjoy while they're here. So in the coming year, we're going to continue to keep collecting and sharing that information. We share it with our external stakeholders. We share it with you all as well, too. And we want to make sure that every decision is made with precision, really maximizing the benefits for our industry. So I just want to finish with the same theme we started with today, which was our work on behalf of our community at large. While inspiring travel and selling overnight trips is key to economic impacts, Visit Santa Barbara is also proud to support local institutions that really add so much to our residents and our visitors alike. And this is just a sample of organizations we've partnered with recently, and we actually have more that could not fit on this slide. As a leading organization in the business community, we are strengthening the bonds between our members with hospitality training programs, networking events, and inspiring events as well, too. So we're here to be able to provide that education for our frontline employees and making sure that all of our hospitality members are telling the same positive message about Santa Barbara. So needless to say, we invite you to attend all of our events. I know many of you do so already, too. Next week, we will be hosting our annual Tourism Summit, and I know that some of you are already registered to do. We're going to be hearing dynamic speakers from Travel Zoo and our newest air partner, Delta Airlines, and also Chris Hassard, who is the airport director. So on behalf of Visit Santa Barbara, thank you for your longstanding partnership. We're so grateful for this generous opportunity to share with you today. And we are optimistic that 2024 is going to be the year of renewed growth. And together, we're really on a journey toward a brighter, more prosperous future for Santa Barbara. And your support is really key to making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one speaker slip, but are there any questions for Mr. Nagadikes? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you, Mr. Nagadikes. You do such an excellent work and with your board, and thank you. I had just a question about slide 10,
Yes.
the most visitor activities and attractions. And if you could just give us a little bit more detail on that. I mean, it looks like restaurant dining and the State Street pedestrian promenade are attractions. So if you could let us know more about that.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, we just conducted a year-long visitor profile study. So this was done at the start of last year, and during our tourism summit, we have the founder of our research company that will be presenting all the details of this visitor profile study. This was conducted through intercept studies, intercept interviews, and also through questionnaires as well, too. When comparing the results of this particular slide to research that we conducted, this is probably the third or fourth time we've done this study. I would say that the results are very similar. People, obviously dining is always one of the top activities, but going into the downtown area, shopping, and certainly the waterfront always seems to be the highlight as well, too.
Thank you so much.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Nagadikes. I have a speaker slip. Mr. Stephen Mead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, distinguished council. Yeah, what she said, pretty much.
Thank you.
I've had the pleasure of working with Kathy on a number of different events and a couple of different software programs I was selling a couple of years ago. It's hard to sum up what they do in a PowerPoint presentation. I know everybody likes to drink and have a good time and sit in the sun and look at pretty people, but there's so much more to it that they really don't get a whole lot of credit for. So they're really a pretty good team over there, and they've been doing it for a long time, and I think they really have to get the credit for what they have done, not what they haven't. If we took Caltrans out of the picture, for instance, last summer, I think we're going to get a whole lot more people. That was a big problem for a lot of people. It wasn't mentioned by anybody, but if they gave some of that money to Caltrans that you give to Kathy, maybe, we could work that out. Not going to happen, understood. But really, it was a real problem for tourism. And you know what? It held up pretty good. So even with the Caltrans problems that we had, I think that it was a wonderful, wonderful year. Like I said, I was doing software sales of a specific program that was booking hotel rooms up and down the coast. And I always would get one thing, which is, what are they doing in Santa Barbara? What are they doing? How are they doing it? Tell me more about what they're doing. They were very well respected all the way from San Diego up to Half Moon Bay, which was my territory. And everybody wanted to know how it is Santa Barbara was able to pull off what they were able to pull off. And I think your funding has obviously gotten it there. Kathy's diligent work, obviously, as well with her group. So that's about what I have to say. You're probably wondering, is she worth the money? And I'd say yes. So carry on.
All right, thank you. Are there any public comments online, Madam Clerk, for this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
I just briefly want to thank Mr. Negadykes and all your team for your efforts to really promote Santa Barbara. We've known each other many years, Kathy, and after the debris flow, I remember you were one of the first ones working with Visit California just a few months after to come in and say we need to plan now. And that actually really helped because it really got us back on track, and it continued to do so. And you've been instrumental in the expansion of the flights for the airport. So I just really want to thank you and your team because hotel bed tax is basically a third source of income for our city that provides all the services that we rely on in the city, along with sales tax, and we are a tourism destination. So without you, we wouldn't be anywhere. Your organization, we wouldn't be where we are today, especially in light of the natural disasters that we've had over the past few years. And apparently Caltrans, as Meade said, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don't make me say how many years, okay? So,
Please don't.
I would echo all those comments too, and I'm really glad to see my slide made the second year. Our little inside joke about that is I saw that slide last year on their mission or worldview and basically said that just explains it right down to a T. An organization that is economically and community-based relevant to where it is, but at the same time acknowledges its responsibility to the community. And I continue to congratulate you for that. Usually the gap between moneymakers and those who are socially responsive is, this far apart and getting larger. And in the last couple of years, particularly, I've just seen such an improvement in that willingness for Visit Santa Barbara and all of the partners, the board around the table, and all the partners that are involved with the efforts to bring that gap closer together. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. Mayor Rouse, Mr. Jordan, I think the best way to characterize our efforts is really focusing on responsible tourism, something that makes sense for everyone.
There she is. Okay, if there are no further comments, then we'll move on to the next item. If you read item 16, please.
Item 16, Local Housing Trust Fund Ordinance Introduction. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding Chapter 26.80, establishing the City of Santa Barbara Local Housing Trust Fund.
All right, Ms. Doubles and Mr. Doimus.
Thank you, Mayor. Afternoon, Council. We're glad to be here to present our Local Housing Trust Fund. We're very excited to present this item, the ordinance. So the recommended action we ask at the end of this presentation is you make a motion to adopt a new chapter, 2680, under the Municipal Code establishing the City of Santa Barbara Local Housing Trust Fund. First, we want to just briefly explain what actually is a local housing trust fund, just generically what it consists of. So it's a matching fund program created by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and its specific purpose is to create the preservation and of affordable housing within a city's jurisdiction. There's different combinations a local housing trust fund can take. It can be public, private, joint affair, public and private, and it can be established various ways through resolution, ordinance. In this case, we chose an ordinance. The specific reason is because we feel it's such an important endeavor the city's taking. We want to have a permanent place where it's easy and transparent for contractors, et cetera, anyone involved in creating or establishing local housing trust fund to find it and to see it. And the ultimate goal of any local housing trust fund is to increase the stock of affordable housing units within its jurisdiction. In this case, a local housing trust fund may be created by ordinance resolution and have the following requirements, right? So a minimum funding request of $500,000 and a maximum up to $5 million. And the other part is a two-part on this. The other part would be a dedicated source to support the program. So for however long it exists, there must be an ongoing revenue source to pay for it. And we'll get into a little bit later of what we propose that ongoing revenue source to be. Other important considerations for any local housing trust fund is to have the matching funds available at the time of application in order to receive the funding from the state. We must have in place an adopted and compliant housing element, which we do. It recently got passed in December. And if we have it approved today and the ordinance becomes effective, we will meet the timeline to apply most likely for a round of state funding in spring. And being a new local housing trust fund, we also are able to participate in an extra 15% of funding set aside for that purposes. One important caveat in all this is that matching funds for any housing trust fund cannot be from a source dedicated or restricted for housing uses by state or federal law. And we'll give an example right there on the board. So what's not eligible to be matching funds is, for example, former redevelopment funds, state housing community development housing programs, home funds, block grants from the community development. What we can use is in lieu fees, general fund allocation, TOTs, sales tax allocations, one-time donations. Those can be used for the funds of any local housing trust fund. And the type of projects vary. Could be permanent housing, transitional housing, emergency shelter, for sale home buyers, ADUs, junior ADUs. So there's a plethora of different sources that can be applied for uses for the local housing trust fund. So just to give a little background of how we got here today. June 28th, the Ordinance Committee met to request information to establish a local housing trust fund. On September 19th, that presentation was made to Ordinance Committee to kind of explain the ins and outs of a housing trust fund. And then the Ordinance Committee asked it be forwarded to Finance Committee to recommend sources of funding for it. And so that was heard on October 17th before the Finance Committee. And they made a motion recommending the allocation of a little bit over $2.8 million that council made originally back in December 6, 2022 to be the starting amount, which is within that $500,000, $5 million range. And then the ongoing source being the city's inclusionary fund and lieu fees. We met with the Ordinance Committee on December 12th, and they approved the ordinance, and they made some specific requests out of it. One important request we heard from our community partners like the Housing Authority is to make this a very easy, not arduous process, right? And so with that, the basic things were no request for proposals, no notice of fund availability in part of the application process, and basically to follow the HCD guidelines, which we have. We have an attachment to this ordinance that kind of explains what will be in the application process. Our goal, Ms. Doubles is working with the HCD to see what their new application will look like to mirror that. So that's why we don't have it proposed in attachment, but we will. But you will at least see the basic parameters of what we're requesting. And again, we adhere right in the ordinance that we're not going to make requests for proposals and the like. And of course, sole approval, the other issue that the Ordinance Committee wanted to make sure is that the sole approvals for disbursement of funds will come from the City Council, which is directly within the ordinance. So before you, I want to talk briefly about the proposed ordinance. As I mentioned on the onset, it creates a new chapter that's available for the public to easily find. It's codified in there. Within the ordinance, the dedicated source of funding is recommended by the Finance Committee of the little bit over 8.8 million that was allocated from the general fund. We also allow for, in the ordinance, additional funding, from example, from various sources, including private contributions, if we receive those. The funding for the Local Housing Trust Fund will be administered by the Finance Director, and the application process in developing and reviews by the Community Development Director, and then the final role is the City Council in terms of the approval, ultimate approval, and disbursement of the funds for eligible projects. The exact process you need, the ordinance kind of talks more in general terms. It's detailed enough, but we want to allow, as usually with ordinances, when we talk about processes, to not have everything dialed down and codified, to be quickly updated if needed. The ordinance also calls for a yearly report from city staff to council based on the contains information as the revenues collected, funds committed, projects. So we have a progress report yearly of how the Local Housing Trust Fund has been operated on. The City Council will hold public hearings on eligible projects per the ordinance to approve the funding. And in terms of how the cash will be held, as all city pools are cashed in a fund, and then interest is allocated and basically and proportionally with all the funds that we have pooled. So there's not going to be a separate fund for the local housing trust where interest is earned. It's actually collectively, which is better because it's a larger pool to draw from, which means a higher amount of money based on the interest rate that's being issued at that time. And then in terms of disbursement of funding, we follow the strict HCD requirements. So less than 5% of program funds plus 5% of matching funds can be used for administrative costs. We're not saying that's going to be the exact amount, but that's the limit placed on it. At least 30% of program funds must be restricted to extremely low income housing. No more than 20% of the funds shall be restricted for moderate income housing, and the remaining program funds and matching funds may be expended on lower income households. And then the final point I want to make is we did receive public comment on that. We did hear from Housing Habitat for Humanity in terms of their one concern that the way the definition of eligible housing under the ordinance does not allow for the funds to be used for permanent housing. We disagree with that assessment in the sense that the California regulations do allow for it, but an easy way to fix that if there are any concerns is we can change the definition for eligible funds to include eligible projects as defined as projects in compliance with the then applicable California Department of Housing and Development guidelines. And since the guidelines allow for use of funds to be for permanent housing as well, we figured that at least won't cause any confusion, and that's our goal with any ordinance, not to cause confusion. And with that, we're available for any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
You know, I move over here, and all of a sudden you can't multitask. I don't know. It's like I should move back, huh?
You are a confusing force of nature, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Dimas, on that last point, so I've chatted with Jessica DeLarb. She's probably hiding out here in this mass somewhere for public comment, and also with our Community Development Director. But that picks up like Habitat for Humanity's programs that kind of fall under rehab or protect, and so I just want to use a very specific example, so we're talking about the same thing, but that would be like a roof that is leaking and needs repair for a qualifying low-income person. Habitat for Humanity could apply to the program and would be eligible to be considered. Does that sound right?
That's a really good question. I don't know. Here's the Honorable Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. We have to follow the HCD guidelines. I'm not sure if, for example, rehabilitation of already existing permanent housing, now creating and building new permanent housing for sure qualifies. I don't know if repair would be under the HCD guidelines, and that's what we're limited to anyway under the funds. So whatever the HCD allows, we could do. We could get back to at least, and that's why the solution to this is if we adopt the definition of eligible projects as projects in compliance with the HCD rules and regulations. If it's allowed under the HCD rules, then it would be allowed under our ordinance. So we could get back with housing habitat on
I
that
guess
question.
so in the staff report, anyhow, the words sometimes change from staff report to an ordinance to HCD, but it does say rehab, and I swear somewhere else I've seen the word preserve when it talks about qualifying housing, both rehabilitate and preserve. And so I guess I just want to hear that's can be resolved, is resolvable, or if it's a policy decision to be able later to opine upon policy. So what are your thoughts there?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council Member Jordan. Thank you for that question. I was going to mention that we actually do have another pot of money for rehabilitation projects that we are funding for their pilot program that we have this last year. And CDBG funds are also going to be made available for that project. The difference here is between ownership and rental. Habitat does build new ownership units, and those is what I think the question really was for. Instead of just rental, it is going to include ownership.
Okay. And so part of this argument, or part of this discussion, is Habitat is also a casualty of the rerouting of in lieu or inclusionary funds, because we've routed some of those funds to their programs in the past, right? So I think that's why the interest comes up on the language could appear to support it, and they're suffering in just, and I'm just picking on Habitat because that's brought to my attention, but there could be other entities out there like that too. And they're also, they're going to suffer a loss of the availability of funding that was there historically in the past from the in lieu or inclusionary funds. So
That is correct. However, they would be eligible through the housing trust, this new housing trust fund for that same project.
for rehabilitation.
They're building that project.
So you don't think, so they weren't using those in lieu funds for rehabilitating an existing roof on a single-family home
Yes.
that's owned by somebody?
They were this last pilot year program.
Okay.
They've now since applied for CDBG funding that is also eligible for that
Okay.
rehab.
I think we'll hear directly from them, and maybe that'll help clear me up too. And I think I had just one other question. Give me a second. John, on slide 11, your line says sole approval of the disbursement of funds from projects. And just because I read words, it's really funds for projects will come from the city council, right?
Correct.
I mean, I know we've gone around in circles on where
Sure.
it's going to stop for approval, and I just want to watch out for any words that say something else.
Words matter. You need
Okay.
trust from a lawyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I just have two questions. The first is, since we're not doing an official process per se, it's just there's funds out there in a first come, first serve basis, as I understand it. Will we at least be putting out some type of public notice every year once we get our allocation so that the community is aware that we have funds? Or, because I think that would be opportune, so then the providers know that we have, once we receive our allocation.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. We actually don't really get an allocation in this new fund. What it would be is we have, a certain amount that is already in the fund to provide matching funds. So if we have a project that comes in, they would actually be applying, we would be applying to the state HCD for that project and saying, okay, we have this amount of funds that would match that.
Oh, so it's not where we put in, say, $1 million a year, that the state would give us $1 million a year. It's more that we have that $1 million, we have a fund that comes in, then you apply, and then that we get the match at that time.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks for the clarification. And then the other, one of the slides, it said in order to start the fund, you had to have between 500,000 to 2.5 million, is that right?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, correct.
And so we have about 2.8 million right now. So I guess the same along those lines, that's what we have now. And then what's the potential for that match, including if a project comes in, they use that, they get the match plus the extra 15%. So what does this 2.8 million potentially be leveraged to?
Councilmember Friedman, so each project, the match is a 1-for-1. So whatever the project is going to be putting in for, so say the project is for 1 million, they would match it 1 million. So you'd get basically 2 million for that project.
And then how does the 15% extra work because we're a new one? Where does that come into play?
So the 15% is just because we are a new local housing trust fund, they set aside 15% to basically make sure that they fund some of the projects from new local housing trust funds. So it's kind of just a benefit that we have for being a new local housing trust fund.
So that 2.8 is leveraged dollar for dollar, so it's approximately $5.5 million then, just by us putting that away. Those decisions we made. Okay, thank you.
Correct, yes.
Mr. Jordan.
Sorry, I found my other question. I think Eli's going to have to sneak up here. So the ongoing funding of this would be inclusionary and in lieu fees. So if we're starting with $3 million and that finds a significant project pretty soon, because there's got to be projects out there, drooling at this. How do we find ourselves not sitting there holding an empty bucket? When do we have this conversation about in lieu fees and inclusionary fees being increased and to what level? And I say both because I don't want to be sitting there holding an empty bucket, but the conversations I hear out in the development community too, is they're ready to have that conversation, and they're less concerned about the amount of the fee than they are the uncertainty of having 50 years of a blessing of a controlled rent level on an apartment, and they pay for that up front because it's a certainty, right?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Mayor Pro Tem Jordan. Thank you for the question. So, as you may remember, we were here in mid-December talking about the housing element. That study that you're referencing is one of our initial efforts as part of the housing element implementation. Late last year, myself and several members of my team have initiated conversations with the consultant. We're working on a scope of work to initiate that study to really evaluate our current in lieu fee, the way that our in lieu fees are assessed, the projects that are eligible to pay those fees, and looking at if that makes the most sense for us still, or if there are other ways we could leverage those fees to produce housing in our community. And so I believe, and Ms. City Attorney Connect could correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've committed to, is it $150,000 a year over 5 years as the contribution of in lieu fees to the Housing Trust Fund as the ongoing maintenance contribution. That's the ongoing fees. Then, as Councilmember Friedman referenced, we have the roughly $2.8, $2.9 million, whatever it is, of our matching funds that are going into this. In terms of making sure the bucket doesn't become empty, as Mr. Doimus explained, we will be bringing each request to you, first through finance, then to full council, and we will be working to make sure that there are funds available, that we are not sort of exhausting all of those funds quickly. And so we'll be working, staff will be working with council to ensure that there is longevity to the Housing Trust Fund.
Are there legal constraints or parameters you have to follow for in lieu or inclusionary, or can you just set whatever the market will bear? In other words, if you know the cost of a unit now is X, but the cost of a unit in 5 or 10 years when you would project that you would build it is X plus 20%, but the market would bear X plus 50% because the developer would just like to get the burden off of them up front. Is that the type of thinking that can take place, or is it restricted by other stuff?
Councilmember Jordan, or Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, so in order to provide the fee study to support an increase in the in lieu fee, there would have to be an analysis and a nexus type study.
Okay.
So that is, I think, what Eli Isaacson is saying is being undertaken right now. In terms of his question about how much of the in lieu fee has been dedicated to this new fund, there's not a maximum set. There's a minimum amount that we have to provide, which is the amount sufficient to provide for the ongoing operations of the fund, and that has to occur for 5 years, and that should be appropriated with the budget every year. But there's not a maximum amount.
Okay, thank you both so much.
All right, very good. We're going to move to speakers on this item. Because of the number of speakers, everybody in the room looks like they want to speak this evening. We're going to be 2 minutes per speaker. We set that to 2, please, Madam Clerk. And I'm going to call out your name, and then I'm going to call out the person who's on deck or next to speak. So if you could be ready to come up so we can move through to make sure everybody gets a chance to be heard. I'm going to start out with Rob Fredericks. And then followed by Nancy. I'm not sure what that last name is, with SB Can. So you don't look that much like Rob Fredericks, but since you're the chair of that organization.
I'm a heck of a lot older. Members of council, it's my pleasure to be here. My name is Pat Wheatley. I'm chair of the Santa Barbara City Housing Authority Commission. Unfortunately, Mr. Fredericks had to leave for an unavoidable appointment, and so I am filling in for him. In regarding to item 16, the Local Housing Trust Fund ordinance, we are in full support of the way that this ordinance has been presented. This ordinance has been crafted in a manner that will set the city on a path of successful local funding for affordable housing. And I want to underline the word affordable housing. We're not talking about any kind of housing, market rate housing. We are talking about affordable housing. I would like to thank Sarah Connect, John Dimas, Elias Isaacson, and his whole team that worked with the authority, and council members that worked with the authority, and all of the interested groups. This is not just about the housing authority, but all interested groups that can provide affordable housing. And it is an ordinance that we feel is going to set us on a wonderful roadway of success. We hope also that in the future we can identify additional revenue sources to build and expand affordable housing in our community. We want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Nancy from SB Can, I can't make out the last name, so sorry. And I'll follow by Megan Turley. What is your last name? I'm sorry.
It's okay. My name is Nancy Avos.
Aha.
Yeah.
I tried that, but it didn't work. Okay.
So yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you. Go
I'm here
ahead.
on behalf of SB Can, Santa Barbara County Action Network. We feel that this item helps meet the desperate need for affordable housing that residents and employees have expressed and advocated for. We support the continuation of development of housing opportunities for lower income community members. We hope a revenue stream for the future of the fund will be created, and we support the adoption of this ordinance. Thank you all.
Thank you. Megan Turley, followed by Karina Cecina.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I know many of you. I'm speaking today on behalf of the League of Women Voters as their housing chair. The League appreciates the opportunity to participate in the development of the Local Housing Trust Fund ordinance. We have provided comments on the ordinance and development every step of the way, and we're pleased with the outcome of the Ordinance Committee's meeting on December 12th. We also support Habitat for Humanity's request to include eligibility for ownership housing via the Local Housing Trust Fund. This proposed ordinance is a very important first step in ensuring that the city has a permanent source of funding for affordable housing. We wholeheartedly support the adoption of the ordinance with this final change. Thank you.
Thank you. Karina Sabina, followed by Stanley Zankoff.
Hi, I'm Karina Spacina, and I'm here to show my full support for the items 16 and 17 here today. We need absolutely affordable housing here in town. Some of us are being pushed out by our landowners, if they can be called that. They are not making timely repairs. They're
We need
not
to make sure we
doing
stick to
things.
this item, please.
And I just want to show my full support for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stanley Zankoff, followed by Maria Navarro.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm really proud of our city for establishing this fund. We absolutely need a continuing source of support for development of housing opportunities for our working class neighbors. And I also look forward to moving forward with the Right to Counsel pilot program that this council approved funding for over a year ago. I want to echo Pat Wheatley with the Housing Authority, Megan Turley with the League, Nancy with SBCAN, and many, many others. You know, in my work with the all-volunteer Santa Barbara Tenants Union and just being a working class community member, I know how much precarious housing is tearing apart the community's economy, its diversity, its vibrancy. Tenants are forced to commute longer, pack in tighter, maybe pick up that second job or not pay that medical bill, and to deal with absentee landlords or slumlord bullying. And something's got to give. And investing in both tenant protections, like giving tenants a fighting chance in the courtroom instead of this mass self-evictions we see more and more, and boldly building quality, truly affordable housing, leveraging state funds, which is great. That's a wonderful part of this program, is the only way forward if we want to make sure our cities stays healthy, thriving, and just. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Navarro.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, City Council and staff. I'm Maria Navarro, a policy advocate for the Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy, otherwise known as CAUSE. I'm here to express strong support for the creation of a housing trust fund here in Santa Barbara. You know, with the creation of a housing trust fund, every day we see now new ways to try to make affordable housing in our state. And so when we're looking at housing trust funds, I think that's very exciting because it's a new possibility to match funding, to create more funding for affordable housing. And it is a very awesome, awesome way to come into this trend that we're seeing statewide. I'm excited to see the possibilities for this housing trust fund. And I want to echo Stanley's comments about the Right to Counsel program as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, do we have speakers online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 hands raised.
Okay. 2 minutes each, please.
Very good. Jessica Wishon, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, some tech issues here. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I'm under the weather today, but I wanted to thank the council members, the city staff that we've had a chance to talk to and really just acknowledge the importance of this collaborative process that has gotten us to this point today. We're really grateful to be at the point where we have an opportunity to establish a local housing trust fund. I did just want to delineate the words, and I want to also thank you for the focus on inclusivity with habitat and the acknowledgement of the flexibility of language to include us. Mr. Doimus referenced permanent housing. Ms. Doubles referenced that we are affordable home ownership. So I just want to make sure that your reference to that code is inclusive of affordable home ownership housing versus just permanent housing, and answer any of the questions that Council Member Jordan may have had when we opened up this topic. I also just wanted to thank all of kind of our colleagues and partner agencies and volunteers like the City Housing Authority, League of Women Voters, and others who kind of work together behind the scenes in support of one another and to share ideas to get to this point. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And the final speaker, please.
Our final speaker is Daisy Beeman. Daisy Beeman, please go ahead.
Thank you, council members and mayor and the staff. I am a Santa Barbara renter. I am here to fully support Santa Barbara Tenants Union and CAUSE and our other advocacy groups. I want to thank you for your support in the formation of the local housing trust fund, which is an important step towards creating affordable housing in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to council. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank everybody who has had a part in this, and I'm fully supportive of this. In fact, this item is one of the policy highlight achievements of my 6 years on council, and 6 years to the day that I've been up here. It's such an important issue because there's two things the city can, within our control, that we can do, in particular in terms of creating affordable housing. One is the donation of land, and we've worked with the Housing Authority on that on a project that's coming to fruition, and it's also establishing a mechanism to provide funding to build affordable housing, and that's the key component of it. And I really want to thank my colleagues up here, all of us, because it was over a year ago that we had a one-time budget surplus, and we recognized that since it was one time, we could use that towards something like this. And we didn't have a fund, but collectively there was a process, and we decided to set aside significant amounts, about $2.8 million. And so we wanted to put it aside and create a fund. And it's kind of, it's not done very often like that, where you set aside that amount of money without a clear, direct policy. But what it allowed us to do was then work with everybody who spoke today, including many others who weren't here today, to get to this point and create a fund. And it turned out to be something even bigger and better than we had envisioned at the time. For those who were part of these discussions, going with the Hope Fund, but now we have the ability to leverage those funds to double the amount of money we're going to be able to have. And it was a very important decision. And in particular, I want to back up, and I want to thank a few people. I want to thank Senior Assistant City Administrator Barbara Anderson, and my colleague Megan Harmon, Councilmember Megan Harmon, and I. The three of us had a conversation, and we're like, how do we do something like this? And it's just a conversation trying to figure out how can we improve the funding situation. And it led to us bringing an item forward and it had to do with the Human Services at the time. And it was a little bit risky, and it wasn't something that we could really say what the outcome was going to be, but it really moved us in that direction. And it allowed this discussion to take place at the council and in the community. And we then met with the Santa Barbara Foundation as well to see the other key component of it is the philanthropic community and the studies they're doing and the money they're raising to really address this issue. And they were doing it, we were doing it at the same time. So the timing collectively that us at the council were able to put our funding in motion, built up the momentum with the philanthropic community, and then it led to the discussions. And then in particular, I also want to thank our Planning Commission and Commissioner Leslie Wiscombe for moving us in the direction of the Local Housing Trust Fund. So this is, again, one of the policy highlights that I have, and it's going to benefit our community for decades and decades to come, and it will be something that we can be proud of 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now. So I'm fully supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I will also give thanks. I really specifically want to thank Councilmember Harmon for the language and the words that were used in the motion. And you really knew what you were doing when you said Local Housing Trust Fund. And it went into consideration of Hope Fund or different funds, but it kept coming back to that was the motion, and that was in our housing element. And I did not understand those words at the time, the significance of what that would mean for the matching funds, but I'm really sticking to that vision, and I'm happy to hear the history of how that discussion came forward. And it's very specific, and it was going to have huge benefits for our community in having those matching funds. I really want to thank City Attorney Sarah Connect, Acting City Administrator, for sort of righting the ship when things got a little bit amorphous in what these funds could be used for. And it took a lot of patience and really deep dive into what it meant to be a local housing trust fund, and the research that was done, and also with City Attorney John Doimus, and doing the research necessary and allowing the ordinance committee to really about face and look at it a different way. And it's a a much better ordinance now. And thank you also to Ms. Doubles for managing the funds so far, and then being able to pivot and add information on how these could be used. A special thank you to the Housing Authority for working so closely with the city and tirelessly in editing drafts, bringing back drafts, bringing up questions and issues that we were not fully aware of and could not see the implications of, and really that added expertise and being housing partners with the city. Same with Habitat for Humanity, League of Women Voters, SB Can, Cause, so many partners who informed this to really make it the best it could be. And then it came to City Council and we said, go back again and make sure it has the complete stamp of Housing Authority. And I'm so elated that this is a yes, 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 all the way down the line. It's really a testament to the partnership, and it will serve our community. Thank you to Planning Commissioner Leslie Wiscombe and Gabe Escobedo, who did really regional research on, and brought that to the Ordinance Committee, regional research on this type of trust fund. And thank you to the Ordinance Committee for taking the time to get it right. That was difficult, and I think the patience and dedication to that is paying off. And thank you to the Finance Committee for figuring out how to fund it. I mean, we can have that big idea, but Finance Committee brought that together. And then really thank you to City Council for passing this. I'm assuming we'll pass this, and prioritizing affordable housing. It's in line with our housing element. It is in line with our council goals. We're really putting our funding where our priorities are. I'm happy to move this item for the adoption of Chapter 26.80 of the Municipal Code, establishing the City of Santa Barbara Local Housing Trust Fund, and let's include the affordable home ownership language that addresses Habitat's concerns.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Sutton, that the one change we would recommend making, which would address the concerns of Habitat, which would include home ownership as being eligible projects, would be just an amendment to Section 26.80.020. B, the definition of eligible projects would be changed to read, shall have the definition given in the HCD guidelines instead of Cal Code Regulations, Title 25, Section 7302. And then it's clear, whatever the definitions of the HCD guidelines are eligible projects.
Thank you so much. And I believe when it was in ordinance, we had updated that to say, align it with HCD guidelines. So
Correct.
That if those change.
And that regulation really says the same thing, but this is just simpler and clearer.
Okay, so amended for the motion.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know there's so many people, we have another long item, but I just cannot let this moment pass without saying a couple words, so thank you for indulging me. I have to say I'm feeling a little bit emotional about this today. This is such a huge, transformative beginning. It's just the beginning, but it is a critical beginning. Back in 2019, I first started talking, I've said this a couple times from the dais, this was a transformative meeting for me that I had with Mr. Fredericks and Mr. Szymanski. We were chatting about just the critical need for affordable housing in our community, various projects, what can be done, and the idea of a loan fund or a housing trust fund came up. And it was like a light bulb moment for me. And I remember sitting there, they were like, oh, kid, you know, you're new to this, but this is what we need. And from there, it grew. I wrote a couple of long papers about it. I remember going to SB Can and workshopping the concept. I mean, this was a long time coming. I remember, you know, sitting down, as Councilmember Friedman said, with him and the newest iteration to move us from thought to action. You know, when I first started thinking about this concept through those meetings, what I never could have conceptualized of
was the way that this has become a true community initiative. And that, to me, obviously the substance of the matter is so important, but the way that this has become a community initiative is the greatest indicator of its success and its importance. And that is to truly everyone's credit in this room, all of the stakeholders. It's become a Santa Barbara program. It's not any person's program. It's not any agency's program. It's not any department's program. It's a Santa Barbara program. We've engaged stakeholders at every level across committees and interest groups, and I'm not going to name them all. We all have done that already. The ordinance committee, who just ran with this concept and understood the heart of it, and I know because I saw how much work it took to get it there. So it is truly collective. You did such an excellent job, so I truly appreciate it. I have to say, on the city staff side, Director Isaacson, city administrator, city administrator, all the things that you do connect, in particular, Attorney Doimus, Ms. Doubles, as I said, this has been a success on so many levels, substantively for sure, but really in your ability to engage the stakeholders across what were difficult conversations in some moments. This, I think, has become a model for how we enact transformative policy change in this city. This is the model that I would like to see us pursue over and over and over again. I can think of maybe a couple of times that we've been in this room with something as big as this, where to a person, every comment has been thank you, and we were heard, and it is our needs and desires as a community are reflected in what we see in the ordinance. I mean, you all have given us a gift as a community, and I hope you see how grateful I am, and I think how grateful the whole community is for what this means for us moving forward. I'll just close by saying the work isn't done here. This is just the beginning. We've got to get a meaningful, ongoing source of funding, or this framework is not going to have the transformative impact that we all believe that it can have. But boy, is it a necessary, critical step. And as my colleagues have said, I think one of the things that I personally will be proudest to have been a part of. So thank you. I'll second.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just share in the thank yous, but also just run with Megan's comment on work's not done here, as I tend to get in the weeds as usual. But it'd be a shame to look up a year and a half from now and have obligated the $3 million and only have $50 or $100 or $200,000 in there, and there's not a pathway to building that fund back up again. I think the goal should certainly be, what a great goal it would be, to have more money in the fund than the applicants could ever request in a manner that they can work through their requests. And I think it's also important to recognize you don't have a definition for the word in there, but rehabilitate, which spoke to me as homes owned and not rented by people, and the homes not under construction, being rehabilitated for a new use. There are plenty of, in fact, I'm old enough that I remember a public works program that used to do roof replacements with general fund money and then amortize it 30 years onto your property tax. Then we run out of general fund money. I have a neighbor who is as old as my grandparents and has one of those roofs. But there are examples all over the city of low-income people, frequently elderly people, who run into a problem and they are going to lose their housing. Two tragic examples on Cooper Road in the last year that legal knows all about. So I think it's important to continue the work, expand on this, and maybe even look for other methods to cover the gaps that aren't going to fall into the legal beagle part of has to qualify for HCD, and what are those gaps and how do we do that also. And we need to do that in a way that recognizes the true burden on this social need is on the city. And for the city to find a way to do that in a manner that doesn't either punish or burden others than the city. It is our role. We can raise taxes, we can raise this tax, we can raise whatever that may be, but we need to take the lead on that and be the agency that's doing it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And did I hear a motion and a second? Motion by Sneddon, second by Harmon, and we have the corrected language included in that as far as you'll know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, we do.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you ready for that?
Yes, so this is motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to approve the recommended action with the amendment as read into the record by Interim City Administrator Sarah Connect.
You have the vote, please.
Okay. Go ahead and vote, please.
Very good. That passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get to our last big item here. And what I'd like to do is make some announcements about the public speech. And I'd like to use Mr. Saracedo, if you would, help it play. I want to make sure that everybody here is accommodated with language. Yes, it's live.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it'll be 2 minutes per speaker.
Va a ser 2 minutos para cada vocero.
I'll read out the name, and I'll read out the name that's next, so you can be ready to go up.
Yo voy a dar el nombre del que va a hablar y voy a dar el nombre del que va a estar en capilla o esperando.
And a number of you have brought signs. Please keep them down below your face the way we can see them as they are today. Don't pick them up and wave them to disturb other people.
Ustedes pueden sostener los carteles, pero pónganlo abajo de la cara suya. No tienen por qué estar mostrándolos. Manténganlo, pero queremos ver su cara.
And lastly, when everybody speaks, we want to hear everyone. So please do not applause, please do not boo or make comments during public speech.
Y cuando alguien habla, queremos escuchar todo lo que tiene que decir. Por lo tanto, no hagan gestos que pueden ser muy fuertes o con la voz y demás para poder escucharlos, para que no haya ruido de fondo.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Saracedo.
Good, thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll start with the staff report.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Dan Hinchke, Assistant City Attorney. I will try to keep my staff report brief because there's a lot of public that want to talk about this. We have a detailed written report in the agenda packet along with the ordinance. Before I start with the presentation, I would like to point out that I did find a typo in the ordinance on page 11. The definition of owner, we referenced a provision of the Civil Code as it's amended by SB 567 and just got the letters wrong. And so it should read Civil Code section 946.2, paren small b, paren 2, paren capital A, paren Roman numeral, small Roman numeral 8, paren large Roman numeral 2. I didn't make it up. It's what the statute says. So let's move on. By way of background, it's been a long road to getting here. These are some of the actions that the council and the state have taken with regard to just cause eviction and other tenant protections at both the state and local level. Two things that I want to point out here is, one, when we adopted our local just cause assistance in 2020, the county adopted an ordinance after we adopted an urgency ordinance in 2023 to close some loopholes. The county added a right of first refusal upon a no-fault just cause eviction for substantial renovation. We're adding that into our provisions based on the provisions of the county ordinance. And then just this year, the state legislature adopted Senate Bill 567, which made further amendments to Civil Code Section 1946.2, which is part of the Tenant Protection Act. And we made amendments to incorporate many of the provisions of the state law into our ordinance, and then would extend those provisions beyond the sunset date that's provided in state law. What are the new major issues that we're talking about? We're talking about further refinement of current code language, the right of first refusal following a no-fault just cause eviction, tenant protection from harassment. That's really kind of a separate topic from the just cause eviction, but equally important. They kind of go hand in hand. The eviction process obviously or often involves behavior and conduct by landlords that is really for no lawful purpose, but does constitute and creates a harassing environment. And we've sought to address that. Before we brought this even to the ordinance committee, we sent the draft ordinance out to stakeholder groups, the tenants union, the representatives of the real estate industry. That was done a couple of months in advance of the ordinance committee. We had 2 ordinance committee hearings on this, and we're here before you today. At the ordinance committee, there were additions that were requested by the ordinance committee that I'm going to be discussing. Those included what we're calling, not my words, but the ordinance committee's words, the cooling off period before substantial remodel evictions after the purchase of a unit of 5 units or more, and then clarifying amendments to chapter 20, it's actually chapter 26.40. So further refinements to the existing code. These are in ordinance sections, actually 2 through 6. This is what happens when you use a presentation that was made to the ordinance committee to come to the council and you change some of the numbering. So I apologize. It's totally my fault for not correcting the ordinance, the slide presentation. Doesn't change the substance, just the numbers. One of the things that we did is we added in the definition of just cause as adopted by 567. We did that by reference to the actual statute because it's the statute that we wanted to make sure that we were following. It reconfirms that the recovery of property through lease expiration is covered by just cause. We say in the ordinance it's a declarative of existing law. We believe that it is, and I know that it is one of the comments that the Real Estate Association and the Property Owners Association made a comment on that. We do believe it's declarative existing law. It also clarifies that the days when a tenant could occupy a unit without violating health and safety laws are not counted as part of a 30-day move-out period for the purposes of substantial remodel work. As we all know, that if you're doing a substantial remodel, one of the triggers as to whether or not it constitutes no fault just cause is whether the work requires the tenant to move out for 30 days in order to accomplish the work. Under existing state law, a landlord is required to keep a premises habitable. So there are a number of repairs that are kind of routine maintenance and repair type of work in order necessary to keep something habitable. And so if the work is, if a tenant can be there and comply with habitability for part of that time, none of those days get counted as part of the 30-day move out. You really have to move out for the whole 30 days. In addition, we add a tenant private right of action for damages. This private right of damages tracks a new remedy that's added by SB 567, the state law, but we added that in as part of our ordinance because we do have some different provisions in state law. With regard to the right of first refusal, this is in ordinance section 7. It's similar to the county ordinance. It creates a right to re-rent for 2 years following a no-fault eviction for a substantial remodel. In addition to the rent limitation that the county included in its ordinance, we included a limitation on rent increase after substantial remodel to the lesser of 10% or 5% plus CPI, which is essentially the statewide current rent cap that's in existing law. We included that in the provision. I know that at the ordinance committee, there was an allegation that this violates Costa-Hawkins. We don't think it does, but we also clarified that the right of first refusal essentially creates a substantive right for the tenant who was evicted for no fault. It wasn't the tenant's fault that they got evicted. They have a right to come back, and so for the purposes of this ordinance, that is essentially a continuation of their existing rental rights. So it's part of their rental rights and is not a new provision, a new lease. With regard to the cooling off period, this was at the request of the ordinance committee. We add a new section to the code to preclude an owner of a property having 5 or more rental units from initiating no-fault just cause evictions to demolish or substantially remodel the unit for a period of 1 year following the property ownership or acquisition of the property. That provision essentially simply continues the tenant's pre-existing right. When you buy a property, you take it subject to the rights of the tenants that are already there. That what this does is essentially just gives an additional year before you can start the process of doing a no-fault just cause eviction in order to accomplish a substantial remodel or demolition of the unit. And there was a letter submitted suggesting that this somehow works a taking of property. In our opinion, we've researched that issue. It does not. We're confident that this is simply an adjustment of kind of continuation, if you will, of existing arrangements that were voluntarily entered into. The prior owner voluntarily entered into a landlord-tenant relationship. The new owner takes subject to that, and that's simply moving the eviction forward 1 more year. Section 8 of the ordinance has the tenant anti-harassment provisions. Basically, what this does is it creates a private cause of action for tenants who are willfully harassed by owners, owners' agents, their contractors, employees, et cetera, and it provides a private right remedy. We list a number of different items as examples in the ordinance of things that would constitute harassment, but basically it's any willful conduct that interferes with a tenant's right of peaceful possession and creates, for lack of a better term, a hostile environment. The amendments to Chapter 26.40, these were also added at the recommendation of the Ordinance Committee. Essentially what they do is it states that a failure to comply with the provisions of the chapter, which is the mandatory offer of a 1-year lease, is a defense to a legal action to recover possession of the property. And it makes sure that the definitions between Chapter 26.50 and 26.40 are the same. In other words, we don't want to have tenant protection ordinances that have different definitions that apply to the different chapters. So that brings me to the recommendation. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's in your staff report. It's on the agenda. The only request that I would make is that if you do decide to introduce the ordinance, that you make the amendment on page 11 that I had previously written into the record. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, very good. Well, first thing I'm going to do is something I forgot to do before with Mr. Saracedo, is announce that we got over 2 hours worth of speaker slips right here, right now. We're going to accept speaker slips under 10 minutes, so they're going to cut off at 10 minutes to 5, as well as online hands raised. Mr. Saracedo, could you just kind of make that announcement for me, please?
It will be from 10 minutes to 5.
10 minutes to 5, no more speaker slips and no more hands online.
A las 5 minutos para las 5 van a dejar de aceptar de gente que quiera hablar y van a tener que o sea, no van a poder presentar el pedido. Anything else?
I think that's it, unless you remember something I didn't. Okay, very good. Bearing in mind, we have all these questions, all these speaker slips. Hang on one sec. We'll do some council questions. We're going to have a lot of deliberation to do as well. So let's be respectful of that. And after that, I've been told we need to take a short break. So, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do the Spanish speakers in the audience need the translation earpiece? Can we let them know that that's available?
So that they understand English?
Correct. Yeah, they're in the back.
Para las personas que no entienden inglés y quieren una traducción, en la parte de atrás hay audífonos para que se pueda traducir al español.
Okay. All right, very good. Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a question? Yes.
I have a couple of questions. You ready, Mr. Hinsky? Okay.
Yes.
Just for clarification, let's see. So when we have a no fault of its own, the tenant will receive the 2 months pay to be able to leave the unit for renovation, or, if they have to leave, but they still have the right to come back and continue their lease?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes.
La pregunta que le hice al abogado fue que cuando el inquilino se tenga que ir de la unidad y reciba los 2 meses de renta de la ordenanza de causa justa, todavía tienen el derecho de regresar a continuar su contrato de la unidad, y dijo que sí. And then, do we have any findings or facts that say that this ordinance will prevent tenants from being evicted? Or is it just going to delay the process? Could you give me some clarification on that question?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we don't have the ability to prevent tenants from being evicted. We do have the ability to establish the reasons that they can be evicted and to create a defense to an eviction if the landlord does not follow the appropriate process. But if we were to say you can never evict a tenant, that would be a forced occupation, and that would constitute a physical taking of property.
Okay. So I have another question, and it's mainly from representing District 1 and going through the housing element binder that we received on the last council meeting. Does this ordinance address the fair housing? So in my district, the majority of the renters that have below market rents are renting from mom and pops, property owners. So how does this ordinance protect, and I'm going to specifically say Latino property owners that have, let's say, less than 10 units, and they have to renovate? How does this ordinance protect Latino property owners who have been historically been social and economic disadvantage, but they're the ones that house most of the working class in my district and immigrants in my district? So how does this ordinance, specifically to that population, address the fair housing?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, in terms of addressing the fair housing, what the ordinance does is it provides the tenants within those residents of protection and assurance that they won't be evicted without either having fault on their part. They violated the terms of the lease, they didn't pay their rent, they engaged in some behavior that would give the landlord grounds to evict them, or that the landlord followed the process of going through the no-fault just cause eviction. In other words, they had one of the no-fault just cause reasons to evict, and in good faith, they followed those processes. And by and large, all of those processes and requirements are in the existing code. And so the definitions of no-fault just cause are really not changed by this. It adds some additional protections for tenants, but it doesn't change what the no-fault definitions are. In terms of the landlord, the homeowner, the owner of the unit, reasonable people are going to differ over whether or not it creates an impact. That's going to be up to the council to decide as a matter of policy. But what we try to do in drafting the ordinance is make it clear what are the rules that are required for a landlord to go through the process of, for example, evicting a tenant because they want to take back the unit and rent it, for example, to a member of the family, or to take the unit off and do a substantial remodel. And one of the things that I think is important to remember is that under existing law, a landlord is obligated to keep the unit habitable. They're required to do basic maintenance and repair on the unit in order to keep it livable for the tenant. If a landlord wants to do a substantial remodel of the unit, which would basically be something very significant, they can do that. They can still evict them, but then the tenant would then have a right to come back to that unit once it's remodeled at a price that would be capped for the new rent for that unit.
So would you say that it's fair to say that when a property owner renovates, if it's if it's half of the unit or just a small portion of the unit, they will be able to get their investment back? Or is it, when you say cap, can you explain to the public what you mean about cap? Because I know it's in the ordinance, but most people here, I don't think, have read the whole ordinance.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, what we put in the ordinance was that upon re-renting the unit to a tenant who exercises a right of first refusal, that the rent would be capped at the pre-existing rent plus the CPI plus 5% or 10%, whichever is less, of the pre-existing rent. We think that gives the landlord the ability to accomplish a fair rate of return on their investment in the property over the time that they're renting the unit. So we do think it doesn't create a confiscatory situation with the rent. We have not been presented with any evidence that it would operate as a confiscatory matter. And frankly, we got the rent limits from state law. We simply borrowed the rent limits out of state law and used those. In other rent control situations that I'm familiar with, a percent cap on CPI and things like that have been determined to be a reasonable rate. If a landlord does come in and say, hey, look, I can't get a fair rate of return on my investment, we can make an adjustment.
Okay. And the reason behind my question, again, representing District 1, is that by reading the ordinance, and I can go page by page, my fear again is that the mom and pops in my district will be very effective, and they don't have the type of income that some of these corporations that are buying the properties in my district and building, 10-plus units, and the lawyers, that work for them. Some of these big landlords that live in Santa Barbara and own large properties here, they can afford to do some of the items here in this ordinance, but the mom and pops that do most of the works in their property, that this is all they worked for, this is the generational wealth that they're going to leave their kids, they're going to be forced to sell.
So, Ms. Gutierrez, with all due
Okay,
respect, we
so
need to keep
my
to the
last
questions.
question is, if a property owner violates any part of this ordinance, what are the consequences?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the ordinance, depending upon the nature of the violation, primarily creates a defense to an unlawful detainer action. So if a landlord does not go through the process and evicts the tenant wrongfully, the tenant has a defense to the unlawful detainer. In addition, there may be actual damages that are recovered by the tenant. There may be attorney's fees that are recovered. There may be additional penalties if the action is done in bad faith. In addition, with regard to the just cause eviction, we have the ability to file misdemeanor actions, which are code enforcement actions, which the city attorneys has done in the past for violations of the ordinance. So those are the possible remedies. One thing I would say is that the determination of the scope of the ordinance is within the discretion of the city council. And so that's really up to you as to how broad or how narrow this ordinance applies.
Some of the questions that I got from renters and property owners from my district was that the property owners, there was a rumor out there that if they violated this ordinance that it went through, they would have criminal charges. And so there's property owners that are scared and thinking of selling, and so the renters also asked, how bad is this ordinance for, my landlord? So basically you're saying that council could decide on the depth of.
Honorable members of the city council, what I'm saying is this: the existing ordinance remedies are criminal prosecution and defense to a unlawful detainer action. We've added some additional remedies that mirror state law with regard to just cause eviction, and those include actual damages for the tenant and the potential for recovery of attorney's fees in a civil action. This ordinance does not add any additional criminal penalties for anyone. It's already in the existing law that the council previously adopted.
Do we have any data on how many mass evictions we've had in the city in the last, let's say, 5 years?
Honorable members of the council, I do not have that information.
Okay, that's all for now.
Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll apologize. I have some questions that are like carryover from the ordinance committee. We got scooched out of that ordinance committee pretty quickly. So, Dan, so you talked about a little bit the right of first refusal, and then the number you've suggested is simply borrowed from the state's legislation, the combination of CPI and 5% with a cap of 10, right? We haven't done, nor do we have access to data or a nexus study that shows any relationship between the cost burden of doing a renovation versus putting a landlord underwater on those terms or getting a adequate return to actually do and finance those renovations, also given rent caps. That data doesn't exist, right?
Honorable members of the council, I'm not aware of that data.
And then on the 2-year period, you and I went back and forth on that, and I just kind of gave up because of time. Every one of these projects would, as part of their noticing, would have to have, for a renovation eviction, would have to have a permit to be part of the noticing to the tenant, correct?
Honorable members of the council, yes.
And a permit would normally be cleared by a certificate of occupancy at the end, right?
Honorable members of the council, normally, yes, but I've been advised that in some of these instances with this kind of, like, for example, on a remodel, that they don't issue a new certificate of occupancy,
Right.
but they do have to have some kind of final inspection in order to reoccupy the unit.
So, I brought this point up before on the 2-year period with not a trigger other than the presumption that they're ready for occupancy versus a structured trigger of when the project is done, and then why is there 2 years from that time? Why, say for example, when you're done and you have let's just presume a certificate of occupancy or equivalent, and you have that in hand, what's wrong with 45 days of window for a prior tenant to accept or decline to move back in? Where do we get this 2-year period from?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, good question. It was a matter of kind of knowing the starting date. It was easier to know the starting date of when the tenant was evicted than it is to know the starting date of when the work was completed. And so if somebody really did take more than 2 years to do the work, would the right of first refusal expire under this ordinance? Yes.
Yeah. But if you were triggering it on a notice of completion from community development, you wouldn't need that time because the ticking would start then. It'd just be discussing how much time do you give the tenant, right?
Correct.
And that would be a policy decision. right?
Correct.
Okay. Then the issue of a licensed contractor providing a confirming affidavit that a eviction involving substantial renovation that renders a place not habitable being provided by a second party to that. That was also something we discussed, and I'm gonna have a question here. But my comment was that my personal opinion was the burden was just as serious on the contractor doing the work, who was going to get the money, to also sign an affidavit asserting that, and in my opinion, maybe even less threatening to a third-party contractor. And so that is also a policy decision to be made too, correct?
With the mayor's permission, I'm just going to answer the questions without the normal honorable mayor and council members. The answer is correct. That's completely a policy decision. As we discussed at the ordinance committee, the reason that we put in having different people was to avoid an appearance of a conflict of interest, so that the contractor wouldn't necessarily, be self-interested in giving a report that the work needed to be done.
Right.
How big a deal that is a complete policy call. And so if the council believed that a report by any contractor that met the requirement, that the work needed 30 days to get done, and it couldn't be done with somebody there, and it constituted substantial renovation and not just maintenance and repair. If you wanted to take out the requirement for a second opinion, that's completely a policy call, and I have no opinion one way or the other.
But as is routing that requirement for an affidavit into the first party. right?
It is there, yes.
Okay. Then I think last question on the right of first refusal, and then the cap as it's listed in the proposed ordinance right now. Again, a policy decision that you could set that percentage over prior rent, or is there a state restriction due to legislation that would prohibit it from, say, being 20%, 25%, 30%?
It is totally within the council's discretion, and there is no state preemption on that.
Okay. And your interpretation also, just so I asked this question for those who weren't on ordinance committee, was that a person that's working under a rental rights status that receives a notice of a renovation project involving eviction, if that person's normal anniversary had come up for renewal the month or two before and had received a CPI plus 5% less than 10%, 10% or less rent increase, that the upon return, I'll just make up a scenario because that's just what I do. It's a 2 or 3 month project. The tenant comes back in 4 months. The tenant would then be responsible for whatever percentage of that return increase was, even though they had been given a rent increase 4 or 5 months earlier as part of the regular turnover of the lease or agreement. Right?
Correct.
And then at what schedule would the next one occur? Legally, on the first one?
It would be the next year cycle from the commencement of the tenancy after the execution of the right to
Okay.
right of first refusal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I get translation up to the podium, please?
Yes.
Mr. Henschke, you stated earlier that the staff report
Usted dijo
draft
anteriormente que el reporte del personal
was sent to all stakeholders. When was that?
fue enviado a todos los participantes. ¿Cuándo fue enviado así?
What I think I said is that the draft ordinance was sent.
Yo dije que el borrador de la ordenanza había sido enviado a...
That was my recollection, a couple of months before the ordinance committee first met.
Como yo lo recuerdo, fue un par de meses antes de que se reuniera el comité que lleva a cabo las ordenanzas.
So this information was available to the stakeholders and the public months before we discussed it.
O sea, que toda esta información estaba disponible para los participantes meses antes de que nosotros lo discutiéramos.
The draft ordinance was sent to the stakeholders in advance of the ordinance committee.
El
Yes.
borrador de la ordenanza fue enviado a los participantes por adelantado antes de que se hablara.
And the county has passed a similar ordinance to this, correct?
Y el condado también pasó una ordenanza similar a esto, ¿correcto?
Yes, the only difference is the county does not have the rent cap on the right to re-rent that we've included in this ordinance.
Sí, pero lo que pasa es que el condado no tiene una especie de tope como nosotros lo pusimos ahora y eso lo incluimos en esta ordenanza.
And Goleta has passed a similar ordinance,
Pardon me,
correct?
I couldn't hear that.
And Goleta has passed a similar ordinance, correct?
Y Goleta también ha pasado una ordenanza similar, ¿correcto?
It's my understanding, yes.
Lo que yo entiendo, sí.
So this ordinance has been in the local governments for months since last year, correct?
O sea, esta ordenanza ha andado dando vuelta por los gobiernos locales desde el año pasado, antes del año pasado. ¿Correcto?
I think so.
Creo que sí.
And the ordinance states that this will only affect properties with 5 or more units, is that
Y
right?
entonces la ordenanza me explica de que esto afecta solamente las unidades que tenga, las que tienen 5 más unidades.
Okay. Yes and no.
Ok, sí y no.
The, there are provisions in the ordinance
Hay provisiones en la ordenanza
that apply to all units. There are some provisions that apply only to units of 5.
que aplican a todas las unidades, pero hay algunas partes que aplican solamente a las unidades de 5 unidades.
The section that applies to the 5 units or more is the cooling off period.
El estatuto dice que con 5 unidades o más es lo que se lleva a cabo lo que se llama un periodo de enfriamiento.
Okay. So a question for the audience, raise your hand if you own more 5 units.
Y por favor, le voy a hacer la pregunta y pueden levantar la mano. Go ahead.
If you own 5 or more units.
Para aquellos que tengan más de 5 unidades.
Okay. So not many. All right. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Esas son mis preguntas. Gracias.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 2 questions. So first, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez's line of questioning actually really got me thinking about mom and pop landlords and ensuring their longevity in our community. And I'm thinking, wouldn't it be fair to say that without these revisions that we're proposing today, our mom and pop landlords are actually prime targets for corporate flippers precisely because there are no rules with regard to renovation and right to re-rent? I mean, I guess the way that I see this, and I think this is part of our purpose here, right, is that if we want to ensure that our mom and pop landlords aren't targets for these large corporate entities whose sole purpose is greed, one way to do this is to set rules of the kind that are being proposed today, including a limitation on, cooling off periods and re-renting percentages.
Largely the answer to that question is something that needs to be answered by the rest of your colleagues. However, when we were drafting the ordinance, the purpose was to address the rights of tenants and to try and make sure that both the landlords and the tenants had clear understanding of what the rules would be for when you could do a no-fault just cause eviction. And so in writing this, frankly, we tried to be neutral as to things like impact on the housing market in terms of sale of units. That was not something that we were contemplating and thinking about. It may be an effect, but whether it's fair to say or not, I can't answer that question.
Thank you. The second question is, there's been some questions with regard to whether the rent cap, as proposed specifically, will allow landlords to recoup their investment, the investment that they make when they undertake a large-scale renovation. And I guess that's sort of thinking about recouping an investment in isolation. Isn't it true that what we're proposing here does not, and actually I think this is unfortunate in my view, but it does not limit or preclude in any way legal rent increases year over year separately from any kind of renovation-related increase? So what I mean is someone could theoretically increase the rent years 1, 2, 3, and 4. Year 5, undertake a large-scale renovation, and then increase the rent again. So the idea that the costs must be equalized at the moment of renovation is not taking into account the fact that we are not changing the rules, again, unfortunately, as it pertains to legal rent increases that can occur before the moment of large-scale renovation, or renovation, excuse me.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I have questions on the outreach and the community involvement. I need the, translator. So this ordinance
Esta ordenanza
that we have in front of us today,
que tenemos frente a nosotros aquí hoy,
when did this come out to the community?
¿cuándo vino esta ordenanza frente al comité?
That community members can get a hold of this ordinance and look through it.
Could you repeat that?
That community members can get a hold of this ordinance and look through it.
Donde los miembros de la comunidad puedan tomar esta ordenanza, mirarla, leerla
And have public input.
y tener una participación pública con ella.
The exact ordinance that is before the council today
La ordenanza exacta que está frente al Consejo hoy
was made available to the public in the normal agenda publishing process.
fue hecha disponible al público en lo que se llama el proceso normal de publicación de agenda.
Prior drafts of this ordinance
Pero el borrador anterior que se hizo de esta ordenanza
were distributed to the two ordinance committees,
fueron dispersadas a los dos comités de ordenanzas
and the first draft,
y el primer borrador
which is basically the one that went to the ordinance committee,
fue básicamente
The
el
first
que fue
time-
al comité de ordenanzas,
was distributed to stakeholder groups. My recollection is a couple of months before the first ordinance committee.
y
So
esos borradores fueron distribuidos, de acuerdo a mi memoria, 2 meses antes de que ese borrador fuera a las manos del comité.
But this ordinance that's before you today,
Pero esta ordenanza que está aquí frente a ustedes,
which included changes that were directed by the ordinance committee,
que fueron incluidos con cambios que fueron hechos con el comité de ordenanzas,
was distributed whenever the agenda was published, which I believe from the clerk was last week.
fue distribuido cuando sea que haya sido publicada por la agenda, que creo que fue la semana pasada.
So it wasn't months ago?
¿Un mes atrás?
I just
This
need-
ordinance that was here today
La ordenanza está aquí frente a ustedes hoy.
has evolved over time. This
Como ha
ordinance that is
sido
here today,
como ha estado evolucionando a través del tiempo, pero que está aquí hoy, go ahead.
like we do with all basically all ordinances that come to the council, was first distributed in the form that it is before you today,
O sea, como todas las otras ordenanzas vienen aquí frente al Consejo, cuando son puestas frente a ustedes, como está esta hoy aquí,
last week.
la semana pasada.
And was this ordinance or the notice of this exact ordinance that we have in front of us,
Y el aviso de esta ordenanza que tenemos aquí justo frente a nosotros hoy,
was it in anywhere published in Spanish?
fue publicada en español.
I don't know.
No lo sé.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Friedman.
I just have one clarifying question, Mr. Henschke. You said that only the cooling off period is to units 5 or more?
Yes.
So does that mean every other rental in the city, or are there other parameters such as single-family homes, or say you have a house in a ADU?
The existing provisions of the municipal code have a series of exemptions that include certain single-family dwellings, but not all. It excludes certain ADUs, but not all. This ordinance does not change any of the exemptions that are stated in the current code.
Okay, so there might be some single-family homes that have it, some not. It just depends on what the code says for your particular home. So you'd have to research that if you were decide to rent out your home or your duplex.
Yes, as I indicated earlier, this ordinance builds upon prior council action. And so we did not change any of the scope of the application of the just cause eviction ordinances. That's already in the existing law.
Okay. And then do we know if Goleta adopted a 10%? You said the county did not adopt it, but Goleta has this, but do we know what Goleta did?
I don't know, I know the Goleta adopted some provision. I don't know exactly what the Goleta provision is and was, and I just have not had a chance to review the Goleta ordinance
Thank you.
in detail.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just jump in and answer the question about when a similar version of this ordinance was provided to the many stakeholders by our office, the city attorney's office. That was October 27th, 2023.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
All right, you guys have been really, really patient. We have to take a break. But, Sarah, would you please talk to Mr. Saracedo and make that announcement together about how we can get those translator apps in for the folks that need Spanish translation, so we don't have to keep doing it from up here. We will be back in session at 5:35. So, thank you for your patience. We'll be right back. Ceremonial has an announcement about the translation.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a bilingual announcement, first in English. For those ones who would prefer to listen to everything in Spanish, we have 4 earphones in the back that they're connected to a simultaneous interpretation of these proceedings that is being done now via Zoom. It has been done from the beginning via Zoom. But if you go back there are 4 earphones, you can connect them and you will be able to hear everything in Spanish. Para aquellos que quieran escucharlo en español, tenemos 4 audífonos atrás donde se colocan los audífonos y está haciendo la interpretación simultánea de todos los procedimientos desde el principio vía Zoom y pueden ustedes escuchar en esos audífonos. Now, for those who prefer to hear in your phone, there is in the back a sign with that gentleman, the officer is standing right behind. The blue sign tells you exactly the way that you can download an app called Listen Everywhere, and then you put it in your phone, in your earphones, and then you find how to do it. They have all the instructions right there, and then instead of going to English, you put Spanish, and you'll be able to hear the simultaneous interpretation. And para aquellos que quieran escucharlo en el teléfono, allá está la señal, hay un cartel que está color azul, donde les explica a ustedes cómo bajar toda una aplicación que se llama Listen Everywhere, y ustedes pueden utilizar esa aplicación en su teléfono y luego van a poder escuchar simultáneamente también en español si aprietan la parte de español. And finally, for those ones who are going to prefer to express themselves in Spanish when you come up here up front, I'll be sitting right there. All you have to do is look over there and I'll come up and I will do the simultaneous interpretation or consecutive interpretation of your Spanish to the council. Para aquellos que quieran expresarse en español en el momento que tienen que venir a hablar con el Consejo, se vienen aquí, me miran, me pegan una miradita y yo vengo y les ayudo a ustedes para hacer la interpretación consecutiva para los miembros del Consejo. Thank you, gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Saraceno. And Ms. Gorman, would you read the item in, please, that we didn't do earlier?
Yes, and this, we are discussing item 17, tenant protection ordinances, ordinance introduction, recommendations that Council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by amending Section 26.50.010, 26.50.040, 26.50.060, 26.50.070, and by adding Section 26.50.080 relating to just cause eviction, by adding Section 26.50.055 to provide a tenant right of first refusal to re-rent following a no-fault just cause eviction, by adding Section 26.50.075 relating to occupancy following a substantial remodel, and by adding Chapter 26.60 relating to protection of tenants from harassment, and B, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by amending Sections 26.40.020 and 26.40.030 relating to required one-year lease offers to residential tenants.
All right, thank you. And once again, thank you for your patience. You've been much better behaved than we usually are, so we appreciate that. I'm going to once again read off the names for people. It'll be 2 minutes at the podium, followed by the name of the next person in line. The first person has 2 people ceding their time to him. I've had Brian Johnson, who is having Pat Costello and Peter Trent cede their time. Are Pat and Peter here? Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, go right ahead. You're going to be followed by Austin Herlihy. You need a second to set up there? Please. It'll be 5 minutes, please, Ms. Gorman.
Yes, this is for Chris's slides. Perfect. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready, let us know.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you so much. My name is Brian Johnson. I'm with the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors. We're here to present a short presentation on a rental housing provider survey that we did recently that I think can speak to this motion or to this ordinance. I'm just going to sort of go through here real quick. The methodology used, we used American Strategies. We did it over a 3-week period. We had 211 online respondents, good response rate, 20%. Margin of error, it's typical. Overview is that the rental providers in Santa Barbara County are worried about future regulations, and a majority say that it's very likely that they would consider leaving the rental business if current proposals ever became law. Namely, rent control, rental registries, and regulations on security deposits are among the most impactful proposals. Even without these proposals, a majority say that they have considered selling their properties and exiting the business within the past year. Providers are worried about all of the aspects of the business, with excessive regulation and eviction rules topping the list of concerns. Providers have also seen a significant increase in the cost of insurance, and most spend at least $2,000 per unit on both regular maintenance and capital projects annually. In terms of their portfolios, most providers are either solo investors or with a member of their immediate family, and most report owning a small number of individual parcels. Some quick facts. Approximately 55% of housing providers say they've considered selling their rental properties in the last 2 years. 68%, over 2/3, say that the cost of property taxes and government fees are a moderate or major obstacle to operating their rental properties. 2/3 of providers say that government rules and regulations are a moderate or major obstacle to operating their rental properties. And over 3/4 of providers say they're likely to consider selling their properties and exiting the rental business if additional rules and regulations are imposed on rentals in Santa Barbara County. And then 8 in 10 housing providers say they own their units either alone or with a spouse or family member. And over 3/4 of housing providers say that insurance costs have risen by more than 10% over the last 2 years. And in fact, over 1/3 say their insurance costs have increased by more than 25%. Now, nearly 2/3 of housing providers say rent control laws are a major obstacle to their ability to rent property, including capping security deposits at existing rates and precluding any subsequent increases, or requiring property owners to pay tenants annual interest on those security deposit funds, creating a new rental housing board that would operate independently of the mayor and the city council, or requiring housing providers to return rents to what they were charging in previous years, and restricting any subsequent rent increases by a limit of 2% a year. Here's some quotes from housing providers in their own words. Just to read a couple, in my family's time of renting properties, we've only had one tenant we've had to evict. The implementation of the tenant protections have caused some friction among my tenants and I. We are a small, family-run business. We treat our tenants well. We do not raise rents excessively, and our tenants stay with us for many years or for decades. It's unbelievable to us that we do not have the right to refuse to renew a lease at the end of term. Policies like this make it increasingly likely that we will get out of the business, and many of these well-intentioned policies are hurting tenants in the long run. Now, just to give an understanding of what goes into being a housing provider, the one thing that everybody tends to talk about is the rent. What they don't tend to focus on is all of the extra expenses that go into being an owner. So in the green here, you'll see rent, but everything else encompasses various expenses beyond the property purchase price. The initial costs involve taxes, insurance, mortgage payments, maintenance fees, landscaping, general upkeep, marketing expenses, and showing the property to potential tenants, legal and accounting fees for drafting leases and dealing with taxes, as well as property management fees. There's also the consideration of vacancy periods where the property might not generate income, leading to losses, adding compliance with regulations that incur additional charges. Overall, being a property owner involves a multitude of financial responsibilities beyond the initial investment. The addition of more and more government overreach will ensure that only the largest landlords survive. Just to give a quick example, this is an example of a tax return from a property owner. You'll see in red there are many years where they will deal with actually negative returns in owning a property because the amount of expenses will vary from year to year, especially with capital improvements. Just to reiterate, our major concerns are the substantial remodel contractor opinion, the right to re-rent following substantial remodel rent, and termination of tenancy definition, and the cool-off period of 1 year after purchase. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Austin Herlihy to be followed by Chris Parker. Please no applause or other kinds of acknowledgement. Thank you. 2 minutes, please, Mr.
I'm going to add
Gorman.
Mike Lopez. I didn't sign in earlier, but Mike Lopez is going to give me his time.
Mike Lopez?
Lopez.
Did he put in a speaker slip?
Yeah.
And is he here?
He's here.
Okay, very good. Then you can have 4 minutes.
Thank you.
4 minutes, please.
Mayor Rouse and fellow council members, I'm one of the partners in 215 Bass Street, which is a property that all the activists are trying to use to jam through this ordinance. You must know the facts before making such an important decision. Facts are, there hasn't been a mass rent eviction since Just Cause was enacted a year ago. Tenants already have more rights to properties than owners have. Just Cause is working, and you need more time to see this. 215 Bass Street has real life and safety issues with 90-year-old knob and tube electrical and 60-year-old plumbing. Both our lender and insurance companies have covenants in our agreements that these items be replaced. If you can get insurance, or if you can't get insurance, you can't get a loan. If you can't get a loan, then the value of the real estate declines, and so does the property taxes. We recently saw that Beach Cities had a fire, and the electrical in Beach Cities was 30 years newer than the 215 Bass Street electrical. All we've evicted is one drug dealer who hadn't paid his rent, and thanks to the Santa Barbara Police Department, that was it. We have struck agreements with many of the tenants at much better than Just Cause terms. Just Cause calls for 2 months of rent payment and 4 months' notice. We have provided every tenant that we have agreements with the equivalent of 4.5 to 5 months compensation. We also have worked with them on move-out dates so they can avoid paying rent in 2 places at one time. We're good, productive community members with families. We want to have pride of ownership and safe housing, which is a landlord's responsibility. The tenant activists have threatened my family with militant action in charging my home. They have posted all of my personal contact info all over the web. I have up to 30 messages a day threatening me. Are these the type of people that we're going to allow spread false information and influence the mayor and city council's decision-making? This is radical behavior, and all you have to do is read their post. They call for the end of private ownership, private property ownership. That isn't socialism. That's communism. Our community needs to wake up. All property owners need to see what's coming. It's not just owners of apartments. I'm happy to sit down with all of you, open the books, so you can see all the information pertaining to 215 Bass Street that has been published is false. It would be careless and reckless to vote on this ordinance today without sitting down and talking to property owners and property managers and learning the facts. There's no emergency, and there aren't any mass rent evictions going on. I'm also a developer in this town, and if this ordinance passes, I can tell you that no developer in their right mind will want to build an apartment building here. This council will be sending a clear message to every developer in the city that they don't honor property rights for owners. Without new housing, the housing crisis will only get worse. I think the city needs to make a decision on this and also put it to bed for at least 5 years. It's impossible for developers and business people to make decisions when the goalpost moves every 9 months. Thank you.
Okay, Chris Parker will be followed by Rick Hansen, sorry.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and fellow council members. I'm a third-generation local who was born and raised in Santa Barbara. My family's longstanding roots are a big part of my love for this town and my passion for its real estate. I've been involved in commercial real estate for over 14 years, both as a broker and as an investor. I oversee a number of apartments downtown, and I'm currently working to entitle 99 units on the Tri-County site to provide more needed housing. I'm also a partner in the ownership of the apartments at 215 Bass Street. Upon purchasing that property, we discovered that there were deferred maintenance issues that required timely repair. I firmly believe that as a landlord, it is my job to make sure that I am providing safe dwelling for its inhabitants. The property consists of knob and tube electrical. This wiring is known to be dangerous and can cause fires. Both lenders and our temporary insurance company have required us to upgrade the electrical. It is not feasible to make these repairs while the buildings are occupied. To be clear, only one tenant has actually been evicted. This eviction was for illegal activity and non-payment of rent. We have come to terms with other tenants providing more than double the compensation that is required by Just Cause and being flexible with their move-out dates. Recently, I've been named as a slumlord and accused of harassing residents at the property. These statements are simply not true. I firmly believe there needs to be a path for landlords to make improvements to their properties. Otherwise, you'll find that Santa Barbara's older housing stock will continue to decline. Additionally, this measure will make it impossible to fund improvements. In the last few years, interest rates have increased along with insurance, utilities, and construction costs. I believe that by enacting this, it will inevitably not only encourage slumlord-type rental housing, but actually legislate it. I'm passionate about housing. I'm proud of what I've built in this town of Santa Barbara. I feel honored to be a part of the community. Please do not make this decision based on inaccurate information and a one-sided agenda. I urge you to consider the facts and keep in mind that landlords need to provide a path to fix up housing as well.
Thank you. Rick Hansen, followed by Sylvia Corral. Rick Hansen, are you?
Oh,
Sorry, and then you're after Mr. Hansen. Yes, thank you.
thanks. I won't take much time. Thank you for your hard work. All of you who've worked on the ordinance improvements, and they are improvements. I've lived in an apartment cottage for 30 years that's being attacked by a landlord who doesn't have the best intentions for his tenants. I feel for all these people who are entrepreneurs and who are people who have property that they rent out. It's important that they be able to make a profit and that they be able to support their families and just like I do with mine. But there are reasons that we need these improvements, and because there are real harassment issues and injustices that are happening because these ordinances have not been updated. It's possible for these landlords at 215 Bath and all these mom and pops to make the improvements that need to be made and to do the things that they need to do to upkeep and make a healthy, safe place for tenants to live with these ordinances. All they have to do is plan ahead. You mentioned it. If you raise rent, as you're able to every year, you plan and save, and then you make improvements. And you give people who live there the right to come back. Because if you just kick them out, you're being mean. That's mean. And with this ordinance, it would be illegal. Everybody needs a place to live, and we need to live affordably. Everybody needs to make a profit, but there's things that are happening in this town by landlords who take advantage of tenants who want to flip properties. Maybe not 215 Bath, maybe not these people, but it's happening, and we need to stop it. Thank you.
Silvio Corral, followed by Nick Gonzalez.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of City Council. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara on the east side. My parents believed in the American dream. They worked very hard, long hours, 6-7 days a week, and back-breaking jobs. And my family now has a 50-year-long history of providing affordable housing for immigrants, for single moms, for low-income families, and we rent below HUD. And we don't raise our rents. And we have tenants that have been there for years, that if I start raising rents, they're going to have to leave because they won't be able to afford it, and they do not qualify for HUD or any of your programs. Mr. Gutierrez, I find it so hard to believe that you are supporting this as written. It will affect your family, your friends, your neighborhood, your district. They voted for you to be their voice, to protect their well-being, to protect their neighborhood. You are failing. This ordinance must be rewritten. As currently written, it puts small landlords having to do a couple of things. Raise rents, just like you said, Ms. Harmon, or get out of business, sell. And then we promote gentrification, brings in people with money, developers, big apartments. There go our neighborhoods.
my neighborhood, my family, my school, where I lived, and I still live. One event, just one of these events, as you currently have it written, is onerous. It would bankrupt me. I don't have the wealth.
Thank you. That's the time.
So please vote no. Start over. Have us involved.
Thank you. Nick Gonzalez is going to be followed by Michael Schomburg.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, this is not a battle between tenants and landlords. This is an issue of addressing mass evictions. And what you've allowed the tenants union and the other groups to do is blow this out of proportion and apply it to every single housing provider in this community. That's not equitable to everybody. It's not fair to the tenants, and it's not fair to a lot of the mom and pops that have every last penny that they've ever earned invested in something. That's their pension. I've said it before, that's their 401k. That's their means of supporting their families. And they're the ones that house, a lot of the Latino landlords here are the ones that are housing the most vulnerable people in the community. And when you make regulations that force them out, you actually displace the tenants they house. That's something that the tenants don't understand. That doesn't affirmably further affordable, fair housing as your housing element states. Your housing element states you have to preserve housing. So why are you vilifying everybody? Your housing element states that your housing is, a majority of it was built before 1939. So why are you making it so difficult to renovate and rehab this housing? It's very simple to say we're all greedy, we're all criminals, and we're all bad. But that's not just. That's not equitable. That's not fair. So why don't you espouse all these virtues that you talk about and have a real meeting where you bring everybody together and figure a way to address what the problem really is? Displacement to keep your housing stock viable and livable. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Schomburg will be followed by Teresa Patino.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Unfortunately, there are not enough places to live here, and that has always been the situation, and the prices reflect the balance. Using rent control as a strategy by government has been proven to reduce the housing opportunities and instantly increases rent. Do you want that? The economics of supply and demand will always prevail. San Francisco has strict rent control and also has the highest rents. An example of rent control not working. The supply has to increase to meet demand. More dwellings and landlord support, not more rent control and restrictions. This means that a better way of creating housing and stronger, more timely landlord laws are needed, providing the landlord with rental security of their property. Landlords are being forced to rent to almost anyone by government and are discouraged. The results are less units on the market, exactly what you don't want to accomplish. Most are small family-owned rentals and just want a reasonable return on their investment, not continued confrontation and more laws. By assisting the landlord with stronger property rights, landlords will begin to feel that they, the owners, that take the risk and pay the bills, have control of their property. Basic concept of America. COVID-19 harshly penalized the landlords. This was not a fair system for the landlords. Many are discouraged from renting now. With increasing landlord confidence that the law will stand behind them, more units will become available on the market, including rooms in larger houses. Remember when this was less confrontational? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Teresa Patino, followed by Amber Asher.
Okay, let's see. Hello, Mayor Rose and City Council members. The ordinance should be reconsidered at a later date only after the entire community has been given the equitable opportunity to participate. There was no outreach to the Spanish-speaking residents in the East or West Side districts. Ironically, the day you finalize your housing element is the same day that you fail to affirmatively further fair housing, which is defined as taking meaningful actions that, taken together, address significant disparities in housing needs and in access to opportunity, transforming racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty into areas of opportunity, and fostering and maintaining compliance with civil rights and fair housing laws. Several of you state that this ordinance has been drafted to address mass evictions that the city of Santa Barbara has experienced in the past and present. A review of the general plan housing element that you just submitted at the state HCD shows the mass evictions are occurring only in 12% of the city's housing stock. Let me repeat myself, only 12% of the city's 39,932 housing units are in complexes with 20 or more units. The impacts of this ordinance is going to be found to be in contradiction to many goals and requirements of your housing element due to the fact that no studies to the impacts have been evaluated and no data has been collected. Any tenant protections must be considered diligently and legally. Nick Wells of the Santa Barbara Independent states, pains needs to be taken to distinguish the big hedge funds investors from the small mom-and-pop landlords, who in their own quiet way have helped subsidize the local housing market by not going after every last cent possible. This is a smart thing to do. It is also the fair thing to do. I'm here to tell you that it's also the legally required thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber Asher, followed by Miguel Avila.
Hello, I'm Amber. I live in Santa Barbara City along with my daughter. We are a single income household. I'm here to speak for tenants' rights, tenant protections, and to urge the council to pass the proposed ordinance today without delay. Myself and others I know personally are experiencing harassment and unfounded legal actions right now and can't afford to wait. We know and expect rents to be high in Santa Barbara. Rents here on average are already 126% higher than the national median, according to Zillow 5 days ago. The average rent for one bedroom here is about $3,000. And to submit an acceptable application, in most cases, a household has to provide 3 times the rental rate and monthly income, or $120,000, $140K per year minimum for a family housing, so in my case. How many families aren't able to prove that new level immediately upon being pushed out of a long-term tenancy because the landlord decides their portfolio needs a flip? Median income in SB is $40,000. Radius Group leader Austin Hurley, he recently on a local podcast said, if you have expenses that are increasing but income that's capped, that's not a good model. I feel like, think about that. He's making the point better for tenants. What if your expenses in this case are 30 to 50% of your income, and that's your rent, and it's going up 10% every year? Most people aren't making that in annual pay increases. I've been coming to speak here over and over again in the past year, and I see many new faces here today, and many of them representing the voices of mom and pop landlords, and I hope all here today understand the TPA exclusions that apply. So the same types of units are excluded from this situation as are in the TPA. So we're not talking about rental rooms in your house or ADUs in your backyard or your second single-family home or the other side of the duplex you live in. We're talking about multi-unit houses 15 years or older, and it's urgent that we take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Miguel Avila, followed by Frederick Lang.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity. It's great to be here. My name is Miguel Avila, 50 years resident of Santa Barbara since 1973. I think everyone in this chamber probably wasn't even born back then. So, including Mr. Carlos over here. Anyway, so 45 plus year of community involvement. I was the co-founder and I'm current president of the Greater Santa Barbara Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I was the founding president and also current president of the Santa Barbara Mariachi Festival. A member of the board of the Earl Warren Showgrounds and many other organizations. Like I said, 45 plus years. How I make a living? I sell real estate. I sell single family homes, and mostly investment properties, 4 units or less. In fact, many of my past clients that I've sold in real estate, they're here. I went on a vacation on the 19th to Mexico, come back, and then I get on Thursday, I get a text from our board of realtors, and then I start getting calls from many concerned residents that they felt that their investments were threatened. And so what do we start doing? Getting together, talk about what is happening, what is in our very front of our very eyes. My advice to all of you is to put a halt on this ordinance. For what I've heard over here, is a complex ordinance, difficult to understand, not published in Spanish. Thursday, or I believe, was when it was, this current one is when it was really published the way it is. So please put a hold on it. We need more education. We need more hearings.
Thank you. Frederick Lang, followed by Barbara Parment.
Criminalizing landlords for remodeling their units is going to decrease the supply of rental housing. Most small property owners have their entire life savings invested in rental housing. You assume displacing tenants is always driven by greed. Landlords value their tenants and try to do everything on the tenant's schedule, but sometimes the property owner may have no other choice but to ask them to move. The majority of rental housing in Santa Barbara is between 60 and 120 years old. You can't keep a property in service every year, and eventually you have to get in there and do some renovation. In other markets, older buildings are just torn down, but due to the lack of housing in Santa Barbara, the economic life of buildings can only be extended through rehabilitation. Some of the issues that need to be addressed in older buildings include repairing termite damage, fixing structural problems, replacing old knob and tube electrical systems, replacing old clay and galvanized plumbing systems, replacing antiquated heating and ventilation systems, fixing leaky skylights, windows and doors, not to mention replacing kitchen cabinets and countertops and electrical fixtures and plumbing fixtures that have completely worn out. The most the landlord's ever going to recover for fixing up a unit is market rent. You know, so the cost of the rehab needs to fit within the concepts of market rent. You know, and if it doesn't, it's going to produce more deferred maintenance. And you know, if this ordinance goes through, we're probably going to be here a year from now debating a slumlord ordinance that none of us want to see. Okay, so I'm going to ask you please to not support this ordinance and try to find, and I think it's fine the way it is, because I mean, granted, some people have problems, but those are the things we need to address, not to try to kill a gnat with a sledgehammer. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Parment, followed by Alex Sandoval.
Thank you for this opportunity. I've been here 40 years, and I've been supporting tenants' rights for 40 years. And every single time, no matter what it was, we're always told, oh, we're going to ruin rentals. People are going to leave. That's the threat. Every time it seems like a threat of fear. And I don't understand why every time we pull out the real estate business, you get into real estate to make money. And if you're buying and selling homes, I bought a house for $150,000. It is now worth way over $2 million. And who can justify that kind of profit and tell me, oh, I cannot possibly afford to ever do any of the work that I've owned for 40 years, or even if you bought it 5 years ago. This is a profit-making, that's why you go into real estate. You don't do it to be kind. We need housing, and we need to stabilize housing. And the only way to do that is to stop real estate, the ones that are greedy, I'm not talking about people who are reasonable. But the ones who are greedy and who want to evict, and they come in from the outside often, but sometimes here. So I've made my case. I think we are watching you who is voting for this and who is voting against it. And if you're voting for it, you are for tenant rights and reform. And if you are voting against it, you are for the real estate industry. And we will remember that when you are up for election. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Alex Sandoval, followed by John Beardsmore.
Hello, City Council members and Mayor. I've been coming to give public comment in support of tenants for the last year, and so today is a pretty exciting day. And I urge you all to vote in support of Ordinance 17 and to protect tenants. I think it's quite telling that the consequences of not passing this ordinance, the consequences for tenants, for working class people, is houselessness, is displacement, is moving to another city. The consequences for landlords are what? That they still have units that they can sell, that they still have property. That's at the root of it. And so, I mean, this vote really is, you're voting to protect working class people, or you're voting to ensure that, people that already have wealth, people that already have property, have more rights. And I don't think that's right. I think that what's right is always for tenants to have more rights, because we want people to be able to stay where they live. And we want people to be able to also defend themselves against harassment, because that's also at the core of this. People are harassed all the time because landlords feel like they can do whatever they want to do. So anyway, I'll leave it at that, and just please vote in support of Ordinance 17. Thank you.
John Beardsmore, followed by Rob Fredericks.
Mayor Rouse, council members, my name is John Beardsmore. I've been a resident in Santa Barbara for 67 years. As a small rental property owner, the more regulations you pass to supposedly protect tenants is only driving small owners like me out of the market. Maybe this is by design, since corporate companies like BlackRock and others are what your city employees' pension funds are heavily invested in to keep your pensions alive. Eventually, there won't be any small owners left that have historically kept rents affordable. There will only be large corporation owners and investors groups. As a small owner, I do most, if not all, of my own maintenance and renovations. It's the only way I can afford to stay in business. This proposed ordinance does not allow for that. If allowed to stand as is, I would be forced to hire an independent contractor despite possessing my own California contractor's licenses. Do you have any idea how many other owners like me do their own work? Many of us. I would ask if any of you own property, and if so, when was the last time you were able to get a properly licensed contractor to come out promptly to do work, and to find then a second contractor to testify that such work is necessary is to imply dishonesty by the owner and the first contractor. Do you distrust us that much? Additionally, I see nothing in this ordinance to address emergency work and renovations that can potentially take longer than 30 days and require tenant relocation. Finally, requiring that owners have to offer any unit back to the original tenant after we have a terminated rental agreement seems illegal, not to mention completely absurd, especially at only a 10% or less rent increase. I can tell you right now, I won't do any work to a unit until it is vacated unless absolutely necessary for health and safety.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rob Fredericks, followed by Rob Hunter. Rob, good to see you again. Looking well.
Pat Wheatley, Chair of the Santa Barbara City Housing Authority. The Housing Authority would like very much to be in support of item 17, the Tenant Protection Ordinance. We have tremendous gratitude with many fine owners that we rent with and have worked with for years. But we are seeing with increased number of times that clients of ours that are co-clients of the person having rent are being evicted and not being able to find other rent. Because of that, we cannot stand silent and not stand up for that right. To quote Rob Fredericks, that he sees this as doing the right thing ordinance. And we hope that you today will do the right thing. Thank you.
Rob Hunter, to follow by Stanley Zankoff.
Mayor Rouse and all the council people. I'm a landlord and I have 7 units at Haley and Garden. And I bought the property about 6 years ago and have not increased my rents there until about 1.5 years ago when all these other ordinances started coming up and all the rent control. So all this rent control forced me to increase my rents as much as I can, as fast as I can, because I can't have, all these other pieces of the ordinances try to, reduce my return. I don't know, I'm pretty sure all of you guys have hired contractors lately. 10% increase in a rent, it's just like, that's ridiculous. I mean, you'd never get your money back if you tried to do a legitimate remodel. And this is all about, the maintenance that we have, and landlords basically are just not going to put money into these properties, and which creates blight. So the other aspect of it is that we're going to get outside investors coming in, and I guess that might be a desired thing for you guys. So I'm a stakeholder and I wasn't notified. I have 14 units in town. So I just think that this needs some more discussion. It needs to be continued so that these people can participate. Thank you.
Stanley Zankoff, followed by Carmen Aguilano.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I want to reiterate my huge thanks to the Ordinance Committee, our talented City Attorney's Office for pulling the best practices of housing policies from around the state. And I want to stress my profound thanks to the dozens and dozens and dozens of tenants and compassionate neighbors and supporters who continue making time to boldly share their stories in our weekly tenant help desk and our monthly meetings, at the doors that we visit. And as you've seen, since very early last year at these council chambers, some of them are in the same room as the owners and property managers who could choose to retaliate against them, as we've sadly seen be the case in plenty of these situations. To quickly address the line of questions, if we're really truly worried about the mom and pop landlords, then you should be in favor of this. This could remove the massive dollar sign bullseye that each of their properties has in the eyes of this growing industry of out-of-area corporate flipper developers. The insinuation that people haven't had a chance to see this when we've been talking about it since April of last year, and then later on in October, and when I've seen the very same reps from the multiple landlord interest groups at these very same meetings is quite honestly a little bit confusing and disingenuous. And I'd also love for the city to provide its materials in Spanish, always. I think our Spanish-speaking tenants would probably love that, but I'm not really clear why this particular ordinance requires this additional layer of scrutiny. And the concern about data would be there if we had a rental registry, which many of you know we've been advocating for years. we're on the precipice of passing a long overdue common sense and best practice rules of the road if you're going to do business in this town. If you say what you mean and mean what you say, if you maintain your properties as you should and not claim and threaten that you won't, then this song isn't about you, right? If we, also these tired notions of like, this is killing the American dream, this very classic fear-mongering that you see in this room is a tired trope. If your notion of the American dream means that you give bogus notices, do unpermitted work, you paint your way through repairs that you should have taken care of, if you harass and bully tenants and cut corners in the very generous rent increases you're already allowed, I don't want it. And Santa Barbara doesn't deserve it. And ultimately, this is about fair rules of the road. It's long overdue. People can't wait. Please don't kick this can down the road. The very fabric and health of our region counts on you.
Carmen Angelado, followed by Daniel Rhodes. Carmen? Okay, Daniel Rhodes, please.
Hello, Council. I am also here. I'm a tenant in the city of Santa Barbara. I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance as well. I think that I'll make an ethical or moral statement here. To me, I personally believe that it is wrong to evict someone from their home just to raise the rent, to make more money. I believe that that is something that's wrong. I think the Tenant Protection Act, California law, is an expression in the law that we as the state of California agree that that's wrong. It's wrong to evict a tenant just to raise the rent. And make no mistake, that's what a rent eviction is. A rent eviction is a thin veneer of legality, a thin justification based on a renovation for multi-unit landlords, corporate LLCs that own multiple single-family homes, to evict tenants from their homes just to raise the rent. And in many cases in Santa Barbara, that means raising the rent by 100%, including the rent cap on the right to return is the only way to take away that enormous economic incentive. I mean, who could resist 100% rent increase? It's crazy. The only way to take away that incentive and to ensure that landlords act in good faith when renovating, doing necessary renovations on their homes, and not just to raise the rent and make more money, rent cap is the only way to do it. And I really, really encourage you all, as Stanley was saying earlier, to not kick this can down the road because this is urgent. This is happening. I'm shocked that there are still people that are saying that mass evictions are not happening in the city of Santa Barbara. It is unbelievable. And I don't know, when I go home today and I talk to my family and friends about what happened here, I will either be able to say that this was a great step forward in tenant rights in the city of Santa Barbara, or that it was a huge mistake made by the city council to not take this opportunity as it's come up to make this a better city. So thank you very much.
Sebastian Aldana, followed by Marcelo Ortiz.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Sebastian Aldana Jr. I'm a native to this land that we call Santa Barbara. I do have a rental. I have a rental, and my tenant and his family have been there for 18 years. 18 years, and that's very simple. The reason why he's been there is because we're fair with each other. I'm a small mom and pop landlord. With that said, this ordinance will make it difficult to be fair. Us small mom and pop landlords will have no choice but raise our rents to recoup our expense. And I do agree with the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association and Santa Barbara Association of Realtors, their concerns. No one should have anyone over a barrel, and I feel this is what we have here. And it's not a good feeling, to say the least. I would like to know, and this is kind of a repeat because a couple of people asked, but I already had it written. I would like to know how much outreach was done on this issue and how much was done in Spanish, as many Spanish-speaking individuals are landlords. I would recommend tabling this item until there is proper community outreach and forums. Please dissect this ordinance, listen to everybody's concerns, and make proper adjustments to make it fair for everybody. As the carpenters say, measure twice and cut once. Thank you.
Marcelo Ortiz? Marcella, I'm sorry. And then Megan Turley will be following her.
Good evening. I'm here in support of the ordinance. I have an experience which is different. I do not live in the city of Santa Barbara. I live in Solvang. And a year and a half ago, I was forced to become, I won't say forced, I started to become involved with the Tenant Protection Acts due to a large corporate entity buying out a complex that I live in, that I've lived in now for 19 years, and 17 and a half years of that was mom and pop. Great. They raised the rents, they took care of the property. The second that the big company came in, we were they didn't come out and say it, but immediately we were started to be harassed with notes. This is what's going to happen. This is how you're going to do this. No communication, no getting together with the tenants, of which out of a 54-unit complex, we are an amazing group of tenants. I think all of this comes back to the mom and pops are getting, some of them are getting into this because these big corporations are coming in and buying in these properties. And now when you do have, for instance, Core Spaces getting these big eviction notices, and the tenants that live there, that a lot of them are working class, some of them on housing assistance, cannot find places to move to. This is where these eviction policies have to be helped. We have to do something that enforces the big corporations to do what they need to do and help tenants be protected. Thank you.
Megan Turley, followed by Stephen Lay. Is Megan still here? Okay, Stephen Lay, please. All righty, moving on to Don Kadich.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. As a 40-year-plus resident of Santa Barbara, I have been on both sides of the tenant-landlord divide. After college, the only housing I could afford was a Quonset hut in Carpinteria, and my only source of heat was a space heater. Now, as a homeowner and a housing provider, I have amazing tenants, and I have raised their rents on average 1.5% over the prior 5 years. While it's easy to point the finger at the other side, neither in this debate are the bad people. I genuinely sympathize with today's tenants who have little recourse if they lose their lease. Likewise, landlords face interest rates that have surged over the past years, net zero mandates that cost tens of thousands per unit, excessive bond obligations on property taxes, skyrocketing contractor expenses, and never-ending local governance red tape. And while it's expedient to go after the low-hanging fruit, which targets only landlords, you are missing an opportunity to set in motion the process to actually solving this problem. City Legal acknowledged that there is no data on how many tenants or how many housing providers are affected, no data if housing providers will ever recoup their expenses. They acknowledge existing ordinance already protect tenants. Council's responses to your questions include yes and no, I think so, and this is too important a topic to make a decision on assumptions. And let me answer the question that you provided to City Legal. Two is the number of business days that we had to review the ordinance that's currently in place. The real victim in today's hyper-political arena is pitting one group against the other, and the TPO does exactly that, tenant versus landlords. Today, the TPO, if adopted, will become another nail in the coffin of private housing development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stacy Kaplan, be followed by Michael Harasich. Probably don't have that much. Stacy Kaplan? Okay, I thought I saw you out there. What do you think that says? K-R-A-C-I-C?
Awesome.
You have your own soundtrack, cool.
Mayor and council members, I urge you to reconsider this whole thing, not to vote yes for it or no against it, rather no against it, and let's go back to the drawing board. You know, I'm a real estate broker, and I'm also the owner of a triplex built in 1905. So I can say firsthand that the more regulations that are piled on, the more tenant so-called protections are actually harming the very people they're intended to help. I've been a real estate broker. I'm in real estate for 19 years. It's only the last couple of years that I've seen annual rent increases. I never even saw that before, ever. Working at RE/MAX, another private company, and now my own company. Now people feel, the housing providers feel they have to put this in to protect themselves. I spent the better part of the summer trying to get fire insurance for a property in the city, 2 blocks off State Street. I couldn't believe how high the premiums were going. I mean, it was insane. So I just want to be really clear about something. These unintended consequences that have now started to rack up, when I hear it's the tenants against the realtors, that's the most ridiculous thing. Let's think about this. The more government overreach there is into private business, private contracts that have a beginning date and an end date, and now a mandatory offer, and then adding on this rent cap on top of a two-year right of first refusal, this is going to make property owners get out of the business. What does this do for realtors? Heck, gives us great sales. More sales. Hold my beer. Let's see what happens with this. That's what I say. Why are we here? Because we care about housing. Housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, I probably don't have your last name right, but you figured out who you are, so great.
Hi, Council, Mayor. I'm Michael Arisic. I am a resident at 215 Bath, and I just want to show up here and sort of bear witness that what's happening is that it has become, quite frankly, a kind of an unpleasant place to live since it was bought. And what I believe the reason is, and that's what it bears directly on what you are deciding right now, is that there is currently a perverse incentive in place. Every one of us that they manage to displace, they stand to gain hundreds of thousands of dollars because of the way real estate is valued. As a result of that, as they mentioned earlier, this creates the incentive to sort of do this thing where they try to come and essentially convert the unit to a new kind of thing. In our case, they want to do students, and then really just kind of flip the building. Megan Harmon was very spot on that this kind of activity doesn't actually generate any new housing. It doesn't make the housing better. All it really does is generate short-term profits. And the other thing that it does is it actually diverts investment from things that do create new housing. People that might want to buy land and, or rebuild buildings, they're not going to do it because they're going to be doing this flipping thing instead. So, you know, you're going to hear a lot of interests say that this is going to make it harder to operate a rental business. The only two operations that this is really going to make harder are displacing residents and harassing residents. Short of that, they still have the freedom to do all the renovations they need to do between tenants. They can do normal maintenance. Nothing's being affected. In fact, most of the buildings in the city aren't even affected because they're too small. This is really just large things, and they're really not mom and pops. They actually have quite talented legal departments and that sort of thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, Rachel Sim, and followed by Elizabeth Newman.
Mayor and City Council, first I want to thank you for all of the steps that you have already taken to level the playing field for tenants. And as a renter, I'm just here today asking you to do just a little bit more. On December 19th, the City of Goleta unanimously passed an urgency ordinance effective immediately, requiring the same right to return as proposed in this ordinance. Both ordinances have the same carve-outs as the Tenant Protection Act, which excludes includes exclusions for new construction and owner-inhabited units. And it also includes a carve-out for single-family homes that are not owned by a corporation or a real estate investment trust. I'm just asking you to provide the same protections to tenants in Santa Barbara that have been provided in Goleta. As others who have pointed out, landlords who are operating in good faith, if they're not bad actors or massive flippers, they have nothing to worry about. We are asking for basic protection against bad actors. We are asking that landlords engage in good faith. And frankly, if all landlords were doing that, we wouldn't be here today asking you for this. Working people, teachers, families, service workers, first responders, and city workers are all being priced out of our community by unscrupulous landlords who are happily taking our rent money, which they increase each year, by the way, and let our units fall into disrepair. Then they claim they need to renovate, boot us out, and jack up the rent. We need a right to return and a cap on the rent increase. This ordinance does not target landlords, it protects tenants. Thank you.
Elizabeth Newman, followed by Joanna Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara, full-time student at Santa Barbara City College, full-time service and hospitality industry worker, and a renter of an apartment on the west side. I am in support of item 17, and I'm here today in gratitude that I am not currently facing a rent eviction myself, but rest assured that I am no stranger to corrupt and abusive landlords. When I moved here 6.5 years ago, I was forced to move 6 times in the span of a single year, which went hand in hand to me failing my classes, losing my financial aid, dropping out of school, and doing God knows what just to keep a roof over my head. Some of the reasons I was prompted to move during that time were uninhabitable living conditions, such as mold, lack of running water, rodents and pests, as well as forced, unlawful evictions. 6.5 years ago, I was 17 years old. I had nowhere to go, no relatives that lived within the state, and little to no knowledge of my rights and available resources to assist me in times of crisis. I'm here today to speak for the 17-year-old girl who didn't have a voice, as well as thousands of other renters who experience the same hardship every day here in Santa Barbara. Why should landlords have the right to evict tenants on the ground of renovations when they haven't responded to years of preventative care through requested tenant work orders? Landlords seem to be held responsible for the rehousing of the displaced tenants because they were the ones who put the building on the market in the first place. It's their responsibility to inspect the building, and a bad investment cannot be placed on the burden of the tenants that live there. Think of it this way. Landlords are the retailers of housing. If you were sold a defective good at a retail store unknowingly, what does any good retailer do? They either refund you the money you spent or they provide you with an equivalent replacement. It has gone on for too long that landlords have evaded their legal responsibility to ensure safe and inhabitable living conditions throughout preventative care. By allowing rent evictions, you're rewarding landlords for breaking the law and putting their tenants at risk. Being a landlord is a responsibility and a job that here in the city of Santa Barbara they have long gotten away with not performing their legally required duties. Mayor and council members, you are faced with a decision: provide the legislation for preventative housing aid today or face the bill of the unhoused tomorrow. Thank you.
Joanna Sanchez, followed by Estela Montano.
Oh, good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members and staff. My name is Joanna Sanchez. I too come from the real estate development. My core expertise is density build. And I understand both sides of this conversation, and I am totally 100% for the tenant protection ordinance. The reason being, it's going to have a dialogue, it's going to substantiate the landlord, it's going to effectively communicate to the tenant. If they need the language changed in Mandarin or Spanish, we have a lot of legal aid, we have a lot of entities that they can go to in order to understand what the notice is about. My own personal journey is that I have experienced rent eviction. It's resulted in homelessness, living in my car right outside of the Gaucho because I am a Division I scholarship softball player from Cal State Northridge. So I knew I can go out there. And what happened is the car was impounded. So I was living on the streets, and now coming through our homeless shelters, I am very grateful for the city of Santa Barbara. I'm grateful to the Santa Barbara Rescue Mission, and I want to make sure that I stress to you that please move forward in adopting these ordinances. It is an emergency. Being out in the cold and eating off the concrete is not dignified. To find a place to reprieve yourself when eating COVID, and even now, it's really hard to find. So we're at the resources of our community in order to allow us to have a dignified way of life in the homeless land. And from that aspect, for being on the streets, I was abused, and also theft, and also staying up to watch your back and making sure that you're going to be okay. The other history is that I come from a family that are landlords themselves. And I, in the new home build, understand, and this is more about communication and substantiating renovation permits. Thank you for your time.
Estela Montano, followed by Jim Henry.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente y miembros del ayuntamiento.
Mr. President and members of the
Mi nombre es
board.
Estela Montaño, vivo en Santa Bárbara desde hace muchos años.
My name is, ¿cómo se llama?
Estela Montaño.
My name is Estela Montaño and I lived in Santa Barbara for many years.
Soy de las personas que tienen un bajo ingreso,
I am a person of low income,
tratando de vivir dignamente.
trying to live dignified.
Estoy aquí para pedirles de la manera más atenta a pasar esta ordenanza.
I'm here to request in the most kind way for you to pass this ordinance.
Como todos dijeron antes, ya no voy a repetir mucho porque probablemente soy una de las víctimas en seguir.
As everybody says, said before, I'm not going to repeat everything else, but I'm going to tell you I may be one of the victims of this.
Y realmente no sé qué es lo que voy a hacer.
And in reality, I don't really know what I'm going to do.
Lo que sí pido y digo es de que esto se tiene que pasar de inmediato, es urgente.
What I'm telling you and I'm affirming is that this should be passed because this is an emergency.
No hay más tiempo
There is no more time.
y no es lo único que necesitamos como renteros.
And this is not the only thing we need as tenants.
Nosotros necesitamos un control de renta.
We also need a rent control.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Jim Henry, followed by Elisa Haworth.
Mayor, Council, my name is James Henry. I'm a resident, 215 Bath Street. Above all, I want to say I'm totally in favor of Ordinance 17, but I'm here to talk about the landlord harassment that's going on there. This started when the landlords took over. They had placed a box to put your rent checks in one of the units, and I, for one, had put my rent in that box on the first, as I do for the last 10 years that I've lived there. And within, I guess, 5 days, I received a notice on my door, attached to my door, giving me a 3-day eviction notice. And so I contacted the office, and I told them I had placed my check in that box. And I was told that they had picked up twice, and that check was not there. So the 6th day, I'd gone over to that box with a flashlight, looked inside of the box, and saw my check was in there. And so I got back with them, and I told them, why would you say you picked up everything and my check is in there? And they said, well, it wasn't there. Okay, so anyway, this happened with a few other units, the same exact thing, where they would use this tactic, and then they would charge you $50 for a late fee. Well, then they took the $50 fee off. Well, today, as I was leaving to come here, one of the tenants came up to me crying literally hysterical that she had received that notice on her door, 3-day eviction. Very just nervous wreck, and she didn't know what to do. And she said, I paid my rent on the 1st, and I put it in that box. And they're putting a 3-day eviction on my note, on my door. And so we know what they're doing. It's obvious what they're doing because of the area, the grounds are filthy, they don't take care of them. You know, it's obviously, we know what's going on. I wish I could speak more on this, but that's all I can say.
Lisa Howarth, followed by Jay Hartz.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for your attention, your support, your time, and everyone's hard work. My name is Lisa Hayworth, and I currently live at 215 Bass Street. I've been there for over 8 years, and I am here to please implore you to vote on this ordinance, and I am in support of this ordinance. As to what Jim was just mentioning, I may have that notice on my door because that check is also gone missing. So it's unfortunate. I'm completely for profits. I understand both sides. I'm not a fool. I have worked for one of the oldest financial institutions in town for over 11 years, so I'm not a fool about profits. I understand, like I said, both sides. If anything were to happen to me as far as an eviction, I don't have anywhere to go. I make a pretty decent living, as I said, working for the oldest financial institution in town. I am again going to implore you to assist in passing this ordinance to increase the tenant protections from rent evictions and landlord harassments. Yes, it's a fact that we are being harassed. It is unfortunate. And again, I'm not for them, you know, not making their profit. I totally understand. And I also want to emphasize how important it is to have the rate of return with rent cap. Thank you so much for your time, your understanding and patience. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Jay Hartz, followed by Betty Jeppesen.
Thank you. My wife and I own a handful of small properties in town. They range in age from 120 years old to 80 years old. As you can imagine, it takes ongoing maintenance to keep them up, and every once in a while you have to do something major, an electrical system, a foundation, a drainage problem, big problems. And you can't support that just on the normal course of rents, and even if, as Ms. Harmon says, you raise rent every year, which we don't, but even if you did, you wouldn't support that kind of thing. Those are major expenses that require some input, and if you're going to do it, you have to have some hope that you're going to get some response to it. Seems to me that what's happened here is there's been a couple big publicized events involving out-of-state people that come in and buy big places and throw a lot of eviction notices. But that's not the norm. That's not the mom and poppers of us. And to pass this law is like taking a nuclear weapon to resolve a small thing. It wipes out everybody. And it wipes out the small owners who can't comply with this and won't comply with this. They just won't do the work. It's too much expense. It's just not going to happen. It seems to me that there are ways you could graduate this if you're going to do anything at all along these lines. One would be I would exempt small units, under 5 units or some number that you come to, because those people like me can't afford to just do a big project and not find a return on it. Second, a return on investment at 5 to 10%, if you've done a big project, is no return on investment, because you're saying that it would be the same thing, a 5 to 10% increase in rent, whether you spent $10,000 or $1 million. How is that a fair return on investment? Finally, it seems to me there's a difference between cosmetic improvements and structural or safety improvements. Why do you want to disincentivize structural and safety improvements? You ought to incentivize those. You shouldn't be punishing them. You shouldn't be driving people away from them. So I think you need to consider gradations of what you're doing and consider the small owners differently than the large out-of-state corporations. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Jeppesen. And Laura Bodie was going to cede her time to you. Is Laura here?
She's
She's back there. Okay, very good. Ms. Jeppesen, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. I'm Betty Jeppesen. I'm the president of the Rental Property Association. And I wanted to first say that we have submitted a letter with the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors. I would hope that you would find time to read it. Everything is laid out in it. And other than that, you may notice that opponents of the proposed amendments to the ordinance are wearing black tonight, as am I, and that is because it's a very black day today if the City Council enacts an even more onerous amendment to the housing chapter of the municipal code. These amendments violate several sections of the United States Constitution as well as the California Constitution. First, the amendments violate the owner's right to be free from an unconstitutional taking under the Takings Clause of the Fifth Amendment. The Takings Clause mandates that the taking be for a public use and not designated to privately benefit a particular class of identifiable individuals like tenants. The Taking Clause was enshrined in the Constitution so that the government is prohibited from forcing some people alone, like housing providers, to bear public burdens which, in all fairness and justice, should be borne by the public as a whole. If the government fails to meet the public use requirement, then that's the end of the inquiry, and no amount of compensation can authorize your action. The amendments further violate the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 7A, which is most commonly referred to as the Due Process Clause. That mandates that the government, such as the City Council, treat everyone equally and not single out a class of people, such as housing providers, to pay for a specifically identifiable class of people, such as tenants. The amendments violate the U.S. Constitution's Fourth Amendment prohibition of an unconstitutional seizure of private property. Finally, the amendments violate the U.S. Constitution's Contracts Clause by attempting to dictate the terms of private contracts. If you would like examples, specifically ordering a purchaser of a multifamily building to wait for 12 months after purchase to make a remodel is not only arbitrary and capricious, it will also wreak havoc on the city budget because it will affect sales. Such a restriction may prevent purchasers from obtaining a mortgage for the property, and property taxes will be affected by this restriction. Forcing a housing provider to pay for a statement under penalty of perjury from an independent contractor that is not the contractor already hired to do the work on the property to say that the tenant cannot be present during the remodel is an arbitrary and capricious expense and has no rational basis. Ordering the first rights of refusal for tenants to move back in and forcing housing providers to continue to lease to certain tenants unconstitutionally interferes with the right to contract, as well as being an unconstitutional seizure of private property and a taking of private property not for public use. Violation of these amendments is a defense to an unlawful detainer action, allowing the tenant to keep possession of the subject unit. Violation also entitles the aggrieved tenant to actual damages, attorney fees, and punitive damages. The amendments authorize the city attorney to enforce the law through administrative, civil, and even criminal enforcement action. Imagine the older landlord who has a single unit who is in fact in fear of being thrown in jail. Such a legislative act is void and unenforceable if it is arbitrary or capricious or totally lacking in evidentiary support and sets the city up for a federal civil rights lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Zuela Cabrera, followed by Ronald Joyner.
I'm sorry. Who's first? Who's first?
I'm sorry?
Who's first?
Zuela Cabrera.
¿Prefiere intérprete, señora?
Sí, por favor. Buenas tardes, City Council.
Good afternoon, City Council.
Mi nombre es Zoila Cabrera.
My name is Zoila Cabrera.
Estoy apoyando la ordenanza
I am in support of the ordinance
que modernicen protecciones
that modernize the protections
contra desalojos,
against evictions,
que detengan las renovalojos,
that they will stop the renovations,
ya que propietarios dicen hacer renovaciones
because the property owners say that they're gonna do renovations,
de mala fe,
but it's in bad faith.
ya que somos familias trabajadoras
We are working families,
y como
and
inquilinos
as tenants,
merecemos regresar
we deserve to go back
a
to
nuestras unidades
our units
después de renovaciones.
after the renovations.
Estoy presente
I'm here present
a apoyar
to support,
la ordenanza
to support point 16 on the ordinance, la ordenanza. Go ahead.
para que no les permitan desplazarnos.
So that you will not allow them to displace us.
Como inquilinos
Tenants
por
due
remodelaciones
to the remodeling.
y como familias
And as families,
se nos debe dar
you should give us or allow us
viviendas alternativas
alternate dwellings,
temporales
temporary ones,
durante las
during the
renovaciones.
renovations.
Pedimos como inquilinos
We ask as tenants,
con nuestros hijos
with our children,
y
with
nietos
our grandchildren,
leyes más estrictas
laws that are more strict,
que paren los acosos
that stop the harassing,
para que no desalojen a nuestras familias.
so that our families will not be evicted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roman Joyner, followed by Storm Hughes.
Thank you. Let me get my compounds together. Sorry, epileptic. The false fluorescent lights are really not good for me, so been waiting for this for a bit, and that should tell you how important me just speaking here is, just risking having a seizure here today. So, I'm a fourth generation Santa Barbarian, born and raised here, went to school, been fighting for housing throughout my whole life. In fact, used to do backflips for $1 on State Street while living on top of CVS. So I'm very invested in this whole situation. I believe that 12, but item 17 could work. Have my doubts about it, but mainly because I'm not familiar with the lingo and language of the bill itself. So the whole item kind of mute to me, but I have great hopes for it. But I know the council sitting here before you right now know a great deal more than I do. So I'm just going to ask you to do the right thing for once. So I really don't see the council doing the right thing at all. And I haven't seen you guys do the right thing for years. But I know you're capable of it. And I know everyone around here is scared. Mom and pops, the renters, we're all scared. Just don't give in to your fear. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
So, excuse me, were you Storm Hughes or were you Roman Joyner?
Ramna Joyner.
Okay, so then you're Roman Joyner? Okay, very good. I was confusing. Then Storm Hughes is my next speaker, please. Followed by Andrea Speran.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I call on you to pass the proposed ordinance. This is not a hypothetical problem. This is a real and severe issue facing the working people of Santa Barbara. This is an emergency. Landlords look at these properties and rental units as investments, numbers on a spreadsheet, but these are our homes. The hardworking people of Santa Barbara deserve the protection that this ordinance offers. I saw a sign here that said that this ordinance kills the American dream. I would say that landlord greed kills the American dream. Being rent-evicted out of your apartment so a massive corporation can flip it and rent it out to affluent students with family support kills the American dream. Being forced out of the community you grew up in because you can't afford it kills the American dream. On behalf of myself and the working people of Santa Barbara who can't be here, I urge you to pass this ordinance. Tenants deserve protection. Mass evictions are happening, and they will continue to happen without these protections. If you are a good mom-and-pop landlord, you should have nothing to worry about. Thank you.
Andrea Speran, followed by Wendy Santa Maria. Andrea? Okay, Wendy Santa Maria.
Mi nombre es Wendy Santamaría y soy una organizadora comunitaria y residente del East Side de Santa Bárbara.
Mi nombre,
You're the English one. Yeah.
Bueno, hay que parar porque tiene que ir por sus lentes.
It's getting late.
Y le deje y lo hago más grande.
Yeah, please.
Ahí está. Ok, vamos. Ok, ahora sí. Mi nombre es Wendy Santamaría y soy una organizadora comunitaria y residente del East Side de Santa Bárbara.
My name is Wendy Santamaria, and I'm a community organizer and resident of the East Side of Santa Barbara.
Estoy 100% a favor de las protecciones que se están proponiendo hoy.
I'm 100% in favor of the protection that are being proposed today.
Aquí el sueño americano no es el puro hacer dinero. Se trata
Here, the American dream is not just making money.
Se trata de poder vivir en paz,
This deals with being able to live in peace,
se trata en una vivienda estable,
stable dwelling of home,
sin temor a que los desalojen sin culpa propia.
without the fear of to being evicted without your own fault.
Esta ordenanza no nomás protege a los inquilinos,
This ordinance not only protects the rent tenants,
también ayuda a proteger a los propietarios pequeños en nuestra comunidad latina.
but also it helps to protect the small homeowners in our Latin community.
Hay que aclarar que a menos que uno sea dueño de muchas propiedades de varias unidades,
You have to clear up that unless you are the owner of many properties with several units,
esta ordenanza no los va a afectar.
this ordinance is not going to affect them.
La ley estatal previene que este tipo de ordenanza les aplique a los dueños pequeños.
The state law prevents that this type of ordinance may be applied to the small owners.
Si uno le renta a la comunidad casas de una sola familia, no apartamentos,
If one rents the community homes to one family, no as apartments,
esta ordenanza no los afecta.
this ordinance will not affect them.
También las nuevas viviendas construidas en los últimos 15 años no serán afectadas.
Also, the new dwellings built in the last 15 years will not be affected.
Así que uno puede seguir construyendo viviendas sin miedo a esta ordenanza.
So one could continue building homes without feeling fear for this ordinance.
Cuando uno arregla su propiedad, puede recaudar el costo de esa renovación por medio de subir la renta cada año un 10%.
When you fix your own property, you can get back the cost of that renovation by means of increasing the rent a year, once 10% per year.
Esta ordenanza lo único que previene es que en cuanto arreglen una vivienda, no le pueden subir la renta una cantidad sin límite.
This ordinance, the only thing that's prevented is that when they fix a dwelling, they're not being able to increase the rent in a quantity without limits.
Ustedes, como nuestro concilio, tienen muchas razones para aprobar esta ordenanza.
You, as part of being our council, you have many reasons to approve this ordinance.
La ciudad de Goleta ya pasó una ordenanza como esta en diciembre.
The city of Goleta already passed an ordinance like this in December,
Esto ayuda a prevenir que a nuestras familias inquilinas las desalojen de manera injusta
and that helps to prevent that our families that are tenants will be evicted in an unjust manner,
y ayuda a preservar las pocas viviendas de bajo costo que quedan.
and it helps to preserve the few dwellings that are low cost that are remaining.
A menos que quieran sacar a nuestra comunidad latina y solo quieran a personas de dinero,
Unless you want to just get rid of our Latin community and you just want people with a lot of money,
hay que aprobar esta ordenanza.
approve this ordinance.
Y si nada de esto les importa, 3 de ustedes están postulándose para que los volvamos a reelegir como nuestros representantes en
And
noviembre.
if you don't care about this, 3 of you are being candidates so that we could vote for you as next representatives in this coming November.
En particular, mi querida representante Alejandra Gutiérrez,
In particular, my dear Representative Alejandra Gutiérrez.
con todo respeto, si usted quiere que la vuelvan a elegir este noviembre de 2024, tiene que darle una razón a la comunidad para que voten por usted.
With all respect, if you want people to vote for you this November, you have to give the community a reason for us to vote for you.
Thank
Ya
you.
lleva
That's-
usted
that's-
casi
that's
5
his
años
time.
en esta posición.
That
Ya
was
termino.
4 minutes, yes. Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias.
Tiffany Jolie, followed by Maria Navarro. Tiffany? Okay, Maria Navarro? Mr. Navarro, did you speak on this item already? Was that the item before?
That was the item before.
Okay, thank you. Thought you looked familiar.
Hello, folks. Nice to see you again. It's already 7 p.m. and we're still going strong. But thank you all for bringing this item up. I want to thank all City Council and also staff for bringing, these important ordinances up. As was mentioned, my name is Maria Navarro. I'm a policy advocate for CAUSE. And, we've come here plenty of times before. You're more familiar with my friend and colleague, Frank Rodriguez, oh my gosh, who comes here every city council meeting and supports our tenants and the community here in Santa Barbara, especially the immigrant community who's hardworking. It's an understatement to say that an eviction of this kind is disruptive. It disrupts not only the lives of the tenants themselves, but of the community. It messes with the fibers of the community and who we have here as essential workers. Now, earlier in the meeting, you guys were talking about the landslide that happened after 2017. And I remember so clearly because I live in Ventura County. And in Ventura County, we couldn't get up here. And hospitals and many, many people could not, services here in Santa Barbara County couldn't be fulfilled, especially in Santa Barbara City. The reason why that happens is because there's some affordable housing here. More and more people are going to Ventura County because of these displacements, because of these evictions, because of this greedy, basically, industry that creates these conditions that make it so that displacement filters over to another county. And it creates a weak community that doesn't have the capacity to respond in an emergency. So it is essential that we have an eclectic community, one that creates the opportunity for people to stay here, live here, work here, and be protected here. Please pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario Rodriguez, followed by Jorge Escamilla.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Mario Rodriguez. I wanted to speak a little bit about this situation that we have here. I lived in Santa Barbara all my life. I was born and raised here. I was raised here. I have worked in the banking sector for over 30 years. My main goal is that I've helped people in the buying of single-family residences, 1 to 4 units. That's what I specialize in. I have helped over hundreds of thousands of people in buying their homes. Most of them, about 65 to 70%, are Hispanics or of Hispanic descent. I don't understand if you really know or are aware of what this ordinance, how it's going to hurt a lot of people. I think it'll do more harm than good. If you look at this ordinance and the policies and the restrictions that are going to be imposed by these recommendations, like the City Council member Alejandra said, I'll confirm it. It's going to crush the mom and pop owners and the normal individuals who own properties here. What we are not distinguishing or taking into consideration is that you have 2 different types of individuals. You got the corporations and the regular mom and pops. These are clear differences. The ordinance will only hurt the hardworking individuals. You're basically going to ruin the American dream. And don't worry, Councilwoman Alejandra, you have a lot of supporters here, and we will fight to keep you in your seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Golding will be, oh, I'm sorry, I got that last, I think I missed one. Sarah? Let me see that stack, please. I think that was Jorge Escamilla, did I already? Jorge Escamilla? No? Okay, well, I guess I did miss him. Max Golding, followed by Tara Cooper.
Hi, I'm pretty sure single-family homes are exempt, so everything you just said doesn't apply. If you lived in the housing yourself, you wouldn't defer the maintenance and then kick yourself out and then double the mortgage, right? So it's like a stand-up comedy gig, I guess. I also think that yearly inspections, which are already supposed to occur in multi-unit family housing, should catch habitability issues, which landlords can then fix, and then there's no deferred maintenance, right? So I think we already have a system where like that's supposed to be happening. So why are landlords deferring maintenance? And then why is everyone saying, basically we have to defer maintenance, they have to defer maintenance, then they have to sell it, then you have to rent evict? That it doesn't really make any sense. So I want to point out that if the housing authority here in the city is in support of this, which is technically the largest landlord in Santa Barbara, probably owns a lot more than like Dario Pini. I mean, I don't know the numbers, maybe you guys do. But they support this with the 10% cap. That's really significant to me, that the biggest landlord in the city already supports this. Goleta just passed it with the 10%. Great, Goleta's great, they're a neighbor. Not only do I think that you should pass the law, but I think you should consider using a tool such as, let's say, eminent domain to take rental properties away from landlords who are excessively deferring maintenance. If they have to keep deferring maintenance, like at 215 Bath, to where when the new owners from Kodo come in and they say, oh my God, we are so, our hearts are broken, we're traumatized by knowing how unsafe this is, we need to fix it for the tenants. Just say, well, no, you just stop deferring it, we'll just take it. And then the housing authority, the biggest landlord in the city, which already supports the ordinance, can just take over, not defer maintenance, and not evict people to double the rent. And then also from the corporate landlords here, the SBRPA people, the mom and pops, everybody can just get a job with the housing authority and keep being housing providers since that's what they care about. They'll never be able to defer maintenance again, and they'll never be able to rent evict again. So everybody's happy.
Tara Cooper, followed by Nancy Ogoke.
Hello, my name's Tara Cooper. I'm a nurse, and I'm here to encourage the City Council to strengthen and refine the Just Cause Ordinance. Last year, I was forced from my home in downtown Santa Barbara, 818 Bath Street, when Meridian Property Management refused to renew my lease. I'd never made a late payment or had a lease violation. I tried for several months to fight it, including an unsuccessful attempt at mediation, but ultimately found the situation too distressing, gave up, and moved out. During this time period, my property manager lied to me over the phone about my rights, tried to get me to sign a lease, essentially saying with a special addendum that I had to leave in another year, and scheduled a test of all the fire alarms in my apartment during my last final of nursing school, which I was taking at home over Zoom. I now recognize this type of behavior as harassment, and I thank you for naming it as such in the proposed ordinance. At the time this happened, I was aware laws existed that were supposed to protect me, but without the resources to pay for a lawyer, I felt I had no options and I was at a loss for what to do. I was unwilling to sit through an eviction lawsuit, and I was losing my mind waiting for it to happen. I think the residents at 215 Bath can attest to this right now, but the distress is real. Without clearly delineated consequences for breaking the laws that do exist, property management firms are able to run rampant with no-cause evictions. This is just one piece of the puzzle, too. We need the rent cap, we need rent registries, stabilizations, and the like. Otherwise, all the laws that you've already fought to pass become essentially meaningless. I really appreciate the work you've done so far, and I hope City Council will keep fighting for people with stories like mine. Thank you.
Hey, Nancy Ogoke? And once you were up, now were you on the last item then? Or were you on this item before?
Yeah, no, this is a different item.
Okay, yeah, once again,
But my name is Nancy Avos. I know it's kind of hard to pronounce.
I got it wrong last time too.
Again, I'm with SB CAN, Santa Barbara County Action Network. I'm here as a renter. I'm also here as an advocate for our community. So I live on the east side. I've talked to residents out there. They have told me they've seen their community change drastically. I want to make sure that we're advocating for east side residents, for those who've been living in Santa Barbara for generations. And we feel that this effort strengthens tenant protections in the face of skyrocketing cost of living and rent prices in our city. As a result of this, we have seen a lot of change in the last decade. And it's not reasonable to say that we're not seeing drastic rent increase. I've experienced it myself out here, so I'm aware. We believe that these provisions will promote a healthier balance between landlord and tenant needs, and we also urge implementation of the Right to Counsel program. I urge the City Council to please elevate the rights of tenants and the workforce above profit. Thank you.
Okay, Terry Gerardo.
I'm donating my time to Zaida Carrera.
And your name again was, oh, you're Terry.
I'm Tere Jurado, and this is Zaida Carrera.
Okay, right, I just slipped before, right, very good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I've been in this beautiful Santa Barbara since I was 10 years old. And my mom raised me. She was a single mom when she came into the U.S. with 5 kids. I do know about affordable housing because we lived in an apartment of 5. As I was growing up, my mom showed me that we had to work, save money, and become a homeowner. I am the first, I'm the first generation to own a home here in Santa Barbara and rental properties as well. I have a daughter of 5, and I can tell you that this information was not given to my community with enough time to go over it, because I'm also representing about over 2,000 people that Mario and myself have helped through the years, and other realtors and other loan officers to become homeowners as a first generation. And they're not here because they're working. They're working to be able to make their mortgages. They're working to save money for any repairs. And for those who are here, who are Latinos or being born in Mexico, it is sad to hear, and it's also sad that they don't even understand what they're voting for. Because we are the only ones that will give them a house to rent without paying 1 month of deposit, without paying the first and the third deposit, without credit, without any history. We are the ones who are serving the community, not the corporations. We are the ones who are taking payments from these community people who are here to serve and who are working and making Santa Barbara as beautiful as we know it is. So I am asking all of you guys not to put us in the same position as a corporation, because we are not. Now, my mom, I am blessed that she was able to buy a home too. My brother, my sister, my other brother, and yes, that is, when I made a decision, it's because when I was in my 20s, I had to work, I had to save. I had to provide to help my mom, and we were able to do it. So you voting this without even reviewing it, I have worked for 25 years. Don't take that away, because I sacrificed, I studied, I had to do whatever I had to do so I can buy a home. And I am very proud to live here in this community. And I'm very proud to raise my daughter here. And I'm also very proud of all the people that came here, and we talk about the American dream. Well, that is our American dream, to come into this country and work hard and own a home and own a business. Because we are the first generation to do that. And corporations, as I mentioned, they have plenty of money. And I'm pretty sure at one point, someone created that wealth for them. Well, that's what we're doing as well. So please, do not put us in the same position. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the speakers that are here present. We also have some online, Madam Clerk.
We have 10 speakers online. I will read a few names out, and then we will unmute the first person. J.B. Aligiani, James Carbone, Daisy Beeman, and Deepa Varma. So J.B. Aligiani, please go ahead.
I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Good. Thank you for allowing me some time. I've got a few questions here. Many of these have been brought up, but I want to reinforce them. How does the property owner recoup the expense of the required fixes, like seismic fixes, critical maintenance like mold or lead abatement, etc.? How are they supposed to do this work if they can't recoup those expenses and can't afford to simply eat the costs? Cooling off period. What if the building needs urgent repairs, like seismic fixes that previous owners ignored? Right to re-rent. What does the 2-year period mean? 2 years from when? What if the tenant cannot be reached after the renovations are done? Does the landlord have to wait 2 years to re-rent the unit? If so, how does that help our housing crisis? If the city of Goleta passes a bad law, why should we follow? I don't understand that logic. The problem with housing is lack of supply. Why do you want to pass laws that will disincentivize someone from being a housing provider? That will only make the problem worse. You should be passing laws to encourage housing instead. I ask you to vote no. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Carbone. James Carbone, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Hello, my name is Jim Carbone. I'd actually like to stay away from the details because in the context of a 2-minute soundbite, I can hardly direct and come up with a lot of good reasons exactly how this should change. What I'd rather focus on is a comment by Mike Jordan at the committee meeting prior to this, that property owners don't seem to be represented at the meeting. And I'd like to underscore this because you've heard from a lot of people, they had no idea this was coming down. They didn't know it was going to be reviewed. We didn't have time to really react to it. And I'm particularly disturbed. And Oscar Gutierrez, I have to bring you out specifically because I met with you with a group of small property owners with your affordable housing subcommittee. And we specifically asked to be included. And you agreed to do this. You also asked us if we would be willing to meet with cause, to which everybody in our group said resoundingly, absolutely, we'd like to get to the table and we'd like to get to solutions, not arguing. None of this happened. We never heard anything. So the fact is, this really hasn't been vetted by or passed by anybody who's a stakeholder, in particular, the small property owners. The real estate companies do not represent us directly. You should hear our input as well. Ms. Sneddon, one thing I just hope you would consider is when you were part of the group we met with, and you mentioned that you would stand up for the mom and pops and make sure that we weren't thrown out with the bathwater with a lot of these problems. So I encourage you to think seriously about this. Bottom line is there is so much division you saw here today. I don't know how anyone in their right mind could approve this as is and pass it forward. This is not ready for prime time. It should not be considered. And I would also like you to consider the fact, finally, that what you've heard is every single person from the tenants end said, just pass it. And you've heard a whole variety of issues from the landlord side.
Okay, thank you.
It's
That's
quite clear where
your
this
time.
came from.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Daisy Beeman. Daisy Beeman, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, audience, committee, and city council members. I am a renter, and an advocate. I support the proposed ordinance goals of improving our present eviction protection measures. And I agree with CAUSE and Santa Barbara Tenants Union's arguments about improving and ensuring effective implementation to address loopholes that landlords utilize to behave in bad faith. I humbly ask for your vote on closing loophole concerns because I have experienced friends and family that have been traumatized and have lost their housing One, landlords are currently exploiting our city's loopholes. Therefore, tenants need to be protected throughout the eviction process. Stronger regulations are required to protect tenants from landlords' harassments. This is a rising problem in our community, especially among the most disadvantaged. Strengthen enforcement and penalties. Landlords should act in good faith to avoid displacement of our diverse renters community. Enable renters the opportunity to return to their renovated properties under the same or similar lease. Require landlords to remove units from the market only in good faith. Thank you for listening, and thank you for taking action in meeting our needs and considering improving our eviction protection.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Deepa Varma, then Kim Peskaj, Shanti Singh, Michelle Carbone, Cressida Silvers, and the final speaker will be Jack Anderson. Deepa Varma, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much, council members. I'm with Tenants Together, which is a statewide tenants' rights organization, and we ask that you support this ordinance. As you know, there's been a housing crisis that's only gotten worse since COVID, and it's beyond time to make sure that tenants are protected and that folks are able to stay in their homes. Tenants Together helps support tenants all over the state, and we have a hotline that folks call when they're in need of help. Because of this, we have a sense of the patterns of what's been happening with renters on a broad scale. And 1482 protections were a start in terms of helping stabilize folks. But after COVID, we found that a lot of landlords have been taking advantage of loopholes in the law. And the biggest one is substantial rehabilitation being a basis for eviction in a way that is basically a way to try to get around the rent cap and the protections there. The rent cap that currently says that landlords can only raise the rent by 5% plus CPI, or the cap at 10%. So we have found from our partners who are organizing locally, CAUSE and the Santa Barbara Tenants Union, that these problems are rampant in Santa Barbara. And that's why I'm here today. And it's telling that every tenant who has spoken today has spoken in support of the ordinance, and none have spoken against it. And it's only been hypotheticals, arguments from landlords that have argued that tenants would be harmed by this ordinance. All the tenants who are actually here are in favor of this ordinance. Tenants are very vulnerable, and they have far more at stake than any landlord. What they have at stake is whether they have a home at all. Many communities in Southern California, in particular, have been addressing this loophole around substantial rehabilitation by passing local protections to close the loophole and to ensure that when tenants are displaced because of repairs on the building, that they're real repairs.
Thank you.
And so we urge that you do the same. That this is a very this law is actually a moderate fix. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kim Peskaj. Please go ahead, Kim Peskaj.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Hello, I support the critical vote on the tenant protection ordinance. And whether you're an owner or a renter, we see skyrocketing rents, and we know that our workforce cannot afford to live here. I know of city employees sleeping in their cars. This affects all of us because the majority of our workforce are renters. We should, as a city, do all we can to protect tenants. Tenant protections include not displacing tenants for cosmetic remodels, the right to return to their units if renovations were needed at a similar lease pricing, closing the removal from the market loophole to protect tenants from unwarranted evictions, and stronger enforcements and penalties if these agreements are broken. Passing these important protections are crucial to combating a potential spike in houselessness and displacement in our city. When a tenant is displaced for a cosmetic remodel or a renoviction, for example, it puts them on a very scary path. They enter the rental market, which has a very limited rental inventory. If they find a place that they like, they have to pay an application fee. Most property managers are asking the tenant to show a gross income of 3 times the rent. So a rental unit that is $3,000 would need someone who is making $9,000 a month. How much of our workforce can show $9,000 a month? They also want a credit score of 700. If by some miracle they can meet all these requirements, they then would have to come up with about $10,000 for a first last deposit to move in. This is how people become displaced and have to leave our city or are unable to find suitable housing. I hope you will take the steps tonight to pass tenant protection ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Shanti Singh. Shanti Singh, please go ahead.
Hello all, my name is Shanti Singh. I am Legislative Director for Tenants Together, which includes organizations here in Santa Barbara. My professional legislative experience is in both local and state tenant protection, and I support this ordinance. Speaking as an economist and a data analyst by training, voting down this ordinance does not protect mom and pops. Not passing this ordinance actually attracts corporate landlords because corporate landlords target areas that don't have protections. They tell you this on their investor calls, trust me. The majority of the policy literature consistently makes the empirical finding that tenant protections prevent homelessness and help low to middle income tenants and tenants of color especially build wealth, including the wealth to buy a home, by keeping more money in their pockets. Time and time again, I've seen that the predictions of unintended consequences of these ordinances are simply not held up by the evidence. We have these laws everywhere in California. The sky has not fallen. We passed AB 1482 and SB 567. I worked on them, ask me anything, to help address some of the issues that Santa Barbara renters are bringing to you tonight around renoviction and rehabilitation loopholes and a lack of enforcement and penalties. What we see time after time is that state protection cannot function without effective companionate local protection and enforcement, including and especially a strong right to return. I can assure you, council members, I was there, that AB 1482 was not drafted and approved by the legislature to set a limit for stronger local policy, or it would not have passed. I urge the city council to pursue best practices in line with state and other local policies all over California by viewing the 5% plus CPI standard as a bare bones baseline, not to be watered down by any means. If anything, since AB 1482, a record number of California cities have pursued even stronger protections like rent control and just cause for eviction, and will continue to do so this year. There is plenty of policy precedent in California and decades of settled constitutional law that already guarantees a return on investment, including for recouping property improvements. This is a settled question, and I hope this makes the landlords in the audience feel better. Please pass this ordinance as is.
Thank you.
It is a no-brainer. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Michelle Carbone, then Cressida Silvers, then Jack Anderson. Michelle Carbone, please go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. I am part of a mom and pop who owns 2 duplexes in Santa Barbara. If the mom and pops were protected by this ordinance, none of us would be here tonight. Anyone who says otherwise has no understanding of the complexities of property ownership. This ordinance lacks consideration of situations in which actions would be required in the event of numerous unplanned types of disasters. Earthquakes are a possibility. More common events such as storm damage or substantial damage due to water leaks that a tenant fails to notice or report could thus potentially require a small landlord to substantially remodel with little or no notice. Under the sections of this ordinance, every landlord in this city would have to send out an earthquake could happen in the next 60 days notice,
in the event that they may have to evict the tenant due to a future natural disaster. Please have meaningful discussion with tenants and housing providers as promised at last year's Affordable Housing Subcommittee meeting, which was attended by small mom and pop housing providers like ourselves. This ordinance as written is not ready. Please vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Cressida Silvers, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing remote public comments again, and thank you for your care to deter violent language during your meetings. I also thank you for your work so far to stabilize housing in our community. The abuse of renters by predatory landlords must stop. My husband and I are fortunate to be homeowners already, and while we aren't dealing with anything close to the stresses that our renting neighbors face, we are affected when our children have to say goodbye to another friend whose family has been driven away by rent evictions and rent gouging, by the constant rotation of teachers and school staff, and when there aren't enough medical providers to get an appointment within the next 12 months. We are all affected when the vibrancy and the richness and just basic functioning of an economically and ethnically diverse community with roots going back generations is gutted by a lack of affordable and stable housing. You as a council clearly recognize the untenable situation our community faces and have already shown your commitment to work with the community and do what you can to stabilize it by keeping bad faith landlords in check and by supporting items like the previous item, the trust fund. Thank you for that. This is good, responsive, and community-minded policy making to identify a problem, engage those most impacted by the problem, to identify solutions, develop policy in partnership with the community, and adjust as needed to improve those policies toward meeting the goal. In that spirit, I encourage you to continue evaluating and adjusting to build on the work and the commitments you've already made. Don't abandon the progress. And vote yes on the updated tenant protection ordinance. And just quickly, I wanted to add that it just seems weird to me from the comments tonight that landlords had no idea until today that they have a responsibility for upkeep and to keep their rentals livable. That's news. Thank you very much.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Our final speaker is Jack Anderson. Jack Anderson, please go ahead.
Hello, and thanks for sticking around. I am a business owner in the area and a tenant, and it has been, and being in agriculture, you need people who can show up promptly, immediately, and so these long distances have been arduous for us. I just want to say that it's agreed on a state level and on a county level and on a city level that there needs to be just cause to evict tenants. That is widely considered to be a tenant's right and their right to have a place to live. These protections are only aimed at the loopholes that landlords have been exploiting in our area to remove tenants unjustly. And any attempt to prevent them from being passed is an attempt to continue unjust evictions of tenants. These protections specifically aim at those who are using renovation as an excuse to remove tenants. The landlord under these ordinances is still allowed to make renovations. Reasonable renovations could certainly be met with the existing legally allowed increase in rental rates. And the landlord is already legally obligated to keep the units in livable conditions.
All right, thank you. That's
So-
that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, very good. With that, it's back to council. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Can I start with a question? Is it true that people can't do their own maintenance work? We heard that comment, I think, from Mr. Beardsmore. Can I just have clarification on that? Can a property owner do their own maintenance work?
I don't think there's anything in the ordinance that precludes an owner from doing their own maintenance.
Thank you. I didn't think so either, but I just wanted to confirm. So just to start with first some data, and this is from our own housing element, which we just approved. We've all read it, and I'm just going to refer to some of the data in our own housing element. On table B4, the city median rent for apartments, a one-bedroom is $2,598, a two-bedroom, $3,750, a three-bedroom, $4,125, and a four-bedroom is $5,400, which is above my mortgage that I pay. On figure B27, there's a map called Renters Overpaying for Housing, and it is literally the entire city. So this is in black and white, not in color. If you want to see it in color, it's in the housing element update. It is the entire city is overpaying for housing. 50% of renter households are cost burdened. This is from page 24 on the housing element. 26% of all renters are extremely cost burdened. That would be paying over 50% of their income. For lower income renters, overpayment is estimated for 77% of households of lower income renters. 70% of renters worry rent will go up to levels they can't afford. 31% worry about landlord behavior, that rent will go up if they request repair or they will be evicted. For the numbers who are rent burdened in the extremely low category, it's 74%. For the very low, who are paying over 30% rent burdened, it's 78%. For low, it's 80%. For moderate, it's 60%. And for above moderate, it's 19%. You could look at those numbers as extremely rent burdened, also at extremely low, 68%, at very low, 59%. These numbers are unacceptable. In the housing element update, section B52, under displacement risk, and this is where I'm going to be basing all of my decision. From 2015 to 2020, 1 in 4 survey respondents had to move from home when they did not want to. 1 in 3 Hispanic residents have been displaced over the last 5 years. 1 in 3 over the last 5 years. When I see the signs in the room that say don't gentrify, or we are the foundation of the community, or don't kill the American dream, I'm thinking of those 1 in 3 Hispanic residents who are being displaced in the last 5 years. Those are the reasons for the decisions. In my perspective, in the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors slides, when it goes into what goes into being a housing provider, there were utilities, services, repairs, maintenance, payroll, insurance, taxes. Absolutely. I believe there's also something called a pro forma when you're deciding to go into this business, and those are part of your calculation. Those should be put into your calculation when you decide what to rent your property for. You should be collecting a rent that allows for utility services, repairs, maintenance, payroll, insurance, taxes. And what doesn't go into your pro forma is your appreciation of your property value. As you are running a business and collecting rent, your property value is increasing tremendously over that period of time. Hopefully, property owners have written into their pro formas what's needed to keep the spaces safe and habitable. It's your responsibility. It's what you need to do as a property owner who's renting it out. Hopefully, you have calculated that in and you're collecting rents that allow you to do that. I'm uncomfortable with the threats that we've heard a couple times today that, well, we're just not going to be able to keep it safe or habitable if you make us do this. Well, I'm sorry, but you need to keep it safe and habitable if you're going to be in the business of rental property. Of course, maintenance needs to happen. Please write that into your pro formas. I do not see property owners as villains. I see that we have a problem with community stability when 1 in 3 Hispanic members of our community have been displaced in the last 5 years. I think it's a complex problem. There's no one simple solution. I don't believe one group is against another. I think it needs to be a symbiotic, balanced relationship, and right now, it's out of balance. It hasn't always been, but right now it is, and the data shows us that in our home housing element. If you're a good actor, we've heard from many of you, thank you. Genuinely thank you for being good, honorable housing providers. This isn't going to apply to you if you're not harassing your tenants, if you're not doing false evictions. This isn't going to apply to you. We did make efforts to have this not apply to the small mom and pop owners. You may be a mom and a pop who owns many, many properties, and now you've moved into the realm of being a professional property owner, and it might apply to you. Under this ordinance, further renovations above and beyond maintenance for health and safety, in rare cases, may apply for exceptions to the 10%. I believe we have that within the ordinance. I'm going to say this again and as many times as I need to. I believe we need a rent cap, and I would like the council to consider a rent cap of 2% plus CPI to stabilize this community. The problem in my mind is that rent hikes by the state have a ceiling of 10%. So immediately, property owners started raising 10% a year as if that was a mandate. That's a ceiling. Go up to 10%. Nobody's income growth is matching 10%. We often hear that every time we talk about this and we don't act, we're making the problem worse because then property owners panic and start raising the rents. So I would like to ask this council to act and let's stop talking about it. We need community stabilization. We need children. We need women-led households in our Latino community to stay. We need first responders. We need nurses. We need teachers. Our local schools are in crisis with teachers leaving to live in other communities where rents are lower. Our city itself is in crisis with city employees leaving for where they can afford to rent. I think it's time. I support the ordinance as is.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I understand the issue that we have firsthand. I strongly believe that we have to create a policy that protects mass eviction and harassment against tenants. I've lived harassment firsthand, and I'm here representing a district that is very different than any of the district representatives here. It's heartbreaking that most of the people have not really looked at the details of this ordinance, because this ordinance right here in my district is going to cause a lot of harm. when we hear that tenants are being evicted, it's because, let me just clarify some things. The Housing Authority and nonprofits, this is a quick question for the city attorney, they are exempt from this ordinance. Mr. Henschke, can you answer that question, please?
In most instances, they would be.
They would?
Yeah.
So the Housing Authority has the right to raise their rent every year according to the HUD regulations. We created this just cause ordinance, and during the discussion, we had said 2 months, and then other colleagues said 3 months. Then we went, and I'm giving the community members a little bit of a background. Then we went into a lawsuit, and now it's at 2 months. I don't want to go into a lawsuit again and use public funds to fight this lawsuit when we can use public funds to actually create an ordinance that's going to help the entire community, our community. I don't want to see this community become San Francisco. My district is the last working class community. My district houses most of the Latinos, the backbone of this community, the immigrants that are not here because they are afraid, the small landlords that are also afraid to not be here. And you've heard the outcry from my district, most of them, how this is going to affect them. If the small landlords, this ordinance will push them to sell. Yes, you're right, Ms. Nedden, about they should calculate all of these costs into their monthly mortgage. They sometimes will take on the burden to be able to rent these units at below market, to be able to house other people like them, to be able to achieve the American dream. This is why the whole American theme is coming up. They're the ones that are housing a lot of the tenants that most large property owners won't accept, and the corporations. In my district, within my neighborhood, you have outside investors coming in, demolishing, a duplex or a house and putting 15 units, 20 units, and those new units are gonna be exempt from this ordinance. So who are we really helping? And my district is the cheapest district where people can live or buy property. There has been calls from property owners in my district where they offer them cash and even hundreds and thousands more than what they want. So why aren't we telling the public exactly what this ordinance is about? In my district, because it won't affect a lot of your districts because you don't have a lot of these small little landlords. The big property owners, the slumlords that we all know exist, you won't do anything to them because they have those lawyers that will debate the city left and right for 20 years because they have the money, and they will continue doing what they have done yet now. This housing element about the Hispanic kids leaving the district, the city, it's been happening for years. All of my family members don't live in the city of Santa Barbara. That's a reality we all know. In my district, you have the last standing working class because you have small property owners that have been there for generations, and it's the generational wealth that they pass on to their family members. In District 3, where it was like District 1, you have property owners that now have made apartment complex for students. This ordinance is not going to really affect them. And so you're going to see districts being affected by this ordinance. I do believe that I really like the ordinance that we had. I do believe that we have to make adjustments because we have a housing crisis and tenants are being harassed, tenants are being evicted. But in my district, it is very different than any of your districts. And for Ms. Hartman to say that you could raise the rent 10% every year, where property owners in my district, they don't do that. And it's not because they can't. They understand the need and the hardship that's out there. So I'm going to be voting out of policy and what's right for my district. I'm not going to be voting party preference or if I'm going to move up in politics. I think I've been very consistent of doing the right thing for my district. We talked about the disaster. We have a lot of people that live outside the city. Why? Because they want to buy a home. And Santa Barbara does offer those high-paying jobs, but they do want that American dream of buying a home, so they will commute. And you have people that are actually buying first home buyers buying in Lompoc and still working in Santa Barbara in the hopes that they will build enough equity to come back home. So I would like to put a hold on this ordinance because it's clear that the holidays came through. A lot of people didn't hear about this ordinance, and we as a city didn't do the proper community outreach, especially in my district, for a population that never really gets their voices heard to have an input in this ordinance. And really dissect the ordinance page by page so we can help our entire city. Because there's going to be consequences that I think most of our council members don't really understand that are going to happen. So I would like to make a motion to postpone the ordinance and have more community input before we pass this ordinance.
Okay, I'm sure that all your colleagues want to weigh in before we get into the motion-making thing, but remember that you've made that motion and come back to you for that. Mr. Jordan.
I'll go next. The data that Councilwoman Sneddon goes through is, I think, well, worse than sobering. It's tragic. And I don't deny its relevance here today. My intimate introduction to that was 52 doors at 215 Bass Street, which was like losing a family member at every doorway. But I think the data we have right now is skewed on one side of the problem. It's skewed on what we see happening or hear about happening and the obscene scope of it when 500 units are turned over and flipped in Isla Vista or 30-some units on Upper Hope or Upper La Cumbre, whatever it was, and then potentially 52 units down on Lower Bath Street. Those are enormous in their obscenity because there's just no way that the community can absorb that many renters in a whatever the period of time is that's happening. 3 months, 6 months, even a year probably. I don't know how many people live inside those 52 units down on Bath Street, but it's certainly more than 52. I think what's missing is where there's a vacuum is data and a nexus to what happens with an ordinance like this or the concept of an ordinance where you put the burden then on one particular group, those that offer housing or those that are landlords, to fix that from their end of things, and that's the quickest and easiest way out that I see. And I got a whole bunch of good. I can make everybody in here unhappy tonight. I can guarantee that. I'm really good at that. But the guy who called in and said he saw me at the ordinance committee that chastised the landlord community for not being involved. I think I got a whole paragraph at the end of the realtor's letter on that. I would tell you tonight you're still not involved because this isn't the best forum to be holding the sign or getting your 2 minutes in. I'm thankful for all of the input, but the best input I got over the week and a half were 5 people contacting me and wanting to sit down and have a cup of coffee or eat a pancake and talk about real life situations. Get napkins out and draw real life situations in terms of things that happen, how they get financed, what the consequences are, how they get handled. And that is really, I guess, brought me back from the emotion and the horror of walking the doors at Bath Street. That there is more to think about than just taking the quick and maybe obvious and easy way out and saying that's going to solve the problem. I don't believe it's going to solve the problem. I think this is clearly on a pathway potentially to a limited amount of a rent cap. And while you can't call it rent control, maybe in California these days, that will lead to the same consequences that I don't support rent control. That's an erosion of the housing stock, no new housing being built, quality of life suffers and such. So there is much for me to like in this ordinance. I'm as guilty as anybody else for getting this whole ordinance here in front of us, but today for me the fatal error is the right to return at X percentage of an increase of rent. And that's just been a number that's been taken by convenience. I don't think input has been offered on that, or we've done, you know, we're not going to redo it from up here, but we've done nexus studies before, dealing with housing, dealing with the AUD program, maybe even dealing with the ADU program. We've done nothing here to investigate what, just give it its 10% even, coming back in a period of time later after a substantial remodel and with a 10% increase. There's no data on what that means. Everything else I could live with in this ordinance with some tweaks. And I'll go through those really quickly in a minute just so you know what they are. But I don't have a problem with anything else. Much of it is cleanup. I still support the cooling off period. To me, the real obscenities that are being seen out there are large-scale purchases by investment teams, not mom and pop happenings back and forth or local, and then that part of that purchase is a plan to renovate and move everybody out. I told you I could make everybody unhappy. It's clear to me also that our practice, not our practice, the industry's practice these days is to do little or no ongoing maintenance, but expect it to meet to work that after 20 or 30 years, I can move my tenants out and do all my accrued maintenance at that time and then up the rents significantly. It's clear to me that that has historically been the practice. And so I think trying to recover from that and recognizing that you should be doing your maintenance all along. I think there's a whole bunch of people in a situation, whether they're existing owners or new time owners that have bought a property, that fall right into that trap that they have either put themselves in a position of accrued maintenance or they have purchased accrued maintenance. And in today's environment, it's almost impossible to get out of with the current California cap, let alone any additional local caps. So just some other comments. The comments on somebody on the phone there on the loss of friends and family, your children's playmates, your workers. There's nobody in here from the chamber tonight, but they're, you know, they deal with this every day. I think tangible and serious issue. I think it is an issue for government to have a role in. This particular format that it's in tonight is just a brush that's too broad for me to use. I'm really cognizant or more aware than I was 2 months ago of the difference between people like you sitting in the audience that own 4 units or 8 units or 12 units versus large investment firms that are working off a whole different mindset. But I don't know enough about that, nor have I been given an opportunity to learn more about that to help tailor this better than it is today. So, so I have a fatal flair. I don't mind. I wouldn't mind a return right option, but it'd have to be at some type of percentage that or no cap like the county does. Goleta may offer one like we're doing, but the county itself has no cap. But something that recognizes that there is all of a sudden then an imbalance in the financial relationship there on how somebody manages their property. I'd like it to be more tailored to a certificate of occupancy or an equivalent, and then something like 45 days. So again, one thing we always hear in land use is certainty. And this 2-year thing is just like a black hole to me. So I see in some of the language how people could think that we're saying you have to have a contractor to do the work and you have to have a contractor to do the affidavit. I think that could be cleaned up too, and I would support that person being the same person again, because they want to sign an affidavit and allow themselves to be on the hook. I don't have a problem with that being an owner, a single contractor that's doing the work. Still totally support the 12-month cooling off period post-purchase. I'd like that also to include a notice to the city and a notice to the tenants when a purchase is made. So there's a cooling off period, but how would we know when it starts and come back and worry about that? And I think the tenants should know about that too. To me, one of the biggest components of any action we're working on is more and longer notice to tenants of impending action. And then I think we talked about this at one or the other of the ordinance committee meetings too. I'd love to see us play a more proactive role in getting information to tenants before they have a problem, whether that's with the lease package, a info sheet that says, here are your rights, here are your resources. If you need mediation, here's where you go with the city program. If you need more than that and you think you have a legal problem, well, you have to go get an attorney. And I think that notice, just until people don't start doing this at point of sales, I think with the notice of point of sale time to a tenant, a repeat of a tenant's rights notice would be great. I suspect none of this is going to make any difference to 3 or 4 of you, and because I suspect I'm just I'm killing one version of approval today by saying I won't support the first refusal right to return with a cap of 10%. So if anybody wanted to play with some of this and solve that problem for me, I could talk about the rest of this being part of my support. But right now, as it's written, that particular provision is a stopping point for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll start first by saying I wholeheartedly agree and share the sentiments expressed by Councilmember Sneddon, 100%. So she said a lot of what I would have wanted to articulate, so I very much appreciate that. If I've said this once, I've said it 15 times from this dais over the years, unjust evictions tear at the fabric of our community. They fundamentally alter life for the individuals who are subject to those evictions, and the impacts have profound implications for our entire community, homelessness chiefly among them. As a council, we have taken action to prohibit unjust evictions, not to limit the rights of landlords to run their business in a fair and ethical way, but to establish ground rules, as one of our public commenters said, rules of the road for how and when evictions can proceed justly and fairly. All that we are talking about doing here today is further clarifying those rules of the road, further clarifying that rent-evictions do indeed constitute unjust evictions. We're not saying renovations are bad. We're not saying they're disallowed. We're not even saying they're disfavored, quite the opposite. We are simply moving to find better balance, to clarify how those renovations can be undertaken, so we don't continue with an eviction protection ordinance that has a loophole so big that you can drive a truck through it. I support wholeheartedly all of these amendments today, but the key to me, the absolute key to making this work, the cornerstone of the entire effort, the only way, in fact, that it really works and can be effective in this community is if we institute a return cap. That is essential to this effort, in my mind. Without the cap, though these other elements are important and they're good and they're something that we should all support, they're merely window dressing. What good is a right of return if that rent that you're charged when you return is 20, 30, or 40% higher than you'd previously been paying? It's constructive eviction, and it's unjust. I have to say, Councilmember Jordan, you know that I respect you immensely, but I don't understand what data you are asking for here. I really don't, because a study or more data can't give you or anyone the answers you're looking for when what you really want is a way out of making a difficult decision. And I think we just have to understand that a study is not going to get us there. I guess more data could maybe tell us what percentage increase would allow a landlord to recoup her costs of renovation when you consider that increase in isolation. But the data is not going to give you a real or true picture of what profit and loss actually looks like, because the data that you're asking for is not going to appropriately discount for the ongoing rent increases that are allowed by law to the tune of 10% per year. So I just don't think that we should kid ourselves that any more data is going to make this decision easier. It's not. It's not going to give us any more tools from which to make this decision. It's not going to save us. It's not going to save us from having to make a complicated and difficult decision. I agree. It's hard. You're not wrong about that. But it's our job. It's our job to make those decisions, to establish the rules of the road, and to establish rules of the road that are going to do the most good for the greatest number of people. And I have to say, it feels like we're going in a different direction tonight, but I really do appreciate, Councilmember Jordan, your willingness to consider other suggestions on that provision. And I would say, as a starting point for your consideration, instead of a 5% plus CPI or 10% cap, whichever's lower, maybe we set that at 10%, so that's what you can charge, and include in this ordinance an appeals process, whereby landlords who have specific circumstances that justify a larger increase following the renovation, they can make that appeal, and there will be some process by which that can be approved through city, processes. So that's what I would suggest. Again, I would just close by saying this is the most critical element of this ordinance revision, and I don't think that it has value for the people that we are trying to protect if we don't include it.
Mr. Friedman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and my colleagues. And So rental and housing stability is the utmost importance of any family and individuals. And I understand it in my own way, like we all do, but as I said before, I remember when my family could no longer afford to live here, so we moved to Lompoc, and my parents had to commute because the rents had gone up. And I remember how that was really tough on me I was 12 years old at the time. I agree with the issues that my colleagues have raised. I also, fundamentally for tonight's purposes, Councilmember Harmon and I are in total agreement that we're here to make a difficult decision tonight. That's our job, and we need to make a decision. When I was able to come back and live here, renting, my wife and I, we also went through an issue with the property owner who found a more lucrative way to rent out her house than we could ever provide. And so she gave us time, but we knew that we had to move out. And at the time when that happened, we'd been renting there for over 5 years, and we loved the neighborhood. We were both working full-time, and I had a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. And when we finally did move out, we were able, at the time, we had saved and other things, and due to world circumstances, we were able actually to get into a condo because that was when the Great Recession had come, which was still the scariest thing I'd ever done in my life because that was really expensive there, and it's even more expensive now. But we didn't have a lot of money, and at the same time, we didn't get our deposit back, and it was a few $1,000s. And we knew we could have tried to fight it, but we really couldn't because we were afraid that if we fought it, we could be liable for more. So I understand all the issues from a very personal perspective. And my kids have had many of their friends move away over the years that we've lived here. And so I understand it from all perspectives, and I think we all do. We all have our own experiences growing up. And so I want the community to know that each of the 7 of us, while we might not all be in an agreement here, we all care about the renters, and we're all evaluating different things on what is the best possible way to protect them. And this ordinance, what's being proposed is the question I ask myself: will it help renters, and will it hurt the housing supply and the ability? And the answer is it's both. There are benefits to it, but there are also costs to it as well. And one of the costs that, what I've heard tonight is that in order for someone who does renovations, then they should have the foresight to raise the rent 10% year 1, 2, 3, and 4 rather than at the time. That's not acceptable either because we've heard time and time again that 10% rent increases are not affordable for the community as well. But yet we're hearing that that is what this ordinance would lead to if you're properly planning for your renovation. The other aspect of it, though, is that there is a fear factor for both tenants and property owners, in particular the smaller property owners. And as much data as we can have, as much just getting into the nuts and bolts of it, that fear factor on both sides it's almost impossible to break through it. And so what has happened is that over the past 5 years, starting with the statewide rent cap of the 5% plus CPI, is property owners have started to raise it to the max at 10%. That has happened. And as more restrictions have come, it's happened more and more. We've heard it. I've actually talked with property manager, not one of the bigger ones, but a smaller one. I went to school, elementary school here with his brother-in-law, and that's how I know him through those means. And I said, what is actually going on? And he said that in the last 5 years, but the last 2 in particular, property owners, some who haven't raised their rent ever, 5, 10, 15 years, have all come in and said 10%. And it's not because they're going to be doing renovations, it's because they're afraid of what's coming. And so tonight, there is a huge fear factor that was put out tonight that goes beyond this, and it's going to affect renters, and the cat's out of the bag. When it's said that we're going to pass this, it's not going to stop there. It's going to be, is the council going to have a discussion on the 2% total? And whether we do or not, that was mentioned tonight, and that is a huge fear factor. So rents are going to go up 10% just based on that for those who haven't done it. And so I don't know what the answer is other than I'm going to say is the item right before this. That is the way where we invest in new housing that is properly secured for rents with the Housing Authority, Habitat for Humanity, and others. And we need to fast track that. The community needs to come together and say, we now have this new housing fund. How can we maximize that? And how can we maximize truly affordable housing? How can we change our own inclusionary policies so that we're getting more inclusionary, but at the same time not affect the development of units, but to get that as a resource or other ways to fund that? If for me, passing this would send a fear factor that the next step the council is going to take is the 2%. To me, that would automatically, there are people who haven't had that 10% raise, they would get it tomorrow. And that's where I am right now is I don't have the answer, but I don't think this is going to actually be more of a net positive than not, the way it's written. Because of that 10%, that everyone knows is you got to do it now because you're never going to catch up. And where I agree with Councilmember Harmon, that is the key to this. All the other issues, well, they're there, out there, and they would benefit. This is the key issue, whether or not we enact the 10% return or not. The tenant harassment, I strongly support putting in more protections for the tenant harassment that came out of that. I think we do need to do that, but that's where I'm going to leave it right now.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's pretty disconcerting. So someone earlier, one of the speakers spoke up and said they couldn't believe that I'd be willing to support something like this. It's not so much that you don't believe it. You believe it because you're seeing it. It's that you don't understand the situation. You don't understand my position, or I would say in general the position of all 7 of us. So from my perspective, I was put here in this seat by people whose doors I knocked on, and I asked them, how do you want me to serve you? What do you want me to do for you? Ordinances like this is what they were asking for, what they were begging for. That's what they were telling me. And the majority of the people that voted for me to represent them, to fight for them, they're the ones that are asking for this, and they're the ones that put me here. They gave me this responsibility. So you're right. My family, and even me personally, I'll say it, we theoretically, if I want to adopt your mindset, will be affected by this because we do own property, 100%. So even if I personally don't 100% agree with it, that doesn't matter. I took an oath, we all did, to do what the people are asking us for. And I just started knocking on doors again, and they're still asking for this. So like my job, just to put it like simply, is that if I was a waiter at a restaurant who is vegan and someone asked me for a steak, am I going to be like, oh, well, personally, I'm not going to give you that steak because it goes against the way I feel and live my life? No, my job is to serve you that steak, to ask you how you want it, and to give it to you. So that's my position. The people are asking for this. It's my job to service them, and that's what I'm doing. So like I said, and like I got called out, my family does own property, rental properties, and it will affect them, but I'm not doing it for my personal interest. I'm doing it for the will of the people. So I'm going to support the ordinance the way that it's written, and I hope some of you do the same. Thank you.
So for me, it's hard to look at a solution or an ordinance that is completely demonizes one side of the equation. I mean, I look at this and I just see, landlords depicted as something out of a Dickens novel. And I've been a landlord, I've been a tenant, a property owner now, a small business owner, all those little things. At no time did I ever feel like a government regulation did me much of a favor, to be honest with you. But landlords, what people don't understand is landlords need tenants, tenants need landlords. Landlords don't willy-nilly just throw people out on the street because they want X, Y, and Z. Every time you change a tenant, it's really expensive. And sometimes it takes you a long time to recover when you do the, whatever the work is, the fix-up. Some tenants are wonderful, they leave the place spotless. Some tenants don't. And there's all sorts of landlords, there's all sorts of tenants. So there's no reason to demonize either side. We do have a problem. We have rents that have gone up almost 30% in the last 3 years. Oh, what about 1482 that came down from the state that said 5 plus CPI? That's really where the rents started to accelerate. Mr. Friedman brought that up. I know a ton of small property owners who would raise their rents a point or maybe two a year, if that, or just when they change tenants. And all of a sudden they feel like if they don't keep their base up, they may get punished in the future. Everybody who owns a business, a piece of property, an asset, has a fear factor. And I understand that fear factor. I was one of those guys. And it's really not that easy. It's hard being a tenant as well. It's really expensive to live here. It's always been expensive to live here. It's gotten really worse now, but a lot of it is because of the rent control we put in the state. So when we talk about, the last time we talked about doing a rent cap, brought up by Ms. Ned and Ms. Harmon, I have 3 people that bailed out on 35 units at that time because they went, you guys haven't done it yet, but man, it's really scary being there. We're going to 1031 our way out of here. And that's exactly what they did. And so there's a lot on both sides. If we get to the point where we make it so onerous to be a landlord, it's kind of the opposite of what Ms. Harmon said. We actually set up a fallow ground for the, fertile ground, I should say, for corporations to come in and take over. Why? Because a small mom and pop, a small operator can't afford to sit on a property at a loss for 10, 15, 20 years. They need to be able to turn it around now. That's what they're doing for a living. Hedge funds can sit on those things forever and watch the asset grow on their books and probably in the cash flow wise never make a profit. It kind of almost doesn't matter. And that's not the landlord you want. Now the irony for me is we've developed an ordinance around punishing people for being landlords or trying to, for whatever it is they want to do as landlords, when this agency spent a lot of time prosecuting people for not fixing up their properties. We've had people actually, spend some jail time and whatnot, a lot of big fines and whatnot. So there's both sides of that coin. I'm not saying that they're great landlords, but right now they're kind of looking like heroes because they're letting a whole bunch of people live in dilapidated properties. And that's not right either. There's a balance here. What we failed to do with this ordinance is strike the balance. I think what Ms. Gutierrez talked about was maybe even moving this into another kind of discussion because this is a cake that's not ready to be baked. This is not helping either side. It potentially hurts both sides, especially the people that we're talking about trying to help right now. That's what happens in these situations. When the governor signed off on 1482, it was the idea of helping tenants, and what has it done? It's absolutely done the opposite. We're really good at that as public officials. We're kind of like the proverbial guy that looks under the hood and jiggles the wires, have no idea what we're doing, but we did something. So making a tough decision doesn't mean making a wrong decision, doesn't mean making a bad decision. Particularly in an ordinance, when you have an ordinance that's meshed in with continually evolving state ordinances what's going on with the county, what's going on with the Goleta. I mean, it's almost a race to either the top or the bottom, any way you want to look at it. I mean, the land use issues change, you know, like the weather. I mean, coming down from the state. So why do we want to get out ahead of this? Why do we want to try to do this when it could potentially hurt the one industry we need to be able to help in this town, and that's what we have for property. We have almost 1 out of every 7 of our units in this town is affordable by covenant or subsidy. Now, that's a lot compared to other agencies. Doesn't mean we're done, doesn't mean we don't need more. We do need more. We absolutely do need more. Mr. Friedman talked about, working with the Housing Authority and that kind of thing. That's what we should be doing. Trying to control a private asset and trying to usurp its ability to move in the way it should or the way it stays profitable and viable is not the way to do it. And we have a lot of really old inventory in this town. Before we did the AUD ordinance, I always get the acronym right. Did I get that right? Okay, AUD, thank you. We hadn't built any rental property in this town for almost 5 decades, and now we built a bunch. Then we got, well, that's not affordable. Yeah, it wasn't. It's expensive to build in this town. Affordable housing is subsidized housing. That's just the way it is. If I'm going to try to force you into making affordable housing by covenant or restriction or taking away your rights to control your property, I'm going to lose in the end. I'm going to lose units. We're not going to be able to maintain the amount of rental inventory we need, and what we need is inventory more than anything. So I think that we have to be really careful about what we're trying to do here. Out of the 21,000 rental units we have in this town, and I've asked this time and time again, you guys are sick of hearing me ask it, but I'm not even sure what the scope of the problem we're talking about is. I don't know how many quote-unquote rent evictions there have been in the city, and we couldn't answer it because we don't have that data. So we heard about this problem, we hear about this emergency, we hear about these things, and I'm not trying to doubt that. I just don't know. I've never had it quantified. So we're trying to create an ordinance to prevent something we're not even sure the scope of. So this doesn't seem like it makes much sense to me. Things like when you talk about insurance, I don't know if you read the Wall Street Journal, but just about today, insurance is getting harder to get everywhere, but especially like right here. I mean, there's properties that aren't even in what we consider the fire zone that can't get fire insurance right now. You go to fix a water heater that, a couple of years ago was $1,200, it's $3,000 now. If you have, the kind of properties where the kitchen's fallen in, all these things, I mean, there's a lot of those properties around, and those landlords should be trying to fix those up. But there's a real economic mechanism to that. And if it gets bad enough to where you actually have to take the tenants out of the building completely to do it, you've got a big thing, and that's not, okay, well, they're going to charge more money. Well, yeah, they are, but I'll guarantee you, and we saw the spreadsheets up there from the real estate people earlier, it's going to take a hell of a long time to recover that. Those are huge investments, huge investments. And at some point in time, yeah, the market is the market's the market. The market's a cruel taskmaster, but it is what it is. What we need is inventory. What we need to do is find ways to subsidize inventory to really protect our ability to have tenants and workers and the people in this town that we need. But we can't do it by forcing the private sector underwater to do this. So I clearly am not in favor of going forward with this. Yeah, I think that's, I've said my piece, so that's the way I feel about it. Ms. Gutierrez, she had her light on early, but you turned it off, and Ms. Sneddon has her light on? Okay. Go ahead, and then Alejandro, you wanted to make a motion at some point. Okay, very good. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. And I believe there's a motion on the table that hasn't been seconded, but I'm wondering what can be salvaged here. I heard from Councilmember Friedman that the updates on the harassment language was welcome, and I think I heard from Mr. Jordan that he might support a right of return if there were no cap on that. And also heard from Councilmember Jordan that having just one affidavit for construction or verification need would be enough. I will be very straightforward. I will take whatever improvements I can get in this iteration, and I don't want to throw everything out. There are quite a few things on this recommendation that are just cleanup language that we had agreed to and actually directed from council to do the cleanup language on. So I'm wondering if what we could salvage from this, that there, I think I was hearing that there were 4 votes for, and I would support a right of return without a named cap. If that meant that it could be in the ordinance, I would support that as an improvement, and especially the change to the harassment language that I think I heard Councilmember Friedman might support. So putting that out there, if there are elements of this, and it's a little bit hard with the way the recommendations written all in sections with numbers, but maybe we could consider some of these cleanup language pieces without throwing the whole thing out.
Let me ask you this, if I may, because I'm kind of going off what Ms. Gutierrez mentioned before. Do you think a broader discussion might be needed? Because I'm just saying, because as we're doing this thing on the first meeting of the year, and a lot of it's just the way the timing worked out, but a lot of people felt like there wasn't a lot of run-up. And I have to say, staff did put the ordinance out a month ahead of time, which I was very, very happy about. But it did change, and it did change before we got into the second ordinance meeting, and not everybody had a chance to review it. And this is a pithy subject that isn't an illegitimate subject. And maybe a community discussion makes more sense than trying to make an ordinance tonight on something that we really aren't very sure about, trying to just save something out of this. And I appreciate the 2 meetings you guys had on this with ordinance, but maybe a broader community discussion is more worthwhile. And I think that's what Ms. Gutierrez was getting at in her motion. If I don't want to steal your thunder, but I didn't know.
Well, Mayor Rouse, in the spirit of, and I think we've done this 2 ways, where I've said that, pulling things off of consent or saying they're not quite baked yet and need more work. And if that's what it would take to keep this alive, I would support that. Whatever it takes to not have tonight be the death of this, I would support.
Ms. Gutierrez, you want to make a run at this?
Yeah, I want to make it clear that I am not against this just cause ordinance. I think we definitely need it, and we need to support, mass evictions and renters. But just like the mayor just said, we went on vacation for the holidays. This is the first agenda item. All I'm asking is to postpone so people have a time to look at it, and then we can start going through the sections and make it better for the entire city. Because in my district, I've had threats already. This is why I'm very nervous from both sides. I have about 9 property owners that are going to decide if they're going to sell to outside agencies by tomorrow morning. And in their properties, they're going to build more than 10 units. And when they're built, they're going to be at market rate. They're going to rent at market rate. And so for those people that have called and have come to my house to harass me that I am the queen of gentrification, this ordinance, as how it is written now, is going to gentrify District 1 because it's happening already. So I'm just asking if we can just hold on, come back, and actually make this ordinance, well, it benefit the entire community. I'm not saying get rid of this ordinance. We need this. This is why I voted for the 2 months just cause, and that's where we're at now. But we have to get some more community input, and I think I just don't want to see an aftermath that it could be prevented. So we can postpone this ordinance and have more time, just like Mr. Jordan said, and be able to make some adjustments.
Well, let me ask Ms. Connect, if if you could table this almost indefinitely, but table it until we could assemble some kind of a community discussion before we return to this, so we don't, as Ms. Sneddon said, throw the whole thing out, but maybe get the kind of corrections, and I think maybe something more productive that works for both sides as opposed to having one side being dumped on.
Mr. Mayor, a little bit confused as to what kind of a community discussion, what that format would be.
We're making this up as we go along here.
Like a little more definition on that. Mr. Henschke will be unavailable until the February 6th council meeting. So if we want to postpone it, we would suggest postponing it until that meeting unless the council wanted it even longer, which, of course, that would be fine too. We could send it back to ordinance committee for further discussion, or if the council just said, city administrator, figure out a way to have more community input on this, then it would come back to me and I'd work with my staff to, have different kind of outreach in the community. We'd figure it out, but.
I think that a month is a good length to do that community outreach. We're not saying we're not going to pass an ordinance or make this ordinance better, but I think a month is good enough to do the proper community outreach that we need to do and add the Spanish language. And then when Mr. Henschke comes back, relaxed and energized from his vacation, we can we can come back to the ordinance with the community input.
So if you wanted to amend your motion to, say, postpone until the February 6th council meeting and direct staff to have community outreach as appropriate, if that would be what you would want to amend your motion to?
So I was thinking, if we were actually going to do an outreach, and we're actually going to have maybe representatives from both sides try to sit around the table and kind of hammer this out with the framework we have in front of us, that February be kind of a short porch. We need to, have
More time.
that's why I said table indefinitely, and Mr. Henschke would be back whenever after that. To take what we have as a framework tonight and see what could happen on both sides. Maybe Mr. Zankoff could grab a couple of folks from his side, and I could figure out from whatever the side, that would want to sit down and have informal meetings and then come back and represent this in a way that could reform the ordinance to something that might be acceptable to the council and maybe help out our situation.
I will second that. I'll second that.
I didn't make a motion yet.
Well, I will second his request. to
So
the city
no
administrator.
date, just to table the action.
Okay, well, first I've got Mr. Freeman right after Ms. Gutierrez here.
So if it gets there, I mean, if that's the route we want to go, and maybe that is best, it's late, but I just don't see what we're going to get out of this. I see that from the tenant perspective, the 10%, that was the big issue. I mean, Councilmember Harmon said that we agree on that. And I looked at it as the cost was more than the benefit of it, and that's why we're on different sides, but we agree that's the major issue. So I don't know how engaged that will be, and I don't know what else. I think we could tonight. I think the harassment is a big issue, and I think we could pass that tonight, and I think we could put in the right of return, not with the 10%, but we could do those tonight. I'm also concerned about our staffing capacities right now with everything we have going on to continue an item. So, I mean, I just don't know what we're going to get out of it, and I think there are some actions we could take tonight, especially on those two, which I think would be improvements. But to rehear it and do a bunch of community outreach and rehear this, we're going to be back right where we are tonight, and all we're going to do is spend a bunch of staff time and have another 2-3 hour hearing on it. That's where I think
Councilmember
it's gonna
Friedman,
go.
we've done it with other issues in the city.
Okay.
I know, that's my thoughts. I'm not saying I'm going to vote up or down, but that's my concerns about it.
Okay,
So
let's go
that's
through the
what I'm saying.
comments and we'll come back. Maybe there's another motion to be made. Ms. Sneddon.
Could I interrupt for just a minute and
Yes,
just
ma'am.
make a comment on Councilmember Friedman? we could also do that. If the council by majority vote wanted to recommend certain parts of the ordinance, that we could then come back with an amended version of this ordinance with those things taken out and those certain things that the council agreed on left in, we could easily come back on the 6th of February with that revised ordinance.
That's what I was saying about having a second, another motion or substitute motion for Ms.
Correct.
Gutierrez. Isn't it?
Correct.
So Ms. Sneddon's on.
Thank you, and I'm prepared to make that substitute motion.
Okay. Mr. Jordan had a comment too, so
Okay.
can we go ahead? Okay. You want to try to make a substitute motion then?
Mayor Rouse, as a point of order, I don't think there's a motion on
There's
the
not,
floor.
yeah,
This
there's
will
not
be
a
the-
second.
Oh, there's no
just
second.
There's no second.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion to, we'll see where this goes, but to approve the portions of the recommendation that pertain to harassment updates, the right of return with no cap, and with the lowered requirement for a single affidavit for approving construction.
Honorable Mayor, may I assist?
Mr. Hensky.
If you choose to second that motion, the motion, in my opinion, would be to introduce the ordinance as presented with the exception of the last sentence on page 10 of subdivision 2, which requires the report being by somebody else, and then, or you, if I misunderstood, you can delete that entire paragraph and we can come back later. I don't know about that one. The other one would then be to delete on page 13, paragraph 3 of section 26.05, 26.50.055. That paragraph 3 is where that 10% is included. I believe that addresses all of the other, and in addition, I would request that the motion include introduction of the other ordinance that we talked about. There was no controversy on that.
Thank you, Mr. Henschke. I just want to confirm that deleting the page 13, paragraph 3 of section 326.50.055 would allow right of return, but without the cap.
If you eliminate that paragraph, the right of return would be essentially equivalent to what is in the county.
Excellent. That would be my motion.
Okay, let's make
I
sure we're
second.
understanding the motion here.
Oh, never mind. I second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Oscar has seconded the motion, so discussion of the, Mr. Jordan, you have your light on.
Yep, well, I'll discuss. A question, Dan, so just the 12-month cooling off period, so noticing to the city and noticing to the tenants, that's just that can just be an internal procedural thing, right? That doesn't have to be codified in an ordinance. So a place sells, a multifamily unit sells, and there's for over 5 or more units, and there's a 12-month cooling off period. My words, cooling off period. I suggested that when the sale is made of a qualifying property with the right number of units, that a notice of that sale goes to both the tenants and the city. Does that have to be codified, or can that just be a procedural component? I'm happy for it to be a procedural component, is where I'm going with that. Just saves you changing something else.
it could not be an administrative procedure. The way that it's currently written, it simply prohibits the commencement of a no-fault just cause eviction for a period of 1 year following the owner's acquisition of the property. And they would have to demonstrate, the owner would have to demonstrate as part of their eviction process that they've complied with this requirement. So it's kind of built in.
Okay, is that a big deal?
No.
Well, let me then ask the motioners, and so I think, to me, the big obscenity is when that happens and nobody knows about it, when it happens, period. And then looking back in my experience, like nobody knew about it until the tenants start to reflect on it publicly. So I think it warrants a notification to tenants, and it warrants a notification to the city.
But in that cooling off period, Mr. Henschke, do you have to do nothing? Can you not go get permits? Can you do, I'm just wondering about if somebody buys a property and the lender and the insurance people are saying, by the way, that distressed property has knob and tube wiring and needs a new roof.
The intent there would be for the purchaser to do his due diligence and not then resort to throwing everybody out of the building because they didn't do their due diligence.
What this says, just so that everybody's clear, is that an owner who acquires property having 5 or more rental units, single property, 5 or more rental units, shall not commence a no-fault eviction of any qualified tenant to demolish or substantially remodel a unit for a period of 1 year following the owner's acquisition of the property. So what are the elements of that? You cannot commence a no-fault eviction. Does that mean that you cannot do the other things necessary to start a no-fault eviction? No, it does not. Can you do the inspection that's necessary? Yes, you can. Can you get the building permit that's necessary? Yes, you can. Can you give the tenant notice that you are doing a no-fault just cause eviction because of a substantial remodel?
Not what I'm
No.
asking. I'm asking that they give the tenant notice of a change in ownership.
Okay, so.
I would think, so tell me I'm wrong, but in today's environment, that has a certain premonition of something that could occur, and more notice is better than less notice, right?
If you want to do that, my recommendation is that we add a provision to this clause that says an owner who acquires property having 5 or more units shall give notice to each tenant and to the city upon acquisition of the property.
Or the seller, doesn't matter, each one. Either could be the owner, it could be the buyer or the seller. I'm selling it or I'm buying it.
Okay, sure. We can say the buyer or seller, yeah.
But nothing could still happen for 12 months, Mike? Is that what you're saying?
Well, he could do all of that behind-the-scenes work. You cannot, Daniel, correct me, you could not initiate the legal steps of a renoviction for 12 months with a tenant. You can do your plans, you can get your permits, you can work on the scope of your project. You just cannot start the process for 12 months of evicting a tenant for a non-just cause substantial renovation.
Would then a property that you bought that had health and human safety issues come into that? Could you, maybe 10 of the 20 units are not safe? And I'm thinking about Bass Street. With fire. We had the fire on the Mesa, we had sparks and stuff coming out of the wall on Bath Street, so.
I would be open to suggestions, but I just have to believe somebody buys that property knowing all that.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, given the discussion, I would recommend that for tonight, we take that provision out and come and have that to be one of the things that comes back the next time around.
Okay, I could go with that.
I think it just makes it easier.
Yeah.
What page is that, Dan?
That would be section 9 on page 13 and the top of 14. We'll just take that
Got it.
out for the time being.
The
Thank you.
maker of this motion accepts that friendly amendment.
I'm sorry,
As the maker of the motion, I accept that friendly amendment to remove that section.
all right.
At this
And
point.
then the seconder of the motion, fine with
Second.
that, Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, stay.
Okay. I have, let's see, Mike, you've already spoken, or you want to, okay. Ms. Herman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I understand, I definitely understand the pragmatism that's inherent in this substitute motion. And I think, as you all know, I generally take that pragmatic approach. Governing is iterative, so I really do appreciate that. And I have to say tonight, particularly, I'm grateful for your cooler heads, because I just cannot vote for this. I can't do it. I cannot water down or compromise on what is right. And we are not just talking about people's livelihoods. We are talking about people's lives. And so I appreciate what we're doing with this substitute motion. I understand it. Again, like, pragmatism is important. Continuing the conversation is important. For me tonight, I just can't support it. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez?
Just for clarification, Mr. Henschke, what property owners are exempt from this ordinance? Is it 5+ or is it 4+?
4 minus.
Okay. The property
I
that
mean,
is.
sorry, yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
This ordinance amends an existing provision of our municipal code. The exemptions from the current municipal code, I want to be clear, so I'm going to go through them by going through the ordinance. Transient and tourist hotel occupancies are not subject to this ordinance. Housing accommodations in a nonprofit hospital, religious facility, extended care facility, licensed residential facilities are exempt. Dormitories owned and operated by an institute of higher education are exempt. Housing accommodations in which a tenant shares a bathroom or kitchen facilities with the owner who maintains a principal residence at the rental unit is exempt. Single-family owner-occupied residences, including a residence in which the owner-occupant rents or leases no more than 2 units or bedrooms, including but not limited to an accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessory dwelling unit, are exempt. Property containing 2 separate dwelling units within a single structure in which the owner occupies one of the units as the owner's principal place of residence at the beginning of the tenancy, so long as the owner continues the occupancy and neither of the units is a accessory dwelling unit or junior accessory dwelling unit, is exempt. Housing that has been issued a certificate of occupancy within the previous 15 years is exempt. A rental unit that, I'm not going to read this whole thing because it's very, but a rental unit that is alienable separately from the title to any other dwelling unit, provided that both of the following apply. The owner is not any of the following, and that is a real estate investment trust, a corporation, limited liability company, in which at least one member is a corporation, and 2, the tenants have been provided a notice, a written notice that the property is exempt as provided in the statute. And then housing that is restricted by deed, regular restriction with an agreement with a government agency or other recorded document as affordable housing. In other words, covenant restricted property. So what is exempt, as was testified to earlier, includes single-family dwellings that are not owned by corporations, housing trusts, or others. Single-family owner-occupied residences, including the ADUs, duplexes where the owner lived at one of the units. Those are all exempt, as I've just read. So those are all exempt from this ordinance and the other ordinance, and the existing code provisions that this ordinance amends.
So I would support Ms. Sneddon's request, but to ask to exempt property owners that have 1 or 4 units to add to her motion, if that's okay. Just so it reflects the need in my district.
That, honorable mayor, members of the council, that suggestion is not one of the sections that has been notified on this agenda for amendment. That would require an amendment to section 26.50.030 of the municipal code, which is not on this ordinance. So in order to do that, we would need to bring back the item on another day.
Mayor Rouse. Mayor Rouse. Ma'am, sorry.
We're on hour 10 here, so we're doing it.
Yes, I just want to clarify that what I am moving is what I consider the bare minimum at this moment, and that when it does come back, still at play for discussion would be what that cap might be on reentry, if we might do that, or other amendments to other sections. I'm really grasping at trying to do the things that we might have agreement on at this moment, and then we would still have until February or whenever it came back to do that individual outreach to see if we could get to a comfort level with some of the other changes. So by making this motion, I'm really not trying to limit that this topic is closed, but I think that's where I'm seeing there is enough agreement on those base level amendments to get us through tonight.
All righty. So are we voting on an amended ordinance then? So it's not tabled, it's not continued, it would be an ordinance that we would do.
Mr. Mayor, there is a motion and a second on the floor. I think you can take a vote on that.
Right. And Madam Clerk, do you have the motion, Mr. Friedman, do you have a comment first?
What you just said, it threw me off. I'm almost getting to the point where we just continue everything, but we're voting on amending the ordinance and having community meetings and going
No.
out, or are we just voting on the ordinance tonight? Because from what I heard from the motion is we're going to do both.
Not a larger community meeting, just individual meetings as we each need to.
No, this was the ordinance, I mean, it was one or the other. Either we table it completely and do the community meeting, or we do the amended ordinance is what my understanding was. Because you mentioned staff time and all that, which I completely hear you. So we have an amended ordinance in front of us that, once Ms. Gorman reads, we can go in, it's on the table. But it did not include, to my mind, doing the community meeting still.
It doesn't to my mind either, but I think there was still the open question of whether there might be a % cap on reentry, and that was,
Yeah, that came off on this motion. We don't have a cap on this motion.
no, we don't have a cap on this motion.
And so if you wanted to come forward with another two-person memo at a later date, you could certainly look at that again. But right now, we have a motion on the floor to vote on this amended ordinance. It did not have a cap. I think it addressed harassment, and it gave the first right of refusal to return. And the contractor language was changed to not require the certified contractor. So with that, Mr. Freeman, you still have your light on? Do you want to? Okay, you're done. Ms. Sneddon, are you?
I'm just pausing for a moment because I'm not sure I'm ready to let go of the 10%. I thought that would come back in February and that we could continue to
No, I think what we
amend.
decided to do is vote on an ordinance here, as I understand it, and then that would be, we weren't going to continue this item or table this item. Is that how you understood it?
Correct. There's one motion on the floor
Okay.
as made by Councilmember Sneddon and seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez, we should take an action on that. And if council wanted to also direct staff to do something in addition to that, they could do that. Add direction to engage in community outreach and have further discussion on the cap, then we could do that, with kind of boundaries around what we can do, and bring back further discussion on this ordinance at a later date. Maybe as a separate motion.
I think as a separate motion, I would like to continue that. And I just want to take one last straw poll question. Councilmember Harmon suggested the 10% cap with an appeal process. Would that make, I'm sorry, I'm asking my colleagues here.
That takes me out of it
No.
for sure. So
No.
Okay. Are you in
continue,
it?
if we have the motion on the floor, if you want to make a,
No, I will leave it. I will leave it. I
Okay.
want to make progress tonight.
all right. Madam Clerk, would you please read the motion, please?
Sure, and Mr. Mayor and Council, I will read what I have here and I'll ask for clarification as we go along. Motion by Councilmember Sutton, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez to introduce the two ordinances as presented, retaining the portions of the, sorry, one second. Ordinances that pertain to harassment updates, the right of return with no cap, and with the lowered requirement for a single affidavit for approving construction as described by Mr. Henschke. And I'd like clarification here for the substitute, any additional language from Mr.
Yeah, that was eliminated.
If I may,
Please.
it was as read by the clerk, and just so that because you have the ordinance in front of you, the ordinance would be on page 10, paragraph Roman numeral 2, the last sentence would be deleted, which talks about the person not being a licensed contractor, or Mr. Jordan and Councilmember Sneddon, were you deleting the entirety of paragraph 2? Deleting the entirety. Got it. Okay.
Deleting, okay.
Moving on to page 11. This is the typographical correction that I made earlier in section C in the definition of owner, so that it's section 1946.2, paren B2A, Roman numeral 7, Roman numeral 2. On page 13, we would delete paragraph 3 on that page, and we would renumber paragraph 4 as paragraph 3. We would delete section 9 in its entirety, and those were all of the changes that would be made. And what would happen is when we brought back the ordinance for adoption, the ordinance would be corrected so that the numbers are right, the sections are right. It's just you're introducing it tonight with that. And did the motion also introduction of the ordinance amending 26.40.020?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Which one was it?
The second one.
Well, we'll get to look at it again, all cleaned up, won't we?
Well, it's already all cleaned up, it's right here. You didn't change this one.
Looks like my desk.
Mr. Mayor and Council and Mr. Hinchke, just to clarify, so I will transcribe for the minutes here what Mr. Hinchke just reflected. But is there a brief description of Mr. Jordan's addition? Nothing, that was not included? Okay, thank you very much. Then, okay. Would you like me to repeat the motion, or is everyone clear?
Do we think we understand what we're doing here, everybody? Are we good?
Okay.
Wasn't asking everybody, I was just asking these guys.
Okay. That's the motion as I've described it by Sneddon and seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. And please go ahead and vote.
Passes 6-1 with Megan Harmon voting no. And thank you guys all for hanging in with us and being pretty darn well behaved for as passionate of a subject as this is. So we appreciate that. What are we doing here? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, are you going to
We're
adjourn the
adjourned.
meeting? Mr. Mayor, are you going to adjourn the meeting?
What's that?
Are you going to adjourn the meeting?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did already?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I didn't hear you.
Adjourned at 9:17. We're done.